Asia trade. 153. This point was noted in the often quoted description of Dutch trade in 1619 by then Vok director Jan Peeters Zoon Koon. Figure 5.2. The triangular trade of the 1600 to 1700s. Piece goods from Gujarat we can barter for pepper and gold on the coast of Sumatra, real silver currency and cottons from the coast of Coromandel for pepper in Bantam, sandalwood, pepper and reals we can barter for Chinese goods and Chinese gold. We can extract silver from Japan with Chinese goods, piece goods from the Coromandel coast in exchange for spices, other goods, and gold from China, piece goods from Surat for spices, other goods and reals from Arabia for spices and various other trifles. One thing leads to another. And all of it can be done without any money from the Netherlands and with ships alone. We have the most important spices already. What is missing then? Nothing else but ships and a little water to prime the pump. By this I mean sufficient means money so that the rich Asian trade may be established. Hence, gentlemen and good administrators, there is nothing to prevent the company from acquiring the richest trade in the world. 154. In the first instance, the bullion confiscated in the Americas lubricated the circuits of capital accumulation in Europe as a whole, providing the liquid specie for Europe's vibrant trade with the East. By 1650, the estimated flow of precious metals from the Americas reaching Europe amounted to at least 180 tons of gold and 17,000 tons of silver. Between 1561 and 1580, about 85% of the entire world's production of silver came from the Americas. This provided the capital for European merchants' profitable trade with Asia and East Africa in textiles and spices. 155. It also assisted European states in obtaining raw materials and primary products from areas, particularly China and India, which would otherwise have had little incentive to trade with the Europeans on such a scale. 156. Indeed, it was the enormous demand for silver coming from China that allowed the mines in the New World to operate so profitably. 157. There was, then, a clear connection between American treasure and the expansion of the extremely lucrative East India trade. Holland, England, Portugal, and France were only able to finance their trade with Asia because of the vast streams of precious metals coming from Mexico and Peru. 158. This enabled the relatively backward European merchants to tap into Asian markets and eventually monopolize them, creating conditions under which the West would displace, subordinate and subsequently dominate the East in their own trading arena. See Chapter 7. 159. The re-export of Asian colonial goods in turn contributed to developing markets in Europe, the Americas, and Africa. Hence, a world market directed in the interests of the European ruling classes was ultimately funded by plundered New World precious metals. 161. Recent study has gone so far as to conclude that the differential growth of Western Europe over the 16th to early 19th centuries is almost entirely accounted for by the growth of nations with access to the Atlantic Ocean, including, notably, those nations most directly involved in trade and colonialism in the New World and Asia. 161. In fine, the socio-economic effects of the Atlantic vector of uneven and combined development on European geopolitics spread vast and wide. Locking Spanish development in place, the American colonies monetarily facilitated Madrid's engagement in a classic bout of imperial overstretch, precipitating the monarchy's decline as a great power. In turn, the fiscal adjustments of the Spanish state created the geopolitical and economic space for Europe's two latecomers, England and Holland, to reap the privileges of backwardness, assisting their rise to global supremacy. The only way to explain the variegated developmental trajectories of the Spanish vis-a-vis the Dutch and later English is by recognizing the various means through which the New World specie and plundered resources from the Americas fed into and gave a much-needed boost to emergent processes of capitalist development in the Netherlands and England, while locking in an already existing feudalism in Spain. The uneven and combined development of the Western and European hemispheres therefore conditioned and reconstituted patterns of differentiated development within Europe itself, enabling the incipient rise of northwestern Europe as the organic heartland of capitalist development. This intersocietal, extra-European context through which European capitalism developed was its critical precondition. Sublating the Smithian moment, from Smith to Marx via the International. As is well known, Adam Smith recognized the significance of American silver in West-East trade relations, noting how East Asia was a major market for the silver being pumped out of the American mines. This was a market which, from the time of the discovery of those mines, has been continually taking off a greater and greater quantity of silver. The precious metals flowing out of the Americas were a commodity that was extremely advantageous to carry from Europe to India, as there was scarcely any other commodity which brought a better price there, and it was in fact even more advantageous to carry silver to China. 162 The silver extracted from the American continent would provide the basis for commercial relations between the two extremities of the Old World, and the means by which those distant parts of the world are connected with one another. Smith also noted how the European commodity trade to the East Indies, along with the gold and silver purchased for those commodities, necessarily created increases in European productivity. As such, Europe went from being a regionally limited economic system of manufacturers and carriers to being one covering almost all the different nations of Asia, Africa, and America. 163. For Smith, it was the widening of markets brought about by the acquisition of American wealth that would bring about divisions of labor and technological developments. In this respect, the Atlantic also acted as a vent for surplus, in which the international trade it instigated absorbed commodities for which there was no domestic demand. 164 Such Smithian arguments have been widely invoked by political economists seeking to insert the Atlantic into our understanding of European capitalist development. For Eric Williams, the international division of labor across the Atlantic triangular trade helped to generate profits by effectively buying cheap and selling dear between its three nodes. The northwestern European states provided manufactures, which were shipped to Africa in exchange for slaves. Slaves were then shipped to American plantations, which subsequently provided raw materials that were sold back in northwestern Europe. See the next section. Subsequently, the accumulated wealth generated from these activities was reinvested into the core, financing the technological developments that resulted in the Industrial Revolution. 165. Max Weber also recognized the great significance of the Atlantic discoveries in hastening the development of capitalism in Europe, writing, "The acquisition of colonies by the European states led to a gigantic acquisition of wealth in Europe for all of them. The means of this accumulation was the monopolizing of colonial products, and also of the markets of the colonies, that is the right to take goods into them, and, finally, the profits of transportation between motherland and colony. 166. Even Marx, for all his criticism of Smith and other bourgeois economists, was keen to emphasize the acquisition of wealth as a crucial moment in the process of primitive accumulation. As he put it, there can be no doubt that the great revolutions that took place in trade in the 16th and 17th centuries, along with the geographical discoveries of that epoch, and which rapidly advanced the development of commercial capital, were a major moment in promoting the transition from the feudal to capitalist mode of production. The sudden expansion of the world market, the multiplication of commodities in circulation, the competition among the European nations for the seizure of Asiatic products and American treasures, the colonial system, all made a fundamental contribution towards shattering the feudal barriers to production. 167. Elsewhere, Marx also wrote of how the colonial system ripened trade and navigation as in a hothouse. Colonial companies were powerful levers for the concentration of capital. The colonies provided a market for the budding manufactures, and a vast increase in accumulation which was guaranteed by the mother country's monopoly of the market. The treasures captured outside Europe by undisguised looting, enslavement and murder flowed back to the mother country and were turned into capital there. Holland, which first brought the colonial system to its full development, already stood at the zenith of its commercial greatness in 1648.168. However, it is important to remember that although Marx incorporated this Smithian moment into his understanding of the origins of capitalism, his own explication of primitive accumulation was based on considerably wider processes. Hence, Immediately after noting the discovery of gold and silver in America, Marx goes on to argue that the expiration, enslavement, and entombment in mines of the indigenous population of that continent, the beginnings of the conquest and plunder of India, and the conversion of Africa into a preserve for the commercial hunting of black skins, are all things which characterize the dawn of the era of capitalist production. 169. What Marx points to is an intersocietal process in which the labor of different societies was subordinated to and subsumed by the requirements of capital. However, beyond a few brief passages, he offers little substance to the historical significance of the processes of subordination on this international scale. This has led an array of Marxists and non-Marxists alike to bracket the international scope of his analysis and limit Marxian notions of primitive accumulation to exclusively domestic processes. 170. In what follows, we argue that this internalist perspective limits our understanding of the history of capitalism, and its continued reproduction, and that it is therefore necessary to redeem, and indeed expand upon, Marx's original emphasis on the international in order to overcome these limits. Primitive accumulation proper, from simple to expanded reproduction. In Chapter 1, we saw how Ellen Wood, following Brenner, argued that primitive accumulation was an entirely domestic process, taking place through the dispossession of the peasantry in the English countryside and the creation of an internal market which could satisfy and reproduce market dependence. 171. On the one hand, the reproduction of now dispossessed direct producers became based on obtaining a wage through which their means of subsistence could be purchased, establishing their market dependence as such. On the other hand, capitalist production in agriculture made the market a viable medium through which the means of subsistence could be secured. Technological improvements led to increases in productivity and the expansion of outputs per unit, lowering prices on goods that would have otherwise been affordable only to the wealthy or would require non-market access, through subsistence farming, for example. Wood thus succeeds in tracing the historical origins of what Marx would come to term simple reproduction, although Wood does not explicitly make this claim. As Marx put it, capital's reproduction takes good care to prevent the workers, those instruments of production who are possessed of consciousness, from running away, by constantly removing their product from one pole labor to the other, to the opposite pole of capital. Individual consumption provides, on the one hand, the means for the workers' maintenance and reproduction, on the other hand, by the constant annihilation of the means of subsistence, it provides for their continued reappearance on the labor market. 172. Marx's argument here perhaps explains Wood's own emphasis on dispossession and the creation of an internal market. 173. For these appear to constitute the basic preconditions for the simple reproduction of the capital-wage-labor relation. However, Wood's explanation remains wedded to a decidedly one-sided view of the capital-wage-labor relation. For not only is there a basic necessity for the means of subsistence to be produced, there is also a necessity for those products to be consumed. That is, the market can function as a medium for reproduction only insofar as the proletariat have the sufficient means to purchase the goods required for their reproduction. Capitalist crises occur, Marx argued, because that very means, access to, a wage, is constantly undermined by capitalist accumulation, and more specifically by expanded reproduction. 174. Marx's argument about expanded reproduction demonstrates that capital, because of intercapitalist competition, must always return to the market and reinvest its surpluses into expanding its productive capacities. By introducing labor-saving techniques into production, individual capitals can reduce costs and reap super profits, or reduce prices to obtain a greater market share. As innovations reduce costs, more and more products are transformed into consumer goods, thus spurring the expansion of markets and lines of production beyond already existing market capacity. While this creates the sort of internal market envisaged by Wood, it also causes prices to fall more slowly than costs, creating conditions for high profitability. Capital then rushes to line, pulling labor with it. 175. However, as more and more capital is mobilized in expanding production, the market becomes saturated, and innovations cause productive capacity to rise beyond what the market is capable of absorbing. Hence, prices fall quicker than costs, and overall profitability tumbles. As a consequence, vast swathes of both capital and the working population are shed by productive lines seeking to drive down costs, and re-establish the conditions of profitability and continued accumulation. This is exactly what happened to agrarian production in England over the course of the 17th century. The enclosures, and later the agricultural revolution, introduced various labor economizing techniques such as the reclamation and engrossment of land, the reduction of fallow, and four-field crop rotation. 176 This allowed for the expansion of food production to an unprecedented level, driving down costs and creating a domestic market for laborers to secure their means of subsistence. 177 But once this expanded capacity reached the limits of what could be profitably absorbed by the domestic market, both labor and capital were systematically shed from agrarian production and pushed into urban areas. 178 The rapid urbanization of England and the expansion of London into the largest city in Europe were the consequence of an emergent surplus population created by the limits of agrarian capitalism. In England, the emergence of this vast surplus population constituted a fundamental problem for the continued reproduction of capitalism. The 17th century was rife not only with the emergence of rural social movements such as the Diggers and Levelers that would challenge the status quo. 179 But also with various ruling class lamentations over what to do with the multitudes or swarms of vagrants and idlers. 180 That had been shed by agrarian production in the course of the enclosures, and later the agricultural revolution. And yet the capitalist dynamic of expanded reproduction indicates that the surplus population shed by agrarian capitalism will eventually be reabsorbed into new productive lines elsewhere. Wood makes a similar argument, showing that the dispossession of the peasantry and their absorption into waged labor in urban areas further contributed to the expansion of the domestic market. What Wood does not account for convincingly is precisely how and where the surplus population was absorbed. The English city, London in particular, was disproportionately enlarged by the poor dispossessed by agrarian capitalism. In any case, what made the English market for basic goods distinctive was not simply the demographic distribution between town and country but also the growing proportion of the population, whether urban or rural, that was dispossessed and reliant on wages for survival, together with the more direct relation of production to consumption of this kind. 181. However, the reliance on a wage does not guarantee access to it. In fact, one of the primary results of expanded reproduction is the increasing superfluity of labor, and a growing surplus population with no direct access to a wage. So a proper understanding of why English capitalism was able to survive the agrarian limits suffered by prior proto-capitalist social formations would necessitate some historical account of what made England exceptionally attuned to absorbing populations rendered superfluous by this prior round of capitalist transformation. Wood's omission of any such account is undoubtedly not intentional, but it is a crucial one. For it was specifically those sectors attached to the Atlantic that eventually provided the outlet for capitalists to absorb the surplus population created by the expulsion of peasants from agrarian production. First, a large mass of proletarians were integrated into forms of work that presupposed colonies, shipbuilding, harbor building, and later sugar refineries and textile production. For example, huge quantities of labor were required to clear forests and transport timber, which would subsequently be used to build the ships that formed the backbone of English colonial expansion. 182 Similarly, colonial enterprises were the precondition for the extensive construction of ports for long-distance trade. Pre-existing towns and cities such as Bristol and London expanded significantly in the 17th century, while entirely new conurbations, Liverpool most notably, but also Glasgow and Derry, later sprang up as nodes in the growing network of international shipping spurred on by the Atlantic trading system. 183 The construction of ports and harbors was based on the labor-intensive activities of reclaiming marshy coastal lands, felling and transporting timber and rubble, and constructing sea walls, breakwaters, piers, quays, and jetties. As Adam Ferguson noted in 1767, the pestilent marsh is drained with great labor, and the sea is fenced off with mighty barriers. Harbors are opened, and crowded with shipping, where vessels of burden, if they are not constructed with a view to the situation, have not water to float. Elegant and magnificent edifices are raised on foundations of slime. 184. Second, where the internal market could not absorb them, the dispossessed were exported en masse to the colonies as settlers or indentured servants. In particular, those considered indebted, poor, dispossessed, criminal, vagrant or rebellious were targeted, what propagandists of the time described as the rank multitude, those who cannot live at home. Richard Hakluyt, a propagandist for English colonialism, noted the concurrence of the emergent surplus population with England's late entry into the European scramble for New World colonies. England, unlike Portugal, Spain, the Netherlands, or France, had a huge and desperate population that could be redeployed overseas. 185. In 1606, Francis Bacon advised James I that in exporting such surplus populations, England would gain a double commodity, in the avoidance of people here, and in making use of them there. 186. Similarly, in 1609 the Virginia Company argued that its colonization project would serve to ease the city and suburbs of a swarm of unnecessary inmates, as a continual cause of death and famine, and the very original cause of all the plagues that happen in this kingdom. 187. These claims were reflected in state legislation. The Beggars Act in 1597 and 1598 authorized the transportation of vagrants and criminals to work in penal servitude in the colonies. 188. By 1652, another legislative act was passed that enabled magistrates to ship vagrants and beggars to the colonies. Over the course of the 17th century, some 200,000 people were moved to the Americas, thus removing out of the city the matter of sedition. 189. The absorption of the surplus population, and the expanded reproduction of capital as such, was therefore dependent, as its precondition, on the exploitation of a widened sphere of activity beyond the boundaries of the domestic market. That is, if it were not for the specifically international conditions created by Europe's expansion into the Atlantic, it is likely that capitalism would have been choked off by the limits of English agrarian capitalism. In this respect, we might be able to construct an inside-out argument that attributes the growth of English, and later British, colonialism to the ways in which it overcame the limits of domestic capitalist production. But it is also possible to go beyond this orthodoxy, and demonstrate how intersocietal determinations arising from the Atlantic fed back into and decisively reordered the configuration of a capitalism based on agrarian production, and prefigured the industrial capitalism that drove Britain to global dominance. In particular, the combination of the sociologically uneven sources of English capital, African, slave, labor and American land, concentrated in the institution of plantation slavery, would provide both the international conditions and the spur to British domestic development. We now explicate these international determinations in turn, first, by tracing the combination of American land with African slave labor, and second, by examining how plantation slavery fed back into and determined the course of British development. The uneven and combined development of plantation slavery. Lions have no historians, and therefore lion hunts are thrilling and satisfactory human reading. Negroes had no bards, and therefore it has been widely told how American philanthropy freed the slave. W. B. Du Bois, 192-0190. The reason why 17th-century colonialists were so enamored by the promise of the Americas was that unlike Europe, the land appeared virgin. It was considered empty, vacant, and as such presented an exceptional opportunity for a ruling class seeking to dump a surplus population that was not needed at home. Despite the purity implied by the notion of virgin lands, the sparseness of the continent was in part a product of European colonialism itself. Specifically, the mass slaughter of indigenous communities through murder, overwork or disease had left a pre-conquest continent of 90 million inhabitants with only 10 million people by 1650.191. Among those who survived, many existing territories were abandoned, as communities fled to the highlands to escape the reach of colonial authority, see above. Therefore, In contrast to England, where a vast surplus population was causing the ruling class widespread consternation, the New World posed very different challenges. In England, a unified ruling class concentrated in the state was able to legislate for and coercively impose private property rights and anti-vagrancy laws. The iron discipline of the English state was one of the fundamental levers through which the dispossessed class of peasants could be terrorized into a new work discipline based on the capitalist mode. Such institutions and practices had little efficacy in the Americas, where property rights existed legally, but because of the extent of land, they were valueless. 192 In the context of unoccupied lands and the weakness of the wholesale absence of any recognized authority, the idea of production based on the combination of private property and free labor proved initially unworkable. 193 In particular, colonialists found worker resistance to be a persistent dilemma that proved difficult to solve because of the sociological characteristics of the Americas. The sociological unevenness of the Atlantic. First, the sociological unevenness between colonial and Native American communities provided an impulse for rebellion. Many among those who had been sent to work on the colonies saw in native communities alternative modes of production and ways of life that offered a better guarantee of food and freedom. When confronted with strict and onerous work regimes in the colonies, in which subsistence was barely guaranteed, migrant workers found flight and defection to indigenous communities to be a way to resist and reassert the communality and autonomy that they had been dispossessed of in England. Thus, a steady stream of English settlers fled colonial settlements and became Anglo-Powhatans, joining a Native American confederation of small-scale societies without ownership of land, without classes, without a state. 194 In other cases, the sheer abundance of land offered the opportunity to escape and create altogether new settlements, although this often meant the active dispossession of indigenous populations. 195 Other servants and slaves fleeing from colonial authorities would form more itinerant communities in the shape of bands of pirates and buccaneers. 196. Second, the combination of people from sociologically different backgrounds served as the basis for resistance. Colonial transport and work presented new collaborative opportunities for the rank multitude, wherein dispossessed Irish peasants, veterans of the English Revolution, enslaved indigenous Americans and African slaves could collectively rebel against authorities. Strategies of resistance included refusal to work, sabotage of production, flight from the colonies and outright revolt. In fact, such was the collaboration among Irish and Africans in resistance movements that the Black Irish were considered an ethnic group in Montserrat and Jamaica. 197. In short, the problem of the idle, vagrant, rebellious worker reasserted itself in the colonies, where the persistent resistance and flight of workers made the new American communities periodically unsustainable. The combination of a resistant European workforce, the decimation of the indigenous population, large tracts of vacant land, and the concomitant absence of effective state coercion meant the colonial economy soon suffered from a crisis in the supply of labor. The peculiarity of this colonial arrangement in the New World meant that the possibility of capitalist development based on a free and waged workforce was effectively closed off. 198 In fact, many initial experiments in colonial plantations failed because of the prohibitive costs of accruing free labor. 199 However, once the colonization of the Americas had been instigated, and with it a section of the ruling class invested in developing the colonial economy, a new dynamic took hold. The making of Atlantic colonies became less about dumping surplus populations, and more about obtaining a viable supply of workers that was otherwise not forthcoming from England. 200. By the 18th century, with the onset of industrialization, population control thereby became a central concern of English economists. Whereas in the first period of colonization, the ruling class were trying to rid themselves of the rank multitude, in the age of the factory, surplus populations became central to profitability. It was in this context that the likes of Malachi Postlethwaite, a mercantilist and propagandist for the Royal African Company, argued that the provision of black labor for the colonies had distinct advantages over that of white labor. Specifically, the use of African slaves on the plantation would not depopulate Britain. 201 The turn to slavery was therefore a historically specific response to the challenges noted above that confronted the ruling class, in both Europe and America, in the 17th/18th centuries. But why African slavery? Robin Blackburn suggests that African slaves were better suited, stronger, more resilient than either European or Native American workers. 202 On the supply side, world systems approaches have often reinforced an essentially conservative view of African societies as passive, and the slaves extracted from them as docile and submissive. 203 For Walter Rodney, because Africa was at a lower level of economic development than Europe, it was forced into a colonial relation in which African rulers gave up slaves in exchange for manufactured goods. 204 However, such approaches mistakenly project the modern colonial relation retrospectively back to a time in which the power balance between Europe and Africa was much less clear-cut. In doing so, Africa's backwardness, and Europe's privilege, is presupposed but not explained, thus refeing an otherwise historically constructed, and contested, social relation. Although the eventual long-term effects of the relations between European and African societies would prove constitutive of a colonial relation and white supremacy, the colonial relation itself was not the starting point. Such explanations, whether benign or not, therefore tend to reinforce the naturalization of black slavery, by reproducing the idea that Africans were naturally prone to colonial subjugation and exceptionally suited to plantation work. Consequently, it must be remembered that in the 16th century, when Europeans first began to develop the transatlantic slave trade, West African states held numerous geopolitical and economic advantages over Europeans. Much has been made of the superior military might of Europeans, but this again tends to read a later era of colonial domination back into a historical period in which domination was not the norm. Although European states would eventually subjugate the continent from the 18th century onwards, prior to that period African states proved very effective in repelling European territorial encroachments. 205 Moreover, in terms of trade, Europe offered very little to Africa that it did not already produce or obtain from elsewhere. 206 The clearest indication of European weakness in relation to African states was their abortive attempts to establish plantations in West Africa. Such attempts failed because the Europeans were unable to subjugate and transform the communal subsistence bases of agrarian production into a privatized market-based system. 207 This was largely because, unlike in the Americas, Europeans were unable to conduct extensive territorial conquests and raiding missions on the African continent until well into the 18th century. Despite holding naval advantages at sea, Europeans were unable to transfer this superiority onto the African mainland, where indigenous naval techniques proved considerably better suited to maneuvering in, and hence protecting, riverways. 208 A curious standoff characterized the geopolitical relations between Atlantic African and European states in the 16th and 17th centuries, where the Europeans were unable to fully conquer Africans on the mainland, and the Africans failed to expel the Europeans from the coast. More in common with the Indian Ocean littoral, see Chapter 7, the experiences of European colonialists on the Atlantic African coast were governed by commercial activities conducted on the terms set by the African ruling classes. European merchants had to fulfill a number of local obligations to gain market entry, dealing with an array of actors including kings, state intermediaries, merchants, brokers, notables, and producers. Their obligations included obtaining licenses, or providing gifts, taxes, rent, and charges. Moreover, rulers of African states often compelled Europeans to trade below fixed prices, withdraw from trade, and opened and closed markets at will. 209 In some cases they actively coerced the Europeans into submission, by seizing European ships that engaged in unsanctioned trade. 210 These advantages held by Atlantic African states over Europeans meant that the human capacity of slavery had to be bought, and then employed elsewhere, in the Americas, where land was easier to obtain and the local population easy to coerce. 211 When seen in this context, the slave trade should not be conceived as an external shock, designed or compelled by Europeans, but instead as a pre-existing part of ruling class strategies for reproduction in certain African societies. The specificity of the slave trade was rooted in the very unevenness that existed between European and Atlantic African modes of production. To be clear, slavery was widespread not because Atlantic Africa was more backward than feudal Europe, but rather because the character of ruling class reproduction differed. While in Europe land ownership constituted the basis of private property and ruling class wealth and power as such, in Atlantic Africa quasi-communal ownership of land predominated. Therefore, ruling class reproduction was guaranteed by mechanisms based on the ownership and accumulation of people rather than land, head taxes, military dues, and labor services, of which slavery was the most common. Indeed, slaves constituted the primary form of private property in West African law. Hence, European contemporaries observed that local rulers and notables were predominantly wealthy in slaves rather than land, cash, or goods. 212. One consequence of Atlantic African slaving was that slaves occupied a social position and standard of life that was little different from European peasants or workers. 213 In fact, and similar to the Ottoman state structure, see Chapter 4, slaves could often take up positions that were functionally part of the ruling class. In the case of Songhay, Congo, and Ndongo, slaves were crucial to the centralization of the ruler's authority, acting as administrators, soldiers, and even royal advisors, enjoying a great freedom of movement and elite lifestyles. 214. In short, ruling class power could be reproduced and increased by accumulating slaves. Hence the centrality of slaves to the reproduction of the Atlantic African ruling class contained, as its precondition, an intersocietal component. Due to the predominance of quasi-communal forms of land, there was a lack of compulsion for, and outright resistance towards, the acquisition of large tracts of territory through geopolitical accumulation. Instead, West African geopolitics was governed by what might be termed biopolitical accumulation. 215 Wars aimed at acquiring slaves were the exact equivalent of Eurasian wars aimed at acquiring land. 216 The accumulation of humans as a rule of reproduction in Atlantic African societies was thus central to the conflicts and raids enacted between the Congo and Ndongo, the imperial expansion of the Songhay, and the reproduction of the Senegambian states. 217 Taken together, the various factors that placed slave and slaving at the heart of ruling class reproduction made the Atlantic African ruling classes exceptionally capable of providing and sustaining a steady supply of slave labor to European colonialists. Nonetheless, once Europeans entered the slave trade, and especially once slavery became a crucial component of ruling class reproduction in the Americas, the geopolitical composition of Atlantic Africa was radically transformed. In certain areas, such as the Gold Coast, the processes of state formation that took place in the 16th and 17th centuries were made possible by the encounter of Atlantic African societies with each other, and with Europeans. Such interactions generated increasing migration, settlement, and centralization in a region where nomadic and village communities were the norm. Following the introduction of maize, the increased caloric capacity helped spur rapid population growth throughout regions plugged into the Atlantic trade. The Atlantic coast thus shifted from a periphery of the Sudanese center into a center in its own right, a magnet that drew people and trade from all sides to its burgeoning central places. 218. But the importance of biopolitical accumulation as a rule of reproduction, and the relatively advanced position of Atlantic African societies in other trades, meant that the import of military commodities took precedence. Europeans, who were producing firearms on an unprecedented scale, were exceptionally well placed and only too willing to take advantage. The extensive influx of European weapons into Atlantic Africa substantially reconfigured the geopolitics of the region, and in particular the dynamic of biopolitical accumulation, changing the nature and scope of warfare. Prior to the arrival of European guns, the politically fragmented character of Atlantic Africa was relatively balanced, whereby no single state was militarily stronger than its neighbors. Warfare was instead primarily defensive, short-lived and limited to small-scale operations, embracing tens rather than hundreds of square miles. 219. From the mid-17th century, with African states now plugged into dense networks of commercial military relations with Europeans, this dynamic fundamentally changed. Wars became more extensive, giving rise to a series of expansionist state formations along the Atlantic African littoral, with states such as the Denkyira, Akwamua, and Asante springing up, expanding, and widening the geographical scope of slave acquisition. 220 At the same time, states outside the slave trade were deprived of access to weaponry and increasingly found themselves on the losing side of an arms race. Their dilemma, without firearms defense, was precarious. To get muskets, there must be something to export. The only item in great demand was slaves. 221 As the capacities of states for obtaining slaves increased, societies previously outside of the transatlantic slave trade were pulled irrevocably into it, either as sources of slaves, or as slave traders themselves. 222 Overall, the slave trade came to serve a dual purpose. It was the medium through which the firearms crucial to war-making could be imported, and it was also the medium through which states could shed the surplus slaves accrued from their now enhanced war-making capabilities. The Europeans' insatiable thirst for slave labor in the Americas, on the one side, and the subsequent reordering of African geopolitics, on the other, help explain why, from the mid-17th century onwards, there was a radical increase in the transatlantic slave trade. In the first half-century of the transatlantic slave trade, 700,000 Africans boarded boats destined for the Americas. 223 The export of slaves from West Africa as a whole doubled, in some cases, as in Angola, it tripled. 224 Slaving in and around Alida, which would eventually take the title of the Slave Coast, grew from no exports in 1500 to over 19,000 slaves per year by 1700. Parts of the Gold Coast, such as Lower Guinea, experienced a similar expansion, switching from a net importer of slaves to a net exporter in the 17th century. The expansion proved exponential, especially once the English entered the trade. 225 In 1670, an average of 888 slaves were exported from the Gold Coast each year. By 1720, the average had risen to 4,708 per annum. 226. By the mid-18th century this had resulted in the increasing militarization of West African states, geopolitically destabilizing the region as a whole. The expansion of slaving for export, combined with the ravages of conflict, produced a concomitant demographic exhaustion of West Africa and its tributaries. In a region where people were considered the primary source of wealth, population decline had a negative impact on agrarian productivity, which in turn increased exposure to famine and disease. 227 Plundered of its source of power, wealth, and international comparative advantage, human labor, Africa was left prone to an emergent relation of subjugation and dependence vis-a-vis Europe, which would come to characterize the later ravages of colonialism on the continent. Sociological combination in the plantation system. The plantation brought these disparate, unevenly generated forces of production together: English capital, American land, and African slavery. This combination was historically unprecedented and distinct from prior forms of either slave labor or plantation production, a productive unit geared specifically towards capitalistic production. Plantations thus functioned as sites of significant capitalistic experimentations in agro-industrial combinations of productive forces. 228 And are best characterized as transitional forms of social relations combining complex amalgams of capitalist and non-capitalist relations, production techniques and practices, dependent and hybrid socio-economic enterprises. 229 They were distinct from the form of agrarian and later industrial production based on wage labor that predominated in England, and also different from European serfdom and the modes of slavery in Africa. From top to bottom, these were societies where the archaic and modern, the most backward and advanced, were juxtaposed, overlapped, and fused in multiple and contradictory ways. The myriad constitutive contrasts making up this colonial mode of combined development are well illuminated by Robin Blackburn. The social relations of colonial slavery borrowed from an ancient stock of legal formulas, used contemporary techniques of violence, developed manufacture and maritime transport on a grand scale, and anticipated modern modes of coordination and consumption. Slavery in the New World was above all a hybrid mixing ancient and modern, European business and African husbandry, American and Eastern plants and processes, elements of traditional patrimonialism with up-to-date bookkeeping and individual ownership. These borrowings necessarily involved innovation and adaptation, as new social institutions and practices, as well as new crops and techniques of cultivation, were arranged in new ensembles. 230. These bundles of socio-political, economic, and idiocultural processes and relations are perhaps best captured under the conceptual rubric of creolization, a distinct and novel articulation of an uneven and combined development in the historically specific conditions of the New World. The term is particularly helpful in understanding the conditions of hybridity and combination forged through the New World experience, as the concept of creolization is organically linked to Atlantic slavery. Though it was initially designed to denote African slaves brought up in a master's house, the term was subsequently generalized to refer to anything that, first introduced into the New World from elsewhere, managed to reproduce itself in its new setting. 231 From the African coastal depots to the reprovisioning points in the Atlantic islands to the American ports to the plantations, colonial marketplaces, and backlands, from all these new spaces came new languages, new musics, new religions and new laws, giving birth to the Creole, to mixtures of European, African, and Amerindian elements. 232 Such processes of creolization on the plantation economy and the concomitant hybrid social relations, identities and new syntaxes of racial hierarchy. 233 That were fashioned in the colonial crucible would come to cohere and develop in ways that escaped all extant European developmental models and forms. Such was the melting pot of the Americas, founded on the sum of the most vicious forms of exploitation, oppression, and racism the modern world has known. Insofar as European, Amerindian, and African workers shared relatively equivalent experiences of the disciplinary work regime in the Americas, new potentialities for collective collaboration and resistance emerged. In addition to the forms of escape and resistance outlined above, the late 17th century saw uprisings against the ruling class in centers of the nascent plantation system, as exemplified by the Chesapeake rebellions in 1676.234. The sorts of solidarity fashioned in the early colonial system would eventually be dismantled through the differentiation and stratification of certain groups within the workforce. Less onerous labor functions and greater privileges were assigned to white European workers, while African slaves were redefined as a legally abject section of the workforce. 235 Subsequently, ruling class fears of revolt were directed less at multiracial rebellions, and more at exclusively slave revolts. Negro insurrections became an object of fear among colonialists, reflected in two acts legislating against such revolts in 1680 and 1682. According to Peter Linnebaugh and Marcus Rediker, the transition to a racially hierarchist mode of production was completed with an act concerning servants and slaves, 1705, which guaranteed the rights of servants and defined slaves as a form of property that would constitute the basis of production in Virginia. 236. With the defeat of these rebellions in the late 17th century came the recomposition of the plantation proletariat by the formation of class divisions between white and black workers through the ideology of scientific racism. 237 As the cartographer and physician William Petty put it in The Scale of Creatures, 1676, there seem to be several species even of human beings in the colonies, and the Europeans do not only differ from the aforementioned Africans in color, but also, in natural manners and in the internal qualities of their minds. 238 Here we find in Petty's works, which followed those of Francis Bacon, the development of a new discourse, an ideological racism different in tone and methods from the racial prejudice of the overseer with a whip or the bully on the deck. 239 Such spurious biological arguments for white supremacy were later redefined by the two titans of modern English philosophy, John Locke and David Hume, along with various English biologists. Similarly, the Church of England clergyman and missionary Morgan Godwine explained the inherent inferiority of black slaves, and black people as such, by their refusal to work, writing, Surely sloth and avarice have been no unhandy instruments and assistants to midwife it into the world, and to foster and nurse it up. 240 Of course, as noted, such refusals to work were quite often part of slave strategies to resist colonial rule, rather than symptomatic of putative essential, racial attributes. The construction of racism as a class relation, and as an ideology legitimating divide and rule, was therefore central to the formation and reproduction of the colonial economy in the Americas. 241 But its effects would prove considerably more wide-ranging, eventually constituting the broader development and reproduction of capitalism as a totality of socio-economic, political, legal, and idiocultural relations. For at the core of the sociological amalgamations within the colonial plantations was the interlacing and systemic fusion of different relations of production. Slaves themselves were not directly subject to capitalist rules of reproduction and were often dependent on the natural economy for subsistence. Rather than the market dependence of the wage laborer, slaves grew much of their own food and built shelter for themselves. In fact, this allowed plantations a degree of self-sufficiency outside of the vagaries of the market, enabling them to better survive times of war, revolution, or commercial depression. 242 Due to this element of self-sufficiency, slavers themselves could temporarily withdraw from the market in ways that merchants and industrialists could not. Nonetheless, plantations also mobilized modern techniques in crop specialization, cultivation, bookkeeping, packaging and shipping, signaling various developments in the productive forces. Such developments in the labor process made slavers considerably more responsive to market pressures than most non-capitalist rulers or merchants. 243 Being plugged into networks of international capital for both the supply of labor and the realization of commodities produced also meant that slavers, and by extension slaves, could regularly turn to the market for food and manufactured goods traded in plantation products. Consequently, specialized production in the plantation could operate on a permanent basis. To draw a contrast with 17th century Indian cotton, where producers would often turn to subsistence production in times of famine leading to substantial decreases in cotton output, plantations were receptive and responsive to the market as a basis for reproduction and were thus not subject to the same limitations. 244. Perhaps most importantly, market competition compelled plantations to operate according to distinctly capitalist rules of reproduction. 245 The maintenance of the plantation was subject to costs and market stimuli that constantly demanded renewed and expanding commodity production, where profit maximization was the cardinal aim. 246 As assets of fixed capital, slaves were put to work in the name of profit, or else sold off to someone who would do so. 247 Consequently, at least 9/10 of American slaves were put to commodity production. 248 In which modern techniques of discipline and violence were deployed to concentrate and mechanize work, as well as accelerate its intensity. Such features meant that the condition of slaves was considerably closer to that of the proletarians of England than that of the self-subsisting peasants of feudal Europe. 249 Moreover, planters often made large investments in slave labor that could enhance the productivity of future laborers, as exemplified by South Carolina's tidal rice plantations. 250 Elsewhere slavers introduced labor-saving technologies, as in the case of the ginning machine, which in 1794 mechanized cotton cleaning. 251 The intensification of cultivation, its increasing commercialization, mechanization, and industrialization, brought with it an intensification of exploitation for the slaves who worked the plantations. Notably, slaves working on plantations that were plugged into international networks of trade, for example, cotton, were considerably more exploited than those in other sectors. 252 In short, the plantations showed all those features we would expect from a capitalist enterprise. 253 What is more, as slave plantations were so thoroughly integrated into the world market, the evidence reveals a sharp convergence of average rates of profits and standardist methods of procedure, as we would expect from enterprises operating on a fully capitalist market. 254 These transitional forms of social relations and the trading links connecting them to Europe would form part of a network through which capitalist laws of motion could become operative on a global scale, once the existing State system was overthrown. 255 Hence, against Charles Post's claim that plantation slavery, even when subordinated to a capitalist world market, cannot be understood as a capitalist form of social labor. 256 The plantations operated according to capitalist laws of motion, even if the slaves themselves were not subject to capitalist rules of reproduction. This was a combined social formation, imbued with entirely novel and distinct, amalgamated, social relations and processes of a complexity and richness that falls out of any neat modal classification as either capitalist or non-capitalist. Such was the curiosity of the plantation as a combined capitalist enterprise that operations conducted in the American periphery were often far in advance, in terms of production techniques and forms of labor organization, of those found in the imperial metropole. These were the most intensely commercialized farms in the world. 257 Something particularly true of the Brazilian sugar plantations of the Portuguese Empire, where tea merchants who owned the plantations were involved in the process of production, from cultivation to processing to ultimate transportation to market, to an extent that they were very rarely in the metropolitan center. And the same process would often happen in reverse, with planters becoming merchants in their turn. Plantations, although often smaller than the average area owned by landowners in Europe, occupied labor forces up to 10 times as large. These were more akin to later factories than to the actual manufacturing as it existed in most of Europe at the time, in the form of the largely unsupervised putting out process. 258. The plantation combined extensive land use with a labor force that was self-subsisting in reproduction but proletarianist in production, operating within an international market for the realization of goods produced. Hence, we can indeed speak of the slave plantations in the Americas and West Indies as entirely novel combined social formations, amalgamating different modes of production, Atlantic African slavery and European merchant capitalism, into new forms and modalities of development entirely distinct from those found previously in Europe, the Americas, or Africa. These were, in other words, sui generis modes of combined development. And failure to grant explanatory agency to these combined modalities of development born and nurtured in the Atlantic furnace is to externalize the intertwined histories of slavery, patriarchy, racism, colonial subjugation, and exploitation so fundamental to the making of capitalist modernity. New World slavery and the rise of industrial capitalism. The implications of the plantations for the development of English capitalism, and the capitalist mode of production more generally, are wide-ranging and striking. If we recall, the limits of England's domestic agrarian capitalism had created a surplus population and a concomitant fall in the overall rate of profit. Whether intentional or not, plantation slavery provided an avenue through which an array of countervailing tendencies could, first, put a halt to any fall in the rate of profit, and second, facilitate the expanded reproduction of capitalism through the Industrial Revolution. For Marx, there were 6 countervailing tendencies which could prevent the rate of profit from falling: 1. A more intense exploitation of labor; 2. Reduction of wages below their value; 3. Cheapening the elements of constant capital; 4. Absorbing surplus populations by developing new lines of production; 5. Foreign trade; and 6. Increases in share capital. 259 As William Darity notes, in the colonial setting, especially with slave labor in place, all of these counter-effects except the 6th can be operative. 260 The significance of the plantation was not missed by Marx, who observed, as far as capital invested in the colonies, etc. is concerned, however, the reason why this can yield higher rates of profit is that the profit rate is generally higher there on account of the lower degree of development, and so too is the exploitation of labor, through the use of slaves and coolies, etc. Now there is no reason why the higher rates of profit that capital invested in certain branches yields in this way, and brings home to its country of origin, should not enter into the equalization of the general rate of profit and hence raise this in due proportion, unless monopolies stand in the way. 261. It is difficult to overstate the importance of this quote, as it demonstrates that, at least empirically, Marx understood sociological unevenness, intersocietal interactions, and hybrid systems of production, combined developments, as constitutive of capitalism's laws of motion. 262. In what follows, we trace the significance of the plantation to two key factors of capitalist accumulation, two spheres in which the expanded reproduction of the Industrial Revolution was manifest. First, we look at the sphere of circulation, and the contributions the plantations made to the rate of profit and to foreign trade. Second, we look at how the plantation reordered the composition of labor and capital in Britain, with a particular focus on the reproduction of wage labor and the real subsumption of labor under capital during the Industrial Revolution. Contributions to the sphere of circulation. The peculiar combination of extensive land, capital, and slave labor in the plantation entailed both a low organic composition of capital, countervailing tendency 4, and the means through which increases in absolute and relative surplus labor, countervailing tendency 1, were made possible. The very modal hybridity of the slave plantations made it a powerful engine of primitive accumulation, cheapening the supply of the means of production or reproduction to the metropolitan regions, more on the latter below. Hence, the rate of surplus extraction and rate of profit on the plantation were exceptionally high. 263. In the Jamaican sugar plantations, for example, the rate of return was 10% or more higher than the prevailing rate of interest in England. 264 On Barbara Solo's estimates, the year 1770 saw slave profits forming 0.5% of Britain's national income, nearly 8% of total investment and 39% of commercial and industrial investments, constituting enormous ratios. 265 As Solo puts it, slavery made more profits for investment, a larger national income for the empire, and a pattern of trade which strengthened the comparative advantage of the home country in industrial commodities. 266 In the late 18th century, income from colonial properties in the Americas was equal to approximately 50% of British gross investment. 267 Since much of this would have been reinvested in British industries, it provided a significant input into British industrialization. 268 An indication of the impact of such developments was the sharp decline in British interest rates. In the early 1690s, the rate of interest in Britain was 12%, declining thereafter to 8% after the establishment of the Bank of England in 1694, and then to 3% in 1752. Rates on British public debt displayed a steady decline, falling from a high of 14% in 1690 to 6% and 7% between 1707 and 1714. Rates subsequently remained low, at around 5% up to the 1730s, falling to 3% by 1750. 269. These rates indicate that the plantation economy was central to the expansion of foreign trade, countervailing tendency 5. The import of luxury items from the New World, tobacco, sugar, coffee, and so on, provided goods in global demand, enabling the colonial powers to engage in a lucrative re-export trade with the rest of Europe. 270 Access to cheap sources of cotton lowered the cost of production in the all-important textile industry, raising the competitiveness of British exports. In particular, the transatlantic trades boosted the manufacture of cottons. Checks 271 for export either in the form of Indian piece imitations in West Africa or as clothing material for the African slaves in the New World. 272. According to one estimate, British exports accounted for approximately 56% of all industrial production between 1700 and 1760, and over 46% between 1760 and 1800. North America, Latin America, and the Caribbean were far and away the major markets for these overseas sales. 273 Moreover, it is estimated that this Atlantic trade constituted as much as 55% of Great Britain's gross fixed capital formation investment. 274 By 1772, the Americas consumed 37% of English exports, making them a critical market for the imperial metropole while allowing the West Indies to concentrate exclusively on sugar. 275 If we include all the colonies, the Proportion of British manufacturing exports rose from 14% in 1700 to 55% in 1773 to 71% in 1855.276 for the 1750 to 1800 period alone. British trade with the colonies accounted for approximately 15% of national income, a colossal figure. 277 Hence, it seems clear that during the critical early stages of Britain's industrialization, the colonial export markets played a particularly crucial role, making up for the demand often lacking in the highly protected home market. Smith's vent for surplus. Certainly in the 17th century, cotton textiles were central to the widening of Britain's export markets, saving British industry as a whole from a crisis of stagnation. Initial domestic demand was stimulated by the East India Company trade in Indian textiles. In 1613, the company's first sales amounted to 5,000 pieces. By 1625 this had increased to 221,500 pieces. In 1681 sales peaked at 3,445,000 pieces. 278 The negative effects Indian imports had on domestic woolen manufacturing in turn led to noisy agitation among English producers, who petitioned for protective legislation. Such constraints subsequently stimulated the production of homemade calicos, using Indian methods, which were then sold as East Indian products in the domestic market. 279 Again, woolen and silk producers moved against this market by pressuring Parliament to pass legislation banning the domestic consumption of calicos. The unintended effect was to provide a boost to cotton manufacturing. 280 As the expansion reached the limits of the protected pre-existing domestic market, Joseph Inakori writes, stagnation set in. Not surprisingly, the means to resolve this crisis of stagnation was through the exploitation of export opportunities in the transatlantic slave trade from Africa and in the slave-based economy of the Atlantic system. 281. Indeed, the larger market offered by the Atlantic increased the number of firms engaged in textile production. Consequently, Salo and German argue that these foreign outlets provided Britain with new markets as old ones were drying up, and that increased demand for British manufacturing exports played an important role in the expansion of the British industrial sector. 282 Hence, the 20 years from 1782 to 1802 have a marked originality, owing to their very high growth rate in exports, in which transatlantic commodities and markets played a leading role. 283 The role of the Atlantic colonies for the British economy was particularly important during periods of intense international economic competition. In the period after 1650, for example, the North American colonies had a positive net impact on English demand, thereby opening up an exclusive market for English industrial output precisely when intra-European trade was depressed and competition intensifying. 284. In sum, the American colonies and slave plantations generated both the markets and needed surpluses that assisted, through reinvestment, in jump-starting the engine of industrial accumulation. In Britain, the growth of an array of sectors, sugar refining, rum production, metallurgical products such as guns, chains, and iron bars, wool and cotton textiles, benefited from capital investments derived from the transatlantic trade. Moreover, the profits from such sectors were often realized in this same trade, as all of these goods were transported to Africa, the Americas, or both. The development of port cities such as Bristol and Liverpool, and centers of manufacture such as Manchester, was a direct product of slavery. To take an anecdotal but revealing example, the business activities of the Hibbert family embodied the transatlantic sociological combination of plantation slavery and capitalism. The Hibberts owned a 3,000-acre sugar plantation in Jamaica and sugar commission enterprise in London, as well as a cotton cloth manufactory in Manchester. 285 The investments derived from dealings such as these were, moreover, constitutive of British finance. The bulk of exchange bills and company bonds circulating in England originated directly and indirectly from the transatlantic slave trade and the trade centered on slave-produced American products. 286 Many banks and insurance firms grew and reproduced themselves on the basis of ownership and/or investment in plantations, and their related trades. Most notably, Barclays and Lloyds developed from slave trade profits, and subsequently became sources of credit for British industry. 287. Contributions to the sphere of production. Nonetheless, the significance of the plantation extended far beyond surpluses realized in export markets. Specifically, in the sphere of production, the plantation had a twofold impact on the development of industry in Britain. First, the production of consumer goods such as sugar, coffee, and tobacco on the plantations proved crucial to reducing the costs of labor power, countervailing tendency number 1, in Britain. In contrast to Europe, where labor and land costs were comparatively prohibitive. 288. The cheaper use of slave labor in the ecologically boundless American colonies facilitated increases in productivity. The result was reduced prices on these so-called luxury items, enabling access to and consumption of them on a mass scale. The effect on British workers was significant, since sugar provided virtually free calories. 289 that had previously been unobtainable with their wage via the market. The plantation was thus instrumental in widening the scope of market dependence, and reducing the proportion of the working day required for British workers to reproduce themselves. Hitherto luxurious items such as sugar, coffee, and tobacco both metaphorically and literally fueled the British Industrial Revolution, allowing laborers in the factories to work more productively over longer periods of time. 290. However, it would be a mistake to read this as a triumph for British workers in cahoots with European capitalists at the expense of those toiling on the plantations. For the expanded consumption of the working class brought with it the possibility of reconstituting the labor process in Britain by expanding the unpaid part of the waged working day as well. 291 While increases in calorific intake meant workers could remain productive for longer, the cheaper cost of the workers' reproduction meant a concomitant reduction in the value of their labor power. Either by reducing wages or by increasing productivity, capitalists could thus siphon off a larger proportion of workers' labor as profits, without affecting the latter's reproduction. This increase in the rate of exploitation, countervailing tendency 1, was the basic precondition 292 on which the Industrial Revolution was built, for it enabled a shift from absolute to relative surplus, from a type of exploitation based upon the lengthening of the working day, to a regime where higher wages and shorter hours would be compensated with an increase in the productivity of work, and the pace of production. 293 In other words, a shift in the qualitative nature of the labor process brought about a different configuration of how the means of production were combined in the act of production itself. 294. Second, the absorption of labor into industry, and the real subsumption of labor as such, was most pronounced in the production of textiles, wool. 295 and later cotton. In 1840, textiles accounted for 75% of industrial employment in England, with cotton textiles accounting for half of this total. 296 By 1850, British cotton production employed 374,000 people, of whom 89% worked in factories where production was almost entirely mechanized. 297 Here too we find the pervasive influence of the plantation economy as a key input. Both the impulse and conditions for mechanization came from the attempt to lower the costs of inputs in the form of labor and raw materials, and improve the quality of textiles produced. 298. On the one hand, British attempts to emulate and outdo the quality of Indian textiles explain the long durational process of experimentation with production techniques, of which the Industrial Revolution was the final stage. 299 With factories came altogether new techniques in exploitation, many of which were borrowed directly from American plantations. The increasing complexity and scale of machinery necessitated centralized and concentrated sites of production, capable of employing thousands in small areas. While labor methods were standardized and desk-isled, strict regulations were imposed on working hours, expected productivity, breaks, and conduct. 300 These were all inventions of the American plantation. 301. On the other hand, had it not been for the steady stream of cheap raw cotton flowing out of the New World, which supplied nearly 3/4 of Britain's imports of raw cotton, the British cotton industry would have never been able to play such a central role in Britain's industrialization. 302 As David Washbrook notes, Aten was exceptionally well placed to lead the move towards mechanization, but favorably placed precisely because its raw material came from abroad. 303 That the British were able to outsource the production of raw cotton to the Americas, where the costs of production and labor in particular were considerably lower, was central to their industrial take-off in the 18th century. Through the institution of the slave plantation in the colonies, capitalists were able to significantly reduce the costs of constant capital in the form of raw materials, countervailing tendency 3. Without this key input, it is highly unlikely British manufacturers could have overcome the formidable competition from Indian cotton textiles, which even in the mid-18th century still held a leading position in world markets. 304 The workshop of the world was thus built on the foundations of plantation slavery. Conclusion: colonies, merchants, and the transition to capitalism. Emphasizing the decisive importance of 1492 on the history of European capitalism is, in some respects, a return to the previous orthodoxies of Smith, Marx, Weber, and Brodel. Each in their own way was able to grasp the origins of capitalism not as a single moment of inception, but as a value-added process of increasing systemic consolidation and complexification, unevenly developing in time and space, a cascading and multilayered transformation of states and societies. The uneven and interactive development between the Atlantic and Europe promoted further modalities and relations of unevenness in Europe itself. And it was New World colonialism and slavery that catapulted capitalism into the global industrial system that it subsequently became. As Fernand Braudel put it some years ago, is not America perhaps the true explanation of Europe's greatness? 305 As the preceding analysis has shown, the answer is an emphatic yes. Yet to reiterate, this was not simply because of the effects that the American discoveries had on the sphere of circulation, trade and exchange, in Europe, as many WST would have it. More importantly, the discoveries decisively affected changes in the sphere of production, both in the Atlantic colonies and in the metropolitan core, which served to recompose the labor process in ways posited by capital itself, that is, real subsumption. In this respect, the arrival of capitalism was not a natural internal process. Rather, as Ifran Habib writes, the subjugation of other economies was crucial to the formation of industrial capital within it. In other words, colonialism, in its harshest forms, was not a mere attendant process to the rise of capitalism, it was one of its basic, inescapable premises. 306. In this chapter, we have examined the various practices of subjugation that took place across three nodes of the Atlantic. In the Americas, colonialists annihilated indigenous populations, communities, modes of life and production. This scorched earth policy was complemented by a legal and ideological apparatus that served to legitimize the violence of and rule by Europeans. Eurocentrism and scientific racism were effectively born in the Americas. In Atlantic Africa, Europeans tapped into, and subsequently reordered around their interests, a slave trade which would serve to populate the virgin lands of the Americas with a mass of laborers capable of working the incipient plantation economy. The combination of African slave labor with the vast expanse of American land created, in the plantation, a sociological amalgamation that proved a boon to a British ruling class struggling to escape the limits of agrarian capitalism at home, and the freedom of labor abroad. In particular, the brutal exploitation of slaves on the plantation provided an array of inputs that contributed to the Industrial Revolution. It was in this respect that the real subsumption of labor under capital in the British factory, and the establishment of free wage labor in Europe, needed as their fundamental precondition the unqualified slavery of the New World as its pedestal. 307. We thus see how the productive forces, the way in which the different means of production are combined in the act of production itself, cannot be properly examined from an ontologically singular perspective, pertaining to a single enterprise or society. Rather, such combinations transcend single enterprises and take place in an integrated way across multiple sectors, each using different means of production and labor processes. In turn, the differentials in the rates and forms of exploitation generated by uneven but combined labor processes can serve to facilitate capitalist accumulation in new and unprecedented ways. The global combination of an assortment of different productive forces between the American plantation and the British factory was a remarkable illustration of this. Our argument has two major implications for our understanding of the origins of capitalism. First, the Eurocentrism of accounts that focus too narrowly on the development of capitalism in one country will tend to miss how the expanded reproduction of capitalism was only made possible through spheres of activity that presupposed the Atlantic. Second, insofar as internal processes are insufficient for explaining the transition to capitalism in Europe, the agents involved in this process cannot be found exclusively within the confines of any given domestic system. On the one hand, our understanding of labor, and of exploitation under capitalism, requires a more expansive definition than one restricted exclusively to wage labor. To be clear, none of this is to argue that capitalism could exist or even survive without wage labor, see Chapter 2. Rather, the point we are making is that capitalism can benefit, and has benefited, enormously from the exploitation of unfree labor in conditions where this is possible, desirable or necessary. As this chapter has shown, the formation of free wage labor and the real subsumption of labor under capital, that is, the maturation of capitalism as a mode of production, in Britain was driven by and dependent on slave labor in the Americas. This provides, in our view, an important corrective to positions that have attempted to marginalize the non-waged sphere in analyses of capitalism, since it is precisely in this sphere that those most made abject and marginalized by capitalism, and concomitantly the labor movement, reside, women and people of color. We further elaborate these points in Chapter 7 and the conclusion. On the other hand, an internationalist view of the origins of capitalism requires some scrutiny of those agents that were responsible for tying together the various nodes of the transatlantic triangular system, merchants. As we have seen, merchants involved in transatlantic trade came to control and intervene in the production process itself, through various attempts to overcome the limits created by declining rates of profits and competition from Indian textiles. 308 In doing so, merchants effectively transformed themselves into capitalists proper, subsuming labor to capital in one form or another. Hence, the self-expansion of merchant capital entailed much more than the simplistic formula of buying cheap and selling dear. 309 Rather, under particular circumstances, merchants could act in ways that altered and eventually transformed the direct production process, thereby reconfiguring their relations of production in a capitalist direction. 310 This is precisely what took place on the plantations, where merchants were singularly responsible for accumulating slave labor that was then put to work for exclusively commercial purposes. But this was not limited to the plantation alone, as we discuss in Chapter 7. The Dutch Volk also sought to intervene into and control production in the Indonesian spice trades as a means to establish a monopoly of supply and squeeze out its competitors. 311 A similar process can be found at work in the British East India Company's attempts to establish control over the textile producers of the northern Coromandel region in India. 312 In short, merchants could function as agents in the transition to capitalism, see also Chapters 4 and 7. This point regarding the potential for merchants to become capitalists or for merchant activities to promote capitalist development is of critical import, given that one of the most influential schools of Marxist thought on the origins of capitalism, political Marxism, denies any such possible role for merchants. In an often cited passage on the different paths to capitalist development in Capital, Volume 3, Marx wrote, "The transition from the feudal mode of production takes place in two different ways. The producer may become a merchant and capitalist, in contrast to the agricultural natural economy and the guild-bound handicraft of medieval urban industry. This is the really revolutionary way. Alternatively, however, the merchant may take direct control of production himself. But however frequently this occurs as a historical transition, it cannot bring about the overthrow of the old mode of production by itself, but rather preserves and retains it as its own precondition. 313. Political Marxists have all too often taken Marx's last sentence on the supposed impossibility of merchants acting as agents of modal transformation and turned it into an article of faith, to which the historical record must either conform, be deemed irrelevant or simply ignored. 314 Yet having outlined these two paths to capitalist development, Marx goes on to outline a third possible path 315 whereby the merchant becomes an industrialist directly. The transition can thus take three forms. 316 Or, as Marx put it elsewhere, the activities of merchant capital who commissions a number of immediate producers, then collects their produce and sells it, perhaps making them advances in the form of raw materials, etc., or even money represents the form that provides the soil from which modern capitalism has grown, and here and there it still forms the transition to capitalism proper. 317 It seems clear then that Marx never ruled out the possibility of merchants or merchant activities forming the basis for the subsumption of labor to capital. And why should he have, given the long history of merchants intervening in the organization of the immediate production process? Robert Brenner himself, the founder of political Marxism, held a very similar view, specifically regarding English colonial merchant operations in the Atlantic. In one of his earliest articles, published before his famous interventions in the transition debate, Brenner wrote, "In marked contrast to the established London trades, colonial operations required investment in commodity production, not merely in commodity exchange. The growth of American commerce depended in the first instance upon plantation development, and it was difficult to participate in the former without financial involvement in the latter. The nascent plantation economy needed constant injections of outside capital to get it started and keep it going. Thus, at least in the early years of development, merchants interested in trading on a large scale normally could not avoid taking some part in the productive process. Merchants might purchase and directly operate their own plantations. Otherwise they could enter into partnership with colonial planters, supplying them with land, tools, and servants and marketing the final product. As the number of participants grew, competition became increasingly fierce. 318. Such observations regarding merchants becoming directly involved in the sphere of production and transforming social relations have been further borne out by more recent research. 319 When this is tied to the wider discussion in this chapter, it is evident that merchant activities could hasten the rise of capitalist relations and not simply act as a solvent on extant feudal relations. Thus, the distinction between production and circulation, capitalist agriculture, and merchant capitalism that underpins the whole of political Marxist thought is, Jairus Banaji writes, a false antithesis. 320. To be clear, we are not arguing, as do some world systems theorists, that merchants trading on markets or even the intensification of trade and market transactions automatically translated into a capitalist logic of development. Rather, we suggest that the experience of the Atlantic colonies demonstrates how merchants could, in some instances, act on the production process itself and subsume labor to capital. This should alert us to the importance of historical specificity when considering the role of merchants. Against ahistorical conceptions of merchant agency in both world systems theory 321 and political Marxism 322, we suggest that the character of merchant activity is only discernible when tied to the wider multiplicity of determinations of the historical conjuncture merchants operate in. It is this transformation within the sphere of production, not circulation, that is really decisive. As we have seen, the tendency among merchants to take control of and reorganize the direct production process was itself intensified by developments in the American colonies. While many merchants pursued super profits in the American colonies, or Asian trade, others sought to mimic such profitable behaviors by seeking out new areas within Europe that were less resistant to their controlling power than the traditional guild-bound cities. Hence, the export of commodity production into the European countryside meant that the growth of the merchants' hegemony over production, which perhaps ended in Bengal, Java, and Martinique, began just outside Bristol, Haarlem, and Rouen. 323. There is, however, an even more direct way that the transformations in the activities and modalities of production in the merchant colonial plantations of the Atlantic radiated back home to the imperial metropole with hugely significant effects. Indeed, we can trace the specific ways by which the colonial plantations of the periphery were in fact generative of precisely those social forces in the core that would end up making a decisive contribution to consolidating England's capitalist transition. Here we reconnect to Brenner's work detailing the role of the merchant community in the making of the English Revolution of 1640–51, which presents the metropolitan face of the hybrid economic forms whose development the other side of the Atlantic is traced by Blackburn. 324 Brenner delineates two distinct factions of mercantile capital in 17th-century England, one dominant faction centered around the city and increasingly tied to the East India Company and merchants importing from the Levant, and a second faction of new merchants predominantly coming from outside the city and connected to the rising colonial trades in the Americas. While the former faction relied heavily on the crown for politically protected trade routes and monopolies, the latter were much less dependent on the state since, given the merchants' socio-economic backgrounds, they were excluded from government-sanctioned charter companies. Unlike company merchants that relied on extra economic privileges, new colonial merchant activities took place independent of politically constituted, state-backed commerce. 325 It was the second faction of colonial mercantile capitalists, who had begun the process of subsuming labor to capital, that would come to play a leading role in supporting Oliver Cromwell and the independents during the Revolution. This was then another instance in which the merchant becomes an industrialist directly. 326 The balance of class forces in England was thus directly connected to and constituted by socio-economic developments in the New World, paving the way for England's bourgeois revolution. It is this wider phenomenon of the bourgeois revolutions that we examine in the next chapter. Chapter 6. The Classical Bourgeois. Revolutions in the History of Uneven and Combined Development. Sometimes Providence condemns the world with universal and evident calamities, whose causes we cannot know. This seems to be one of the epochs in which every nation is turned upside down, leading some great minds to suspect that we are approaching the end of the world. Count Duke of Olivares, 16,431. Introduction. In previous chapters, we charted the changing geopolitical conditions conducive to the emergence of capitalist social relations in northwestern Europe. In doing so, we sought to demonstrate how ostensibly internal processes of social transformation were rooted in broader intersocietal dynamics, that intrasocietal forms of sociality were continually overlain by distinctly intersocietal determinations. In accounting for this persistently overdetermined nature of social structures by their interactions with one another, we have drawn on the concept of uneven and combined development. This chapter extends our analysis to an examination of the causal role of the international in the making of the classical bourgeois revolutions in Holland, England, and France. In Martin White's classic Power Politics, he estimated that there were 256 years of international revolution to 212 unrevolutionary years. 2 This was written in 1960. Since that time, the world has experienced a near perpetual state of revolution, illustrated by the vast array of popular revolts, guerrilla wars and resistance movements emerging time and again over this period. It would then seem that the default setting of modern international relations has been one of revolution, an epoch perhaps best understood as a series of continuing attempts to confront the challenges of social disorder and revolution wrought by the international expansion of capitalist relations. In short, this is an era of permanent counter-revolution, out of which the discipline of international relations, IR, itself crystallized. 3. In the modern era, revolutions have been central to the structure and dynamics of international affairs. They have always been international events, international in origin, ideology, process, and effect, supercharging, both ideologically and politically, the rhythms and logics of any given geopolitical system. The interactively co-constitutive nature of revolutions and international relations is well captured by Arno Meyer when he writes of how at every point in a revolution's development, international politics impinges on its course, while the creation and consolidation of revolutionary states best dramatizes the centrality of interstate relations and war to modern social development. 4. Yet within the discipline of IR, the study of revolutions has remained something of a secondary subject. Not only have there been relatively few studies theoretically engaging with revolutions and international relations but the dominant theoretical frameworks in realism, liberalism, and constructivism, have largely bracketed out revolutions from their conceptions of international politics. In the extreme case of structural realism, revolutions have been altogether excluded from the study of as they remain outside Kenneth Waltz's discreetly conceived international system, which abstracts from the historical sociological terrain, the so-called domestic, through which revolutions are formed. 6 Hence revolutions remain at the margins of the discipline, constituting the great anomaly, as Fred Halliday put it, as they are continually viewed as aberrations or abnormalities to the anarchic dictates of an international system conceived as a realm of perennial great power struggles over the balance of power. 7 Yet if revolutions are in part both international in cause and effect, transcending the confines of second, domestic, and third image, geopolitical, conceptions of international relations. 8 We require theoretical tools capable of capturing the sociological and geopolitical dimensions of these Janus-faced events without reducing one dimension into the other. We might think that the historical sociological literature on revolutions, which has commonly pointed to the international as a structural cause of revolutions, 9 would show us the way. Yet here too, the international remains powerfully acknowledged but analytically unpenetrated, leading to continual charges of attaching an essentialized, realist conception of the international onto historical sociology. 10. What we need then is a theory of socio-historical development that organically fuses both sociological, internalist, and geopolitical, externalist, modes of explanation into a single unified theoretical apparatus. And it is perhaps no surprise that the most attuned scholar of revolutions in disciplinary Fred Halliday, came to identify uneven and combined development as one possible theory. 11 Nevertheless, in Halliday's work the concept remains something of an afterthought. Halliday never systematically integrated the concept into his own theoretical understandings of revolutions, thus never realizing the potential of uneven and combined development as a unified theory of socio-historical development as an interactive whole. This task was left to one of Halliday's students, Justin Rosenberg, who has sought to rework Trotsky's concept as a historical sociological theory of the international. 12 For as argued in Chapter 2, what the concept of uneven and combined development uniquely provides is a theoretical internalization of the distinctly international determinants of social development. This then renders the international historically and sociologically intelligible, overcoming both realist reifications of the international system as an absolutely autonomous, supersocial, sphere and the classical sociological tradition's tendency to falsely subsume its distinctive causal dynamics and behavioral patterns to unisocietal abstractions. It is surprising that given uneven and combined development's origins as a theoretical tool to explain the Russian Revolution 13 and its recent revival in disciplinary the theory has yet to be deployed in explaining revolutions. 14 This is the aim of this chapter, which seeks to further draw out the theory's implications in explaining 3 instances of bourgeois revolution, the Dutch, English and French. The chapter is developed in 4 movements. The first section reconsiders the concept of bourgeois revolutions in terms of the effects of revolutions in creating and consolidating territorially demarcated sovereign centers of capital accumulation, rather than defining them in terms of their primary agents. 15 This consequentialist interpretation of bourgeois revolutions subverts revisionist and political Marxist critiques of the concept while providing a more apposite framework to understand their effects in their domestic and international dimensions. The next section turns to examine the origins of Dutch capitalism, a highly disputed subject, and the Dutch revolt against the Habsburg Empire, highlighting the critical importance of the changing geopolitical conditions throughout the course of the revolution. The third section analyzes the English civil wars of 1640–51 and Glorious Revolution of 1688–89, again paying close attention to the often overlooked international origins and effects of the revolutions theoretically captured by the notion of uneven and combined development. The final section then moves to an analysis of the French Revolution of 1789 to 1815, arguing, against revisionist and political Marxist accounts, that the revolution was both capitalist and bourgeois in origin and effect, subsequently transforming the character and dynamics of the European international system over the long 19th century. The conclusion then teases out the implications of the preceding theoretically informed empirical analysis for understanding the relationship between revolutions and the modern international system. The concept of bourgeois revolution. Reconceptualizing bourgeois revolutions. A consequentialist approach. Before providing our analysis of the classical bourgeois revolutions, we must first define what we mean by bourgeois revolution. For many historians and social scientists, the concept of bourgeois revolution has been shown to be empirically and theoretically untenable. This has been a main finding of the revisionist historiographies of the French and English revolutions currently fashionable in the Academy. These were primarily initiated as a critique of the orthodox Marxist model of bourgeois revolution emerging during the interwar years and after. For the revisionists, the revolutions were not heralded by the ascendancy of a distinctly capitalist bourgeois class. During the revolutions, the bourgeoisie were not in the lead of the movements and were often found on the opposing sides. After the revolutions, the bourgeoisie did not hold power and were often further removed from state control, and the revolutions did not result in the emergence or consolidation of capitalism. 16 More than anything else, the idea of the bourgeoisie as the primary agent in the making of the revolutions has taken the most sustained beating by revisionist studies. While the bourgeoisie did in fact play some role in the classical revolutions, as we examine below, this agent-centered conceptualization of bourgeois revolutions is itself unnecessary, if not unhelpful. Rather than looking at the intentions or composition of the agents involved in the making of revolutions, there is a veritable tradition of thinking, Marxist and non-Marxist, that conceptualizes revolutions in terms of their socio-economic and political consequences. 17 The most significant factor for this consequentialist school of thought in classifying a revolution as bourgeois is whether or not it removed the socio-political and ideological obstacles, notably, the pre-capitalist state, to the development and consolidation of capitalism, thereby establishing the state as an autonomous site of capital accumulation. 4. The definition of a bourgeois revolution is restricted to the successful installation of a legal and political framework in which the free development of capitalist property relations is assured. Gareth Stedman Jones writes, there is then no necessary reason why a bourgeois revolution need be the direct work of a bourgeoisie. 18 Bourgeois revolutions are therefore best understood not as revolutions consciously made by capitalist agents, but in terms of their developmental outcomes, revolutions that in one form or another promote the further development of capitalism. This then shifts the definitional content of the concept from the class that makes the revolution to the effects a revolution has in promoting and/or consolidating a distinctly capitalist form of state, which will in turn benefit the capitalist class irrespective of any role it played in the revolution. Bourgeois or capitalist revolutions therefore denote a socio-political transformation, a change in state power, which is the precondition for large-scale capital accumulation and the establishment of the bourgeoisie as the dominant class. 19. Whether a revolution was the necessary condition to bring about capitalism or whether it worked to facilitate an already existing capitalism. 20 varied with each case, France largely being an example of the former and the United Provinces and England more or less a case of the latter. The focus of the theory of bourgeois, or more precisely capitalist, revolution is then not about the origins of capitalism as a socio-economic system, but on the elimination of the socio-political barriers. 21 to its continued existence and the overthrow of restrictions to its further expansion. 22 Moreover, rather than bourgeois revolutions being seen as a single episode or event, they more often than not entailed much broader processes of long-term socio-political transformation and restructuring, sometimes involving extended wars and foreign conquests. While these processes involved episodes of convulsive political transformation, compressed in time and concentrated in target. 23 It would be a mistake to identify bourgeois revolutions as solely comprised of such instances. While we must be cautious not to overstretch the concept of revolution to cover developmental tendencies more broadly, it does seem that the extended temporalities of the Dutch Revolt and subsequent War of Independence, 1566 to 1648, the English Civil Wars of 1640 to 51 and Glorious Revolution of 1688 to 89, and French Revolution of 1787 to 1815 can, taken in their totalities, all be conceived as forms of bourgeois revolution. They were, in their varied ways, part and parcel of more general systemic crises taking both national and international dimensions. Moreover, as will be shown, the evolving conditions of the international system, itself transformed by the ensuing revolutions, had a major causal impact on the timing, form, and trajectory of the revolutions. Indeed, we might say that revolutions are almost universally international in origin, dynamic, and impact. Structural adaptation to geopolitical military pressures has been a central causal component of modern revolutions, and their resulting effects on the nature of the international system have been profound. Once capitalism emerged and was consolidated in some regions, the international context in which subsequent social developments took place was transformed. 24 Dramatically intensifying the coercive comparison 25 of an interactive multiplicity of differentially developing societies and its attendant whip of external necessity, each successive capitalist revolution handed down the geosocial conditions from which the next would emerge. The bourgeois revolutions were, as Perry Anderson notes, historically interrelated, and the sequence of their connections enters into the definition of their differences. Their order was constitutive of their structure. 26. Reconstructing consequentialism through uneven and combined development. Rather than discounting different instances of revolution which failed to correspond to some ideal type notion of bourgeois revolution, this approach opens the possibility for a more historically sensitive perspective, recognizing the inherently interconnected, co-constitutive, and variegated nature of modern revolutions. Nonetheless, a potential problem with contemporary consequentialist approaches to bourgeois revolutions has been their tendency to emphasize developmental identity over developmental difference. 27 In other words, in the shift to conceptualizing revolutions in terms of their socio-systemic effects, some scholars have fallen into a problematic homogenization of nearly all revolutions in the modern epoch as essentially capitalist, as the societies came to incorporate elements of capitalism into their social structures. 28 From this perspective, the very different developmental outcomes of revolutions in, say, North Vietnam, 1945, China, 1949, and Cuba, 1959, are all conceived as establishing different forms of bureaucratic state capitalism. 29 Through deflected permanent revolutions. 30, the modern version or functional equivalent of bourgeois revolutions. 31 While such regimes undoubtedly assimilated features of capitalism over time, to conceive of these revolutions as bourgeois is to stretch the concept beyond breaking point. In providing a more satisfactory, historically attuned consequentialist approach, it is therefore necessary to root this approach in a more robust conception of uneven and combined development which sends Idis's analyses to the interactively generated qualitative differences between revolutions in the modern epoch. 32 For unevenness incorporates developmental variations both within and between societies, and the attendant spatial differentiations between them, while combination denotes the manifold ways in which the internal relations of societies are determined by their interactive relations with one another, producing sociological amalgamations that meld the native and foreign, backward and advanced, within their social structures. See Chapter 2. From this perspective, we would expect the consequences of a revolution to combine systemic characteristics of different modes of production, countering their subsumption under any single modal classification, whether this is bureaucratic state capitalism, state socialism, bureaucratic collectivism or whatever. 33. Tying a consequentialist approach to the theory of uneven and combined development solves not only the difficulties of revisionist interpretations of bourgeois revolutions, but also the problematic relationship between IR and revolutions more generally. It does so, in particular, by specifying the distinctive causal dynamics and behavioral patterns of the international system affecting capitalist revolutions, while also capturing their different participating agents, methods, and outcomes. This helps explain the qualitative differences between revolutions as they co-constitutively interconnect in time and space. Since their sequentiality was constitutive of their structures, historical repetition, and thus the utility of ideal types, is eliminated. This then provides a theoretical explanation of why each capitalist revolution was a bastard birth, an exception that proved the rule. 34 It further explains the dissonance between agents' intentions and their effects, in other words, how the consequences of a given revolution can turn out to be capitalist, or some combination thereof, establishing the conditions under which capitalism becomes the dominant mode of production, irrespective of the agent's original intentions, as the systemic pressures and imperatives of the international weigh on the outcomes. 35 From such a perspective we would expect each revolution to diverge, in character, form, and agents involved, from previous revolutions. The sole criterion to judge whether they can be considered capitalist is whether they constructed the state as a sovereign territorial site of capital accumulation. The origins of capitalism and the bourgeois revolution in the Low Countries. The rise of Dutch capitalism, an international perspective. Although it is generally recognized that capitalism had become the dominant mode of production in England by the time of the Glorious Revolution of 1688, or at least shortly thereafter, the development of capitalism in the Low Countries, what would later become the United Provinces, is a more contentious case. Some Marxists have been skeptical of the capitalist credentials of the United Provinces in the early modern period. Eric Hobsbawm described the Dutch Republic of the 17th century as a feudal business economy, a Florence, Antwerp, or Augsburg on a semi-national scale. 36 Similarly, for Ellen Meixenes Wood, the Dutch Republic of the Golden Age was the last and most highly developed non-capitalist commercial society. 37 While recognizing the unprecedented degree of commercialization of the Dutch economy, and the penetration of trade relations into both urban and rural economies, Wood claims the Dutch Republic still operated on familiar non-capitalist principles, above all in its dependence on extra economic powers of appropriation. And although the Dutch pioneered many improvements in labor productivity, not least in agriculture, it is not at all clear that they were driven by the kinds of competitive pressures associated with capitalism. 38 Yet these claims rest on rather spurious grounds. In the first place, to compare the Dutch Republic to the Italian city-states of the 13th century, as does Hobsbawm, is to seriously underestimate the unprecedented scope and scale of the Dutch commercial empire. For except for Britain after around 1780, Jonathan Israel notes, no one power in history achieved so great a preponderance over the processes of world trade as did the Dutch. This was a fully fledged world entrepot that not only interconnected the markets of all the continents, but dominated them, concentrating economic power to a degree found never before, or perhaps since. 39 Not only had the Dutch merchant classes tapped into the lucrative trading markets of the Atlantic, Mediterranean, and Baltics by the mid-17th century, they had also through the Dutch East India Company, Verenigd Oost-Indisch Company, VOC, largely succeeded in displacing Portuguese merchants in the Indian Ocean, see further Chapter 7. Dutch primacy in world trade depended, above all, on both this east-west axis of international trade, the rich trades of commodities and luxuries imported from the Spanish Americas, Levant, and East Asia 40, and a north-south commercial axis stretching from the Baltic to the Mediterranean, consisting primarily of European bulk carrying. 41 Here again we encounter the importance of American silver, as it was the principal means by which Dutch merchants effected purchases and bought supplies in Asia. This was a commercial empire of a magnitude hitherto unknown in human history. One factor that made this achievement possible was the dynamism of the capitalist social relations that had emerged over the course of the late medieval and early modern eras in the northern Netherlands. The main asset of the upstart republic, Ronald Findlay and Kevin O'Rourke Wright, was its economic system, certainly the most productive and efficient in Europe at the time. 42 For Robert Brenner, The initial catalyst for this capitalist breakthrough was an ecologically driven process of primitive accumulation in which the peasants were pushed off inutile arable lands, those rendered uncultivable, divorcing them from their means of subsistence and making them market-dependent. 43 But rather than effecting depopulation of the countryside as had occurred elsewhere in Europe, Dutch peasants took a different course: commercialist farming. One of the preconditions for this shift towards commercial farming was the possibility of importing basic foodstuffs. The emergence of commercialist agriculture in the northern Netherlands was directly connected to the growth of trade with other grain-producing regions of Europe, notably, from the mid-15th century onwards, the Baltics. The various towns of medieval Holland thereby acted as key nodal points linking the developing capitalist agrarian economy to those interregional networks of trade. 44. In this respect, international relations, through foreign trade, played a decisive role in the rise of Dutch capitalism, although the geopolitics of the age would also play their part. In particular, the favorable systemic circumstances, as Giovanni Arrighi calls them, established by the particular configuration of the European market at the time were critical to the success of the capitalist relations that took hold throughout the Low Countries by the early modern period. Such systemic conditions were, in the first instance, the interactive effect of the actions of a multiplicity of agencies. 45 For the Dutch, Arrighi writes, these systemic circumstances consisted of a fundamental temporal and spatial disequilibrium between the demand for, and the supply of, grain and naval stores in the European world economy at large. For throughout most of the 16th century and up until the mid-17th century, demand was large and growing rapidly, particularly in Western Europe, due to the inflow of American silver and the intensification of geopolitical conflicts among the states of the Atlantic seaboard. 46. Supplies of grain were, however, soon limited by the precipitous rise in demand and concomitant exhaustion of Mediterranean provisions. Consequently, supplies came to be concentrated in the Baltic region. These conditions provided the Dutch merchant community with the opportunity, assisted in part by the earlier decline of the Hanseatic League, to dominate the European market. By stepping in and establishing tight control over the transfer of Baltic supplies through the Sound, the Netherlands came to occupy what over the course of the 16th century turned into the most strategic market niche of the European world economy. In turn, they became the beneficiaries of a large and steady stream of money surpluses which they further augmented by imposing an inverted fiscal squeeze on Imperial Spain. 47 Through their War of Independence, examined below. What is particularly important to note here is how the Netherlands' growing trade relations, both before and after their emergence as a dominant world economic player, interacted with burgeoning capitalist production relations in the countryside. Since as early as the 11th century, the Low Countries had functioned as a central nodal point of European trade. 48 Vital to the precocious development of capitalist social relations there was a particular form of urban agrarian symbiosis. 49 Indeed, the role of intra-European and colonial trade in the making of Dutch capitalism has been stressed by most scholars in their explanations of the high levels of economic growth and technological advances that set the Dutch economy apart from the rest of Europe during the early modern period. 50 The importance of European and colonial trade in the development of the Dutch economy of the period, Jan Lucassen writes, could hardly be overstated. 51 From the earliest stages, then, the development and reproduction of Dutch capitalism was inextricably bound to international conditions and developments, see further Chapter 7. Urban industries emerging in Holland and connected to the European-based feudal world market were, moreover, intimately tied to rural development for supplies of raw materials and labor. Much of this agrarian production was oriented around town markets, which acted not only as centers of distribution and consumption but also increasingly as independent centers of production. 52 As early as 1500, Peter Hoppenbrouwers notes, the majority of the rural population combined small-scale agriculture with various forms of commercially oriented by-employment linked to urban demand. 53 Given the high density of urban centers throughout Holland, it was very difficult for any individual town to exert political control over the countryside, as it would provoke reactions from other towns. 54 This had the effect of enabling pockets of agrarian production, uninhibited by the political domination of any single urban center, to further develop, expand, and consolidate in increasingly capitalist directions. Powerless to control the countryside politically, the bourgeoisie sought to extend their reach by economic means. This led to forms of proto-industrial development, in which urban merchant entrepreneurs invested directly in rural industries as peasant production became increasingly geared toward the world market. 55 Consequently, urban merchants obtained control over the means of peasant production at a relatively early stage, aided by the accessibility of the capital market and low cost of credit. 56 This then set the stage for full proletarianization once these merchant entrepreneurs started to move large swathes of the production process to the cities. It is this particular urban-agrarian symbiosis that set the stage for the transition to capitalism in Holland. 57 By the middle of the 16th century, almost half of all rural labor in central Holland was waged. In the Guelders River area, as much as 60% of work was performed by wage laborers, a proportion reached in most industrialist areas of Europe only in the 19th century. As a whole, probably more than a third of all labor in the Low Countries during this time was undertaken for wages. This was a high proportion compared with estimates from other parts of northwestern Europe, England included. 58 In short, by the mid-16th century, more or less market-dependent forms of wage labor had become a structural feature, albeit a geographically uneven one, of the Dutch economy. Moreover, as Bas van Bavel notes, as early as the 13th century the Low Countries, particularly in their northwestern regions, saw the early commodification of land, with open, flexible, competitive, and secure land and lease markets. These existed alongside other key preconditions for capitalist social relations such as buoyant trade, flourishing markets, a money economy, and booming cities. These were again all more or less established in the 13th century, that is, some 3 centuries before England would experience its capitalist breakthrough. 59 To be clear, these were key indicators for a later transition to capitalism, as social relations in the Low Countries at that time were not capitalist, nor were these features characteristic of the development of the Low Countries as a whole. 60 Nonetheless, such developments did provide the crucial preparatory conditions for capitalism's subsequent emergence there. See also Chapter 7. As all of this evidence indicates, claims that the Low Countries was merely a highly commercialized feudal society seem very difficult to sustain. The dynamism of the Dutch economy of the early modern period was perhaps its most distinguishing feature. In the early 16th century, agricultural labor productivity in the Low Countries was by far the highest in Europe, with some 175 mouths fed by 100 people working in agriculture, compared with from 100, Poland, to 135, England, France, Italy, in other parts of Europe. 61 Between 1510 and 1795 the total population of the Netherlands doubled, while between 1510 and 1810 agricultural productivity tripled. 62 With the great bulk of this increase occurring before the mid-17th century. 63 It seems wise to concur with Robert Brenner's conclusion that the Dutch economy as it emerged in the early modern period thus appears to have been quite fully capitalist. It was unburdened by systems of ruling class extraction by extra economic compulsion. Its producers, notably agricultural producers, were entirely dependent on the market and subject to competition in production to survive. High levels of investment obtained, which issued in rising capital-labor ratios, rapid productivity growth and, ultimately, high wages and income per person more generally. 64. Therefore, even in Brenner's restrictive view of capitalism as market dependence, the Low Countries are conceived as having been set on a capitalist path of development by the early to mid-16th century, even if capitalist development there remained limited and constricted until 1580, only after which accumulation fully took hold. See Chapter 7. 65 Much like the English case, see below, capitalist development was pronounced, if still incomplete and restricted, in the Low Countries. preceding the revolutionary settlement which would establish the socio-political conditions for its fuller development and consolidation. What are crucially missing in Brenner's account, however, are the distinctly international conditions that facilitated the development and systemic consolidation of capitalism in the Low Countries. For it was only through the geopolitical and military struggles raging across Europe that provided the systemically enabling geopolitical space from which the Dutch revolt emerged, and emerged successfully. Moreover, the economic consequences of these rivalries acted to displace the hitherto dominant Genoese high finance that the Dutch came to supplant. As Arrighi writes, withering away of Genoese dominance in European high finance, the progressive erosion of the power of imperial Spain, to which the Genoese financiers were inseparably linked, and the breakup of the Genoese-Iberian alliance cannot be understood except in the context of the escalating competitive power struggles that made the fortunes of Dutch capitalism. 66 This international environment was also crucial to the combined character of Dutch capitalist development, as the Dutch came to fuse earlier forms and methods of proto-capitalist organizations and institutions pioneered by the Genoese, the stock market, and Venetians, such as monopolies and the institutional antecedents that came to form the basis of the Dutch's greatest innovative synthesis, the VOC. They also combined Venetians and Genoese merchant capitalists' different strategies of capital accumulation, the former characterized by regional consolidation based on self-sufficiency in state and war-making, the latter by worldwide expansion based on a relationship of political exchange with foreign governments. 67 All were integral elements to the emergence of the Dutch state as the dominant world economic power over the late 16th and 17th centuries. The making of the Dutch Revolt. The 16th century of absolutist state building was a period riven by interdynastic conflict and war. During the century, there were only 25 years without large-scale military operations in Europe. As noted in previous chapters, armed conflict was intrinsic to the feudal mode of production. For in the absence of the kind of economic dynamism afforded by capitalist social relations, war was possibly the most rational and rapid single mode of expansion of surplus extraction available for any given ruling class under feudalism. 68 This was because feudal productive relations gave little incentive for either the peasant or lord to systematically introduce labor-saving technologies. 69 Rather, lordly interests lay in extracting more surpluses by coercive means. This could be done by pushing the peasants to the limit of their subsistence or by seizing the demesnes of other lords. The latter course resulted in a process of geopolitical accumulation amongst the lords themselves, a war-driven process of state formation. 70 The lords left standing at the end of this process formed the basis of the absolutist state. Representing a redeployed and recharged apparatus of feudal domination. 71 The absolutist state system of early modern European remained driven by the systemic imperatives of geopolitical accumulation. This came to interact, and in some cases fuse, with the emerging logic of competitive capital accumulation accompanying those states already making the transition to capitalism, and this in part explains the endemic state of war marking the epoch. 72. What made this era of permanent war so intense was the generalist crisis of feudal production relations besetting Europe. The persistence of armed conflict throughout the period was not just a result of the normal structural dynamics of the feudal mode, the tendency to geopolitical accumulation, but rather because the process of ruling class reproduction was itself in crisis and under threat. By this time, the feudal system had virtually exhausted all possibilities for further internal expansion within Europe. This in turn precipitated a sharp fall in seigneurial revenues, which was itself further exacerbated by the plague-induced demographic crisis, leading to a dramatic rise in peasant revolts and class struggles more generally. See Chapter 3, Point 73. This perilous situation was further exacerbated and overdetermined by the persistent geopolitical threat from the Ottoman Empire. See Chapter 4. Under such conditions, a near-continuous state of war, including both intra-ruling class struggles and the incessant efforts to crush peasant rebellions, was a sociological necessity. The uneven and combined development of feudal absolutist Europe was thus rooted in this territorially expansionist dynamic of geopolitical accumulation which, more often than not, found its ideological articulation through religious conflicts. Not surprisingly, then, the Dutch Revolt was forged in the crucible of interstate competition and war infused with deeply religious overtones, for overlaying this epoch of war was the religious conflict between Reformation and counter-Reformation states, which never initiated but frequently intensified and exacerbated geopolitical rivalries and provided their contemporary ideological idiom. 74. That religion would play such an omnipresent role in the geopolitics of the era is explicable by the structural specificities of pre-capitalist modes of production which, unlike capitalism, operated through extra-economic sanctions buttressed by the ideopolitical power of religion. In feudal absolutist Europe, religion constituted a fundamental foundation of political authority and its legitimation. Political legitimacy, Michael Braddick notes, was claimed to rest in part on the defense of the true religion. 75. As the Catholic Church provided the key ideological underpinning of the feudal system, any attack on the system was necessarily directed against the Church. Since the official Roman Catholic Church was part and parcel of existing society, Ivo Scoffer writes, and was one of the intermediaries between authority and common man, its clergy were blamed for anything which went wrong. Poverty, unemployment, inflation, taxes, corruption, all seemed to have to do with clergy and church. 76. The Reformation thus constituted the key ideological context for the emerging Dutch opposition movements of the 1560s. Dutch politics and society were particularly receptive to the international diffusion of Reformation ideologies, given the relative openness of Dutch society, its urbanization, and its strategic position at a nodal point in the European exchange of both material goods and ideas. 77. The Dutch Revolt of 1566 was then part and parcel of a broader international religious political movement sweeping across Europe. 78. It was, moreover, decisively international in origin and impact. Indeed, many historians have viewed the Dutch Revolt as an early example of a national independence struggle against Spanish oppression. 79. Cardinal Granvelle wrote, for example, that people here universally display discontent with any and all Spaniards in these provinces. It would seem that this derives from the suspicion that one might wish to subject them to Spain and reduce them to the same state as the Italian provinces under the Spanish crown. 80. While irreducible to purely socio-economic considerations, the geo-politics of the Reformation and Counter-Reformation did find an elective affinity with the emerging struggle between capitalist and feudal social forces. For the Reformation flourished in regions where feudalism was weakest, whereas the ruling classes in the more advanced areas already dominated the Catholic world, and therefore had no need to escape from its control. 81. The flowering of religious diversity in early modern Europe and its attendant, geo-political consequences were thus embedded in a further axis of socio-economic and political unevenness, pitting nascent bourgeois orders against the bastions of feudal reaction. The divergent paths of socio-economic development between feudal Spain and an incipiently capitalist Netherlands were therefore a structural precondition for the outbreak of the Dutch Revolt. It was no coincidence that the Reformation found its great support in the highly urbanist and less feudal Western Netherlands, where it played a disproportionately important role in the outbreak and subsequent course of the revolt. 82. Here, among other urbanist areas, a long-term process of cultural emancipation of the rising urban middle class took place, in which they began to challenge traditional religious practices. This urban middle class came to play a crucial role in the revolt. 83. Although the Habsburgs' absorption and unification of the Netherlands was a relatively smooth transition up to the 1540s, in part due to the absence of the pressures associated with waging war, the reignition of the Habsburg, Valois-Ottoman wars for hegemony on the European continent in 1551 was critical in intensifying Dutch discontent over Habsburg rule. 84. The immediate context for the Dutch revolt against the Habsburg Empire 85 beginning in 1566 was occasioned by the fiscal military pressures arising from the Habsburgs' protracted struggle against the Franco-Ottoman alliance. 86. Until that time, the Habsburg-Valois rivalry for hegemony in Europe had focused primarily on the Italian peninsula. By the late 1530s, however, France had been effectively shut out of Italy. Seeking to widen the conflict, the King of France, François I, shifted the military theater to the Netherlands frontier, forcing Charles V of Spain to follow suit. Consequently, the provinces of the Netherlands were subjected to sharply escalating demands for funds, men, and supplies from the regime in Brussels, leading to an unhealthy financial, logistical, and strategic dependence of the Habsburg crown on its Netherlands provinces. 87 The prolongation of the conflict with France and the Ottomans became a major drain on Dutch finances and a source of great resentment against the Habsburgs. As Israel notes, the Habsburg Emperor was routinely using the Netherlands as his chief strategic bulwark and resource, in pursuit of goals which were vital to him but had little to do with the Netherlands. With the funded debt overstretched, an unsecured deficit accumulated which, by 1557, had reached 7 times the level of 1544.88. The high levels of taxation and centralizing policies imposed on the Netherlands by the Habsburgs were a major source of grievance among the local elites. Another significant issue in the revolt involved the contrasting conceptions of state sovereignty represented by the Catholic absolutist state-building project of Philip II, on the one hand, and the more communal, federal, and constitutional state held by the Dutch oppositionists, on the other. 89 In these ways, the spatio-temporal unevenness of European development, refracted through its conjunctural geosocial consequences, constituted a key factor in the origins of the Dutch revolt. For the war-induced escalation in fiscal pressures on the Netherlands had the effect of aggravating deep-seated resentments over the way the Spanish crown had sought to integrate newly obtained provinces into the rest of the Habsburg Netherlands, and the powers the central government had arrogated to itself. The eventual result of all this was the emergence of open rebellion among the Dutch population, beginning in April 1566 when 200 members of the lesser nobility marched through Brussels to implore the governess, Margaret of Parma, to moderate the strict anti-heresy laws. Forming the opening act of the revolt, a wave of iconoclasm, known in Dutch as the Beeldenstorm, spread throughout the southern Netherlands. There were spontaneous actions among the poor and middling sort who made up a core constituent of the revolutionaries. 90. Initially the Dutch nobility subdued the revolt, ensuring its suppression 6 months before the arrival of the Duke of Alva, who headed a Spanish-backed army of 10,000 to punish the Low Countries. Yet Alva's reign of terror did not spare the Dutch higher nobility. In the midst of Alva's intensified repression and religious persecution of all sections of Dutch society, some of the Dutch nobility came to join in open rebellion against Spanish rule. This phase was exemplified by William of Orange's unsuccessful military campaign to defeat Alva in 1568.91. A second phase of the revolt was then sparked in April 1572 when sea beggars, driven from their English base by Queen Elizabeth I, captured the small seaport town of Brill, setting off a series of uprisings which spread to urban centers in Holland and Zeeland. Over the course of the revolt, many more towns experienced urban uprisings in a complex, uneven pattern of religious radicalization, military struggle, and social clashes within the revolutionary camp. This opened a more militarily intensive phase of the revolt, which took the form of a land war in the Dutch provinces, and later in the 1590s a sea war which took place outside of Europe and was fought largely in the colonies. 92. The survival of the northern Dutch provinces during this period was in part dependent on the favorable geopolitical conditions produced by Philip II's decision to redirect military resources to campaigns against the English and French, along with the Spanish monarchy's continual preoccupation with the Ottoman challenge in the Mediterranean. 93 At a number of crucial points in the Spanish campaign against the Dutch, Philip II prioritized the Mediterranean struggle against the Ottomans, to the detriment of Spanish operations in the Netherlands. In 1572, in the midst of the steady progress of the Dutch rebels in the north, Alva pleaded with Philip to alter these strategic priorities. Everything spent on the league against the Ottomans is wasted. I beat my head against the wall when I hear talk about what we are spending here, since it is not the Turks who are disturbing Christendom but the heretics, and they are already within the gates. 94. Despite Alva's imploring, Philip refused to change course, and instead continued to pour resources into the Mediterranean theater. In the end, the Spanish efforts to divert personnel and resources to other military theaters were critical to the success of the Dutch Revolt. 95 As Immanuel Wallerstein puts it, because after 1559, Spain, France, and England balanced each other off, the Netherlanders had the social space to assert their identity and throw off the Spanish yoke. 96 In this sense, the military balance of power in Europe contributed to tipping the balance of class forces struggling in the Netherlands in favor of the Dutch revolutionaries. This was further borne out by the French Wars of Religion, which also had a crucial impact on the course of the Dutch Revolt, especially in 1568 and 1572–73, when the Dutch were able to draw on significant military support from the French Huguenots. 97 With the conclusion of peace in the summer of 1573 in France, the Comte de Montgomery sent a contingent of Huguenots and English troops to the Netherlands to aid the sorely pressed William of Orange. In August, a multinational force of English, Scottish, French, and Flemish companies stormed Saint-Gertruidenberg, defeating the Spanish and making it the first city captured by the rebels. This multinational force then went on to successfully defend Leiden against the Spanish siege of 1573–74, a decisive moment in the history of the Dutch Revolt. 98. In short, the geopolitical context of the revolt was of primary importance to both its origins and outcome, as the specific configuration of geopolitical relations of the conjuncture was central to its victory. In turn, the revolt causally fed back into these geopolitical dynamics, recombining with and reconstituting them in the process. For significantly, the revolt acted as a continual drain on Spanish resources, rooting the Habsburg drive to hegemony on the European continent, thereby precipitating Spain's decline as a great power. As the imperial center weakened, wars and rebellions proliferated until the Peace of Westphalia institutionalized the emerging European balance of power. 99. Lasting nearly 80 years, the conflict only ended with the signing of the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648, which recognized the sovereignty of the 7 northern provinces that came to form the Dutch Republic. By that time, the Dutch Republic was firmly dominated by the bourgeoisie, in the form of a merchant oligarchy, establishing the socio-political conditions favorable to the optimization of capitalist development. Although the indigenous bourgeoisie played very little role in leading the revolt, the effects of the revolution make it an early example of a bourgeois revolution laying the socio-political conditions for the dominance of the capitalist mode of production. 100. The English Revolution in the history of uneven and combined development. The origins of the English Revolution, whether it is taken as comprising the English Civil Wars of 1640–51 or the entire period from 1640 to 1688, have produced an enormously rich and varied body of literature. Yet with few exceptions 101 virtually the whole of this literature has been, as Halliday notes, written as if England was not just an island, but was a closed entity, separate from the political, economic, and intellectual world of the rest of Europe. 102 However, the international structure and context of which England formed a part played a critical role in the causal and imaginative coordinates of its revolutionary experience. That the events of the English Revolution took place in an era of general crisis riven by upheavals, rebellions, and wars raging across Europe and beyond has scarcely been taken into account when explaining its main causal sources. Yet this international context of English events was hardly lost on contemporaries. 103 In 1649, Robert Mentet de Saumonet, a Scottish exile living in France, prefaced his account of the English Revolution by noting that Europe was proceeding through an Iron Age marked by a desolation of countries commonly attending war, an era famous for the great and strange revolutions that have happened in it, with revolts, frequent both in East and West. 104 Similarly, in January 1643, shortly after the English Civil War had broken out, a Protestant preacher, Jeremiah Whittaker, warned the House of Commons, "These days are a days of shaking, and this shaking is universal, the Palatinate, Bohemia, Germany, Catalonia, Portugal, Ireland, England." 105. The crisis that beset the English state was thus European, if not global, in nature and scope. The socio-economic, ideological, and political roots of both the long-term, structural, and immediate, conjunctural, causes of the English-cum-British Revolution, through all its phases, 1640-42, 1688 and 1745, were decisively international. How are we to understand the interaction of international and domestic conditions leading to the English Revolution? Rediscovering the English Revolution. The notion that the domestic situation of the Stuart monarchy was reasonably stable, a key tenet of revisionist historiography 106, seems gravely misplaced, particularly when we take into account the broader European maelstrom of the era, from which the English were hardly immune. Furthermore, over the 16th and 17th centuries, English society underwent rapid socio-economic and demographic change, leading to a prolonged period of economic instability and heightened social tensions. Surveying the state of the English agrarian economy of the 16th and 17th centuries, Peter Bowden concludes that the 1620s to 1640s were times of extreme hardship in England, probably the most terrible years through which the country has ever passed. 107 This was a period marked by intense social unrest and class conflict, a persistent crisis of order, as David Underwood has described the years between 1560 and 164-0108, escalating to the point where contemporaries were conscious of a threat of popular revolt at least from the Depression of the 20s onwards. 109. The immediate events leading to the English Civil War, 1640-51, are well known. In 1640, under the military pressure of an advancing Scottish force, King Charles I convened Parliament for the first time since its disbandment 11 years earlier. For much of his reign, Charles had been attempting to strengthen obedience to the crown by building up a monarchical absolutism styled on the Catholic monarchies of the continent, with comparable counter-reformation policies. This was seen as an imperative given the military ineffectuality and weaknesses of the Stuart monarchy displayed in the wars of the 1620s, the Anglo-Spanish War of 1625-30 and the Anglo-French War of 1627-29, which imperiled the domestic legitimacy of the Stuart state. Through these wars, the fierce political and religious conflicts engulfing the European continent were incorporated into the domestic political structures of England. The polarization of English politics by 1629-30, J. L. Reeves notes, can be seen as one aspect of the polarization of international politics under the pressure of war. 110. It had become increasingly clear that on a geopolitical scale, the Stuart state was no match for its Catholic absolutist rivals on the continent. It was in this sense that England's failure in war in Europe established the context for rebellion and civil war at home. 111 The historical unevenness of state building in Europe, affecting a particular whip of external necessity, and its military consequences were therefore crucial to the outbreak of the English civil wars. Far from having no influence on the English social revolution and relatively little influence on the English political revolution, 112 international military pressures were decisive in the making of the English Revolution. The 30 Years' War was itself rooted in the unevenness of social development on the European continent, an example of two civilizations in ideological conflict. 113 In which the political fronts and coalitions of power in the war reflected deep developmental differences among the states involved. 114. Generally speaking, the war pitted the least developed, in feudal terms, areas of Europe, which had nonetheless begun to make the first strides towards capitalism, particularly the Netherlands, England, and Bohemia, against the regions where feudalism was most entrenched, notably the Spanish and Holy Roman Empires. 115 In this sense, the general crisis of 17th-century Europe was rooted in the protracted transition from a feudal to capitalist economy. The system-wide attempts at geopolitical accumulation in the form of the wars of religion and the 30 Years' War were rooted in the intensified but differentiated class conflicts over the distribution of income. 117. With the exception of the struggle between the Netherlands and the Spanish Habsburgs, This was not a simple case of an aspiring bourgeoisie rising up against the feudal aristocracy, as internal divisions within the bourgeoisie could be found throughout the German lands. 118 Yet it was also no coincidence that the war was triggered by a revolt in the economically dynamic Bohemia region against the German Habsburgs. 16th century Bohemia was the site of rapid economic development, containing the richest silver mine in Europe. Socio-economic changes were already taking place in the Bohemian countryside that were beginning to undermine its feudal character and liberate production from its fetters. 119. Meanwhile, the failed attempts at absolutist state building during the Tudor period, particularly between 1529 and 1547, and Elizabeth's abandonment of all ambitions to develop a continental-style monarchy, had left the English monarchy painfully dependent on Parliament for raising the revenues required for waging war. 120 In terms of military and fiscal effectiveness, the Stuart state was backward in comparison with its continental competitors. The centralising attempts by the Stuart monarchs, first James I and then Charles I, brought them into direct conflict with England's powerful landed classes who largely dominated Parliament, as the latter had to assent to new taxes or give up some of their control over fiscal policy. This was a landlord class that had, over the preceding century, become increasingly capitalist-oriented, as the English greater landed classes gradually gave up the magnate form of politico-military organization, commercialized their relationships with their tenants, rationalized their estates, and made use of, but avoided dependence upon, the court. 121. The conflicts between Crown and Parliament over war funding were a major reason for Charles I's initial dismissal of Parliament in 1629. One conclusion from the 1625–29 period was that war was impossible without state reform and that a financially exhausted government required peace in order to reform. The reprise from war was, however, fatefully interrupted by the Scottish Rebellion of 1637–40, sparked by Charles I's attempt to impose Anglican services on the Presbyterian Church of Scotland. With the Scottish invasion of 1640, the military conflict in Europe moved back to England. To quote Jonathan Scott, "A Catholicizing king, associated with Spain and Catholic Ireland, found himself divided from his English and Scots Protestant subjects." This was one military outcome of the ideological impact made upon the Stuart kingdoms by the 30 Years' War. In the period 1637–40, then, the military struggle between Reformation and Counter-Reformation moved to British soil. That it was not followed by continental European military intervention was a consequence only of the exhaustion of the great powers after more than 2 decades of war. 122. As with the Ottoman, Habsburg great power rivalry over the long 16th century, see Chapter 4, the further development and consolidation of capitalism in England was again contingent upon the dynamics and direction of military conflicts on the European continent, which provided the English with a certain, albeit temporary, privilege of geopolitical isolation. They offered the geopolitical space in which modern state-building practices and socio-economic development could proceed apace. In these ways, the European upheaval of the 30 Years' War formed the immediate geopolitical context for the English Civil War and the eventual collapse of Charles I's monarchy. It was against this international background that the widespread English fears of popery must be understood, as Catholic Spain spearheaded the Counter-Reformation across Europe. Indeed, the majority of parliamentary oppositionists, particularly the new merchants involved in the American colonial trades, were militantly anti-Spanish in their foreign policy orientations. 123 The ideological, if not military, threats of the European Catholic powers were consequently seen as clear and present dangers. The reconvening of Parliament unleashed a storm of political controversies, as the parliamentarians sought to reassert their political power against an increasingly popish and autocratic crown, while Charles I sought to defend his perceived monarchical right to rule without undue parliamentary interference. The Irish Rebellion of October 1641 added further fuel to the fire, as it raised the question of whether Parliament or the Crown would control the English armed forces to suppress the rebellion. 124 The eventual outcome of these insoluble conflicts between Crown and Parliament, representing two fundamentally different conceptions of state sovereignty, was the outbreak of civil war in the summer of 1642. Social forces in the making of the British Revolution. In examining the character of class conflicts in the making of the first stage in the English Revolution, the Great Revolution of 1640, traditional Marxist explanations of the Civil War have focused on the role of the rising gentry, conceived as an emerging bourgeois class. 125 The two sides in the Civil War, parliamentary forces and royalists, are thus conceived as the agents of two opposing classes representing antagonistic modes of production, a rising capitalism and declining feudalism. This interpretation has not fared well with the more contemporary historiography and has been largely abandoned. 126 A problem with it has been the difficulty in identifying the continuing existence of a distinctly feudal class to which the rising capitalist bourgeoisie was opposed. For by the time of the English Civil War, the ruling landed classes were, according to Robert Brenner, by and large, though not of course uniformly, capitalist, in the sense of depending on commercial farmers paying competitive rents, rather than one that was sharply divided into advanced and backward sectors. 127 For a number of political Marxists, English society in the run-up to the Civil Wars is conceived as being essentially capitalist, calling into question the classification of the years spanning the Civil Wars to the Glorious Revolution as inaugurating a bourgeois or capitalist revolution. 128 Yet the extent of Brenner's depiction of such a thoroughgoing capitalist transformation of pre-revolutionary England society remains open to much debate. Henry Heller, for example, has pointed out that the nobility in northwest England remained an outpost of feudal reaction, and that this area was a royalist stronghold throughout the period. 129 Using Brenner's own conception of capitalism as existing with the full commodification of labor power, Robert Alberton has similarly claimed that English agriculture could not be considered fully capitalist in the early 17th century. 130 Moreover, if we are to take quantitative measures regarding the extent of proletarianization in England from around the mid to late 16th century, it seems that English society was only slightly more advanced, in capitalist terms, than the European continent. Jane Whittle estimates that in the county of Norfolk around 1525, rural wage labor constituted approximately 20 to 35% of the working rural population, and more importantly, that this figure remained more or less constant throughout the 16th century. 131 In other English counties, such as Leicestershire and Lincolnshire, J.P. Cooper has calculated that somewhere between 20 and 33% of the total rural population were employed as wage laborers in the 16th century. 132 In short, England was not very far ahead of the continent in the proletarianization process. 133 And even lagged behind the Dutch Republic. Put differently, the feudal remnants of English state society relations had yet to be fully washed away by the growing capitalist tide in the period prior to the Revolution. It would therefore be more accurate to characterize English society over the 16th to 17th centuries as representing a combined form of development in which feudalism and capitalism coexisted, interacted, and fused in various ways, with capitalism progressively coming to predominate. Such a combination gave rise to the sorts of contradictions of sociological amalgamation discussed in Chapter 2, establishing the conditions of possibility for revolution. These hothouse modalities of combined development and the contradictions of amalgamation they generated during the revolutionary period were perhaps most strikingly illustrated by the colonial merchant ships crossing the Atlantic. The ship was fundamental in organizing the exploitation of labor in ways uniting all of the others in the sphere of capitalist circulation. 134 In the ship, we find the bringing together of a vast array of different forms of labor drawn from a wide variety of national and ethnic backgrounds, English, Irish, American, Dutch, and Portuguese sailors engaged in press gang labor working alongside African slaves under the supervision of English shipmasters and owners, and accompanied by capitalist merchants and gentlemen adventurers. As one observer lucidly put it, The nails that fasten together the planks of the boat's bow are the rivets of the Fellowship of the World. 135 These floating vessels of combined development functioned as both engines of capital accumulation and, not surprisingly, sites of intense class struggle and resistance, a place to which and in which the ideas and practices of revolutionaries defeated and repressed by Cromwell and then by King Charles escaped, reformed, circulated, and persisted. 136 The processes of social transformation in England both preceding and during the Revolution were then very much a result and part of an international process, involving foreign trade, changes in intra-European relations following on from the discovery of the Americas, and the rivalry of rising mercantile powers in Europe. 137 Developments across the Atlantic were thus inscribed in the generative grammar of the English Revolution. Indeed, overseas colonial expansion in the Atlantic acted to promote and strengthen merchant capitalist interests advocating political change in their fight against the monarchy. 138. Here we reconnect with Brenner's analysis of the civil wars, and particularly his examination of the role played by the different factions of capital comprising the London merchant community. As discussed in Chapter 5, Brenner identifies the emergence of a distinctly aristocratic colonizing opposition made up of new merchants excluded from the state monopoly privileges and connected to the rising colonial trades in the Americas. 139 Older merchant elites were mostly associated with the East India Company and the Levant trade, whose control of trading routes depended on crown charters. State-granted monopolies gave them a stake in the monarchy, explaining their general support of the crown during the Civil War. In contrast, the new merchants, essentially city outsiders, sided with the parliamentary opposition. They stood at the head of the city popular movement and played a critical role in connecting that movement to the national parliamentary opposition, of which many individual new merchants formed a crucial part of its leadership. 140. The majority of parliamentary oppositionists were not, however, seeking a revolution, but sought instead to roll back Charles's drive to absolutism. Yet once war had broken out, the intervention of social forces from below, the middling sort comprised of wage-laboring peasants, craftspeople, artisans, and independent small producers, pushed parliamentary leaders in a more radical direction, while driving much of the nobility and gentry into the royalist camp. 141 While the parliamentary opposition in no way fully embraced the radical demands of the London crowds and other sections of the middling sort, they nonetheless utilized the mass movement as a vehicle to victory. This they secured in December 1648 through the conclusive victory of Oliver Cromwell's New Model Army. In a precocious case of substitutionism, the New Model Army came to act as a surrogate for a capitalist class which, although economically dominant, was not yet politically capable of assuming leadership of the new state. 142 Further, at the head of the new state apparatus, the New Model Army functioned as a key agent of capital accumulation, alongside the bourgeois class. After the execution of Charles I, the monarchy was overthrown and a Republican Commonwealth of England declared. Although the war had ended, the mass radicalism it had unleashed did not. The need to restore social order was foremost in the minds of the conservative landowning gentry. Initially fearful of the Republic, the landed classes nonetheless, partly, reconciled themselves to Cromwell's protectorate, as it proved itself an effective bulwark against radicalism and a protector of private property. But when Cromwell's successors proved incapable of providing effective central government, the gentry panicked, fearing as they had in the early 1650s that a social revolution would occur unless effective central government was restored without delay. 143 The result was the restoration of the Stuart monarchy, with Charles II taking the crown in 1660. Yet the restoration was not a return to the status quo of pre-revolutionary England, but rather continued the socio-economic and political reforms of the post-revolutionary period. Under the whip of external necessity of the Anglo-Dutch Wars of 1665–67 and 1672–74, and the later Anglo-French Wars of 1689–1714, the English-cum-British state underwent a number of dramatic transformations, leading to the emergence of a modern fiscal military state capable of harnessing vast fiscal and social resources in forging war. English state-building was characterized by the assimilation of the most advanced fiscal, military, and administrative practices developed by the Dutch. 144 In this sense, the English state enjoyed a certain privilege of backwardness in comparison with its chief Dutch competitor. Yet for the English monarchy, it was the continental monarchies that remained the chief models of emulation. Indeed, when Charles II's successor James II sought to repeat his father's effort to build an absolutist regime, he was overthrown in the Glorious Revolution of 1688 and replaced by the invading forces of William of Orange from the Netherlands. 145 The primary aim of the Dutch invasion was to co-opt England to the Dutch-led war against the French, and in this William was successful. Hence, once again, the geopolitics of the European continent decisively intervened in shaping and reshaping English state, society relations. The sum result of the socio-economic and political changes taking place over the 1640–88 revolutionary epoch was the establishment of a form of state conducive to the maximization of capitalist development. A state in which the administrative organs that most impeded capitalist development had been abolished: Star Chamber, High Commission, Court of Wards, and feudal tenures, in which the executive was subordinated to the men of property, deprived of control over the judiciary, and yet strengthened in external relations by a powerful navy and the Navigation Act, in which local government was safely and cheaply in the hands of the natural ruler, and discipline was imposed on the lower orders by a church safely subordinated to Parliament. 146. In these ways, the English Revolution can indeed be considered a bourgeois revolution. Nonetheless, the revolutionary process was not yet complete, as the newly capitalist English state still faced both internal and external systemic threats. Abroad, the single greatest counter-revolutionary threat to England was French absolutism. At home, the counter-revolutionary threat lay in Scotland, which in contrast to the maturing capitalist order in England remained an outpost of feudal reaction. After the Union of 1707 combining the kingdoms of England and Scotland into a single nation-state, this systemic unevenness of socio-economic development between the two hitherto separate countries was transformed into a unique pattern of combined development, juxtaposing and fusing the most archaic and advanced social relations in contradictory and explosive ways. In the British state, a ruling class of feudal lords persisted in the Scottish countryside, drawing their wealth in the form of feudal rents, while in England the landed ruling classes were now mostly capitalist. At the same time, in the wake of the 1707 Union, Scottish industries began to rapidly assimilate the most highly advanced English technologies and organizational methods, experiencing, in turn, the contradictions of sociological amalgamation that would come to characterize future forms of combined development. By the first quarter of the 18th century, Neil Davidson writes, Scotland had a coal industry where the most advanced forms of imported English technology were operated by men who were, at least formally, judicially bound to their masters as serfs. 147 As such, Scotland largely skipped the intervening stages between peasant self-sufficiency and wage labour which England had experienced. 148 Yet in the Scottish extractive industries, transitional forms of labour persisted, combining feudal and capitalist modes of surplus extraction. As long as feudalism existed in Scotland, the consolidation of capitalism in England and Britain as a whole remained perilously incomplete and liable to systemic reversal. The Union was correctly perceived by the Scottish Jacobite lords as a threat to their socio-economic status and territorial privileges, and they came to gamble on counter-revolution as a means to preserve themselves as a ruling class. The final episode came in 1745, when nearly the whole of the English army was sent to Belgium to fight France during the War of Austrian Succession, providing the Jacobites with a propitious opportunity to overthrow the Hanover monarchy. The Jacobite uprising was crushed and led to the enactment of a number of pieces of legislation, notably the Tenures Abolition Act and Disarming Act of 1746, and Heritable Jurisdictions Act of 1747, signalling the end of feudalism in Scotland, and thus the culmination of the British bourgeois revolution. 149. 1789 in the history of uneven and combined development. Peculiarities of the French Revolution. If the English and Dutch cases of bourgeois revolution represent instances where an already existing capitalist order was consolidated by the overthrow of the socio-political conditions obstructing its advancement, the French Revolution signifies a very different case, one where the dominance of the capitalist production mode was actually a consequence of the revolutionary settlement. This is not to argue that capitalist social relations were absent from pre-revolutionary France, or that the absolutist state was fundamentally detrimental to capitalist development. Indeed, the putative anti-capitalist nature of French absolutism, conceived as the non-modern other to the impeccably pristine capitalist England, has become something of a cardinal tenet in many revisionist and political Marxist works. 150. These writings take their cue from Brenner's argument regarding the divergent developmental trajectories between England and France in wake of the feudal crisis of the 14th century. For Brenner, capitalism emerged in England as the outcome of a class struggle in which the lords were too weak to reimpose serfdom, but the peasants not strong enough to maintain their independence from the market. By contrast, in France peasant revolts were largely successful, as the peasants consolidated their control over small and medium-sized farms. This meant that the French peasantry escaped reliance on the market, as they retained direct control over the means of subsistence and production. Consequently, in France the feudal system of lordly surplus extraction through extra economic means persisted. While it represented a transformed version of the old feudal system, 151, the development of the French absolutist state retained, in restructured form, the extra-economic feudal character of surplus value extraction through the tax/office state. As Wood tells us, after the crisis of feudalism, the French ruling class gained new extra-economic powers as the absolutist state created a vast apparatus office by means of which a section of the propertied class could appropriate the surplus labor of peasants in the form of tax. 152 Under such conditions, where the peasants retained direct access to the means of production, land, and the ruling classes continued an extra economic means of surplus extraction, there was no endogenous impetus toward capitalist development. Instead, as Teschke notes, the absolutist state economy nexus not only failed to progress towards political and economic modernity, but, on the contrary, imposed an economically self-undermining and politically highly divisive logic on early modern France as a whole. 153 The absolutist state in France, as elsewhere in Europe, is thereby conceived as a fundamental block to capitalist development which could only be transformed from without, that is, through the competitive pressures from the more advanced British capitalist state. 154. What then of the notion of a bourgeois revolution in France? Positing the radically non-capitalist 155 nature of French absolutism, political Marxists on the whole have accepted the main findings of the revisionist historiography on the French Revolution. Although the leaders of the French Revolution may have been bourgeois, they were emphatically not capitalist, and the socio-economic order resulting from the revolutionary settlement entrenched rather than removed pre-capitalist forms. 156 What is more, for political Marxists, the entire theoretical edifice of Marx and Engels' conception of bourgeois revolutions ushering in capitalist states is questionable, given that Marx and Engels are claimed to have uncritically accepted the liberal theory of bourgeois revolution in their early works. 157 Thus, on both empirical and theoretical grounds, the idea of a bourgeois revolution having occurred in France is refuted, and more generally the concept is relegated to the dustbin of history. 158. Here we leave aside the exegetical question whether Marx and Engels' conception of bourgeois revolution reflects an uncritically digested liberal theory of socio-political change. 159 And instead concentrate on the empirical foundations of the political Marxist arguments against the French bourgeois revolution. This is a particularly significant issue given the widespread claims among political Marxists and revisionist historians that the French Revolution was neither led by capitalists nor resulted in the establishment of socio-political and economic conditions facilitating capitalist development. The latter point is particularly problematic for the consequentialist conception of bourgeois revolutions developed here. So before providing a theorization of the French Revolution from the perspective of uneven and combined development, we must first engage with these empirical questions head-on. Capitalism and the absolutist state in France. The standard argument in the revisionist historiography was that the epoch of French absolutism did not see the emergence of capitalist social relations, and that it was in fact antithetical to capitalist development. Yet as we shall demonstrate, this is based on an overly static conception of French development of the pre-revolutionary period. Thanks in part to a number of more recent works by various historians, we now have a much more rounded picture of socio-economic developments in pre-revolutionary France. 160 As Henry Heller has shown, capitalist forces were already making themselves felt in France by the late 16th century. In particular, the religious wars, despite the general economic decline in France in this period, acted as a long-term stimulus on technological and economic innovations during the reign of Henry IV. The wars of religion hastened the process of primitive accumulation in the French countryside, where poorer peasants were uprooted from the land, resulting in widespread proletarianization and the revaluation of land as capital. By the 17th century, nearly three-quarters of the peasantry had been deprived of the necessary means of production, land, to support themselves. By the beginning of the 17th century, estimates show that as much as 22% of the rural workforce in France was engaged in industry. 161. Accompanying this process of primitive accumulation was an increasing differentiation among the peasantry between a mass of producers dependent on wages and a form of nascent rural bourgeoisie. 162 At the same time, feudal rights over the management, sale, and acquisition of property were increasingly weakened as peasants became more or less able to dispose of their property. 163 Thus, technological innovation and the spread of rural industries stimulated by primitive accumulation, Heller notes, held out the possibility that the rural population could expand, buoyed by the opportunities provided by a growing capitalist agriculture and industry. 164. The process of primitive accumulation continued over the 17th and 18th centuries. Peasant proprietorship steadily declined, particularly in the last decades of the Ancien Regime, as the French countryside emerged as a region of significant capitalist experimentations. 165 According to Gerard Beaur, up to 90% of the rural population in 18th century France did not have enough land to support themselves, with about 20% of the rural population being completely landless. 166 Hence, by the early 18th century, the availability of growing pools of cheap wage labor became a structural feature of the French economy. 167 What is more, while feudal relations remained dominant throughout the 18th century French economy, there were significant countervailing forces at work from within the structures of feudalist domination. For example, in their quest for higher feudal incomes, lords often experimented with reorganizing economic relations. In some cases this led to the development of quasi-capitalist relations on their domain. 168 French economic development after 1720 was also marked by an unprecedented development of global trade, with a concomitant commercialization of vast sectors of production, speculative crops, wine production, grain, and transport. Moreover, industrialization was also progressing, especially on the basis of the proto-industrial model originating in the cities, with the expansion of the linen and hemp textile trade, cotton, and small metallurgy. 169. Consequently, alongside the increasing weight of wage labor in the French rural economy, the 18th century witnessed the emergence of a sizable capitalist bourgeoisie primarily made up of merchants, artisans, shopkeepers, and the paysannerie marchand. On Colin Jones's calculations, the French bourgeoisie grew over the century from approximately 700,000 or 800,000 individuals in 1700 to perhaps 2.3 million in 1789, making up nearly 10% of the population. 170 Citing the spread of commercialization and the growth of consumer society in pre-revolutionary France, Jones goes so far as to suggest that France witnessed the bourgeoisification of old regime society. 171 The tastes and attitudes of the bourgeoisie were permeating French society. challenging the former hegemony of the aristocracy. 172 As even the revisionist historian William Doyle notes, the relative weight of the bourgeoisie in society was increasing ever more rapidly than their numbers. Their share of national wealth was enormous. Most industrial and all commercial capital, amounting to almost a fifth of all French private wealth, was bourgeois-owned. 173. One might criticize the conflation of capitalist and bourgeois here, since the term bourgeois was supposedly used in the 18th century to also refer to non-capitalist town dwellers or anyone holding non-noble status. 174 This is precisely what many political Marxists have argued, particularly with regard to the French Revolution. 175 We may be utterly convinced that the revolution was undoubtedly bourgeois, Wood writes, without coming a flea-hop closer to determining whether it was also capitalist. As she goes on to clarify, as long as we accept that there is no necessary identification of bourgeois, or burgher or city, with capitalist, the revolutionary bourgeois can be far from being a fiction, even, or especially, in France, where the model revolutionary bourgeois was not a capitalist or even an old-fashioned merchant but a lawyer or office holder. 176. There are two problems with Wood's, and other political Marxists, argument here regarding the French bourgeoisie of the late 18th century. First, the political Marxist conceptualization of a distinctly non-capitalist bourgeoisie is both too narrow and ambiguous. It is ambiguous in the sense that it is unclear whether they are referring to the non-capitalist bourgeoisie as a class in its own right or as a social status group. If the former, then what is the precise relationship between a non-capitalist and capitalist bourgeoisie, and why can the former not be considered an outer layer of the latter? If the latter, then what is the relationship between this social status group and other classes? Surely if the bourgeoisie does not constitute an element of the capitalist class, it must be part of some other class. The political Marxist conceptualization of the French bourgeoisie is too narrow in the sense that it identifies social actors as forming part of a particular class in terms of their direct relationship to the means of production. Those who are not the direct owners of capital are then not conceived as part of the capitalist class. Yet what of lawyers, administrators, managers, organic intellectuals and other more diverse social elements who are not directly involved in the production process, but who nonetheless share similar life conditions of the capitalist class and support them in various ways? Do these social layers belong to another class? It therefore seems more helpful to define the bourgeoisie as a whole as representing a social penumbra around the hard core of capitalists proper, shading out into the diverse social elements that function as servitors or hangers-on of capital without themselves owning capital. 177. The second point regarding the political Marxists' denial of the capitalist status of the French bourgeoisie in the 18th century is that, as the evidence above and below demonstrates, there was indeed a growing fraction of the bourgeoisie who derived their incomes from the exploitation of wage labor. While a non-capitalist bourgeoisie surely existed in France, and elsewhere, before the rise of distinctly capitalist relations of production, this bourgeoisie was decisively transformed over the 17th and 18th centuries as its members became both directly and indirectly involved in the exploitation of workers. For it was during the 18th century that France underwent an era of dramatic socio-economic development, characterized by substantial growth in manufacturing and agriculture, making France arguably the strongest economy in continental Europe. 178 As Peter Mathias notes, the French record of scientific growth and invention in the 18th century was a formidable one. 179 Statistical indexes confirm the vibrant and dynamic nature of French economic development over this period. French industrial output grew, on an annual basis, by 1.9% between 1701 to 10 and 1781 to 90 compared with 1.1% growth in Britain. By the beginning of the 18th century, industry accounted for about a quarter of France's total output, compared with a third in Britain. By 1780, however, industry accounted for two-thirds in both countries. Further, by 1789, the iron industry in France was significantly larger than in Britain, producing nearly 2.5 times the tonnage. 180 Overall, France's manufacturing output was approximately 3 times as great as Britain's in 1789.181. Moreover, the increase in industrial output per head in France during the 18th century was likely faster than that in Britain. From 1715 to 1785, the British economy grew by about 50%, while the French economy expanded by nearly 100%. 182 and the annual average growth of the French economy in 1701 to 10 and 1781 to 90 was 1% compared with 0.7% for Britain. 183 in the years between 1716 to 20 and 1784 to 88. France's external commerce multiplied by a factor of 3 against a British expansion of 2.4. By the end of the 1780s, France had become the largest trading power in Europe, with a total value of long-distance trade equaling £25 million, trumping Britain, whose trade amounted to £20 million. 184 Moreover, in 1715 the value of French trade was less than half of Britain's, but by 1780 it surpassed its rival. In addition, throughout the 18th century, rural proto-industry developed on a massive scale, while the introduction of urban patterns of consumption into the countryside further encouraged a growing dependence on the market. 185 The Lyonnais silk industry was perhaps one of the most advanced centers of industrial production in 18th century France, and stood at the apex of European silk industries. It encompassed a huge industrial commercial complex, employing approximately 14,000 adult men and perhaps as many as 20,000 women and children in the 1780s. In a city with a total population of about 150,000, nearly a quarter of the entire population of the city, or about 40% of the active labor force, was employed in the industry. 186. Nonetheless, capitalist social relations were not yet dominant in pre-revolutionary France, as feudal methods of extra-economic domination and exploitation remained salient. 187 Despite impressive growth over the 18th century, and while leading in certain economic sectors over Britain, the French economy as a whole did remain relatively backward vis-à-vis its chief economic and geopolitical competitor. 18th century France thereby reaped a certain privilege of backwardness, adopting numerous technological innovations from its more advanced British competitor. 188. Although a substantial bourgeoisie emerged, the aristocracy continued to dominate, if not monopolize, political power, with nobles occupying most of the key positions in the French army, navy, and judiciary. 189 In 1773, for example, of the 40 state councillors, 30 were nobles, of whom 12 were nobles to the 4th degree. Between 1774 and 1776, only one of the provincial intendants in office was not a noble by inheritance. 190 In other words, the growing socio-economic weight of French capitalists had not yet been transformed into the wielding of direct political power. How might we then conceptualize the French social structure? Many Marxist and non-Marxist historians have conceived of absolutism as a transitional social formation amalgamating features of both the feudal and capitalist modes of production. This view was perhaps most famously developed by Perry Anderson in his magisterial Lineages of the Absolutist State. In it, he describes the absolutist states of Western Europe as a complex of feudal and capitalist modes of production, with a gradually rising urban bourgeois and a growing primitive accumulation of capital, on an international scale. Immensely magnified and reorganized, Anderson writes. The feudal state of absolutism was nevertheless constantly and profoundly overdetermined by the growth of capitalism within composite social formations of the early modern period. These formations were, of course, a combination of different modes of production under the waning dominance of one of them, feudalism. 191. Specifically regarding pre-revolutionary French society, Davison similarly speaks of the transitional, combined nature of the French economy. 192. On this view, absolutism represented a distinct form of combined development, albeit one dominated by its feudal aspects. The absolutist state in France represented a transfigured form of the separation of the political and the economic that characterized the emergence of capitalism in the Low Countries and England. For despite the growing significance of capitalist social relations in town and country, which witnessed the socio-economic abstraction of producers from direct relations of personal domination and dependency characteristic of the feudal mode, the state remained a locus of economic dependency through the sale of venal offices. Hence, the social order produced by the absolutist state in France was marked by what Cameron Matten has described as personal independence based upon dependence mediated by the state. 193, where differential access to the state apparatus was a key source of conflict. The particular contradictions of sociological amalgamation engendered by this pattern of uneven and combined development in France in turn witnessed the precarious compromise between the building of a modern state and the preservation of principles of social organization inherited from feudal times. 194 In this sense, the capitalist revolution in France represented a revolution of backwardness, a condition of developmental agility generated by the belated entanglement of a pre-modern country in the internationally driven process of capitalist transformation. 195. Yet absolutist France was far from the developmental dead end that revisionists and political Marxists have made it out to be. 196 As we have demonstrated, the pre-revolutionary French economy, particularly during the 18th century, was dynamic and growing, with capitalist social forces playing an increasingly significant role. And after 1750 the French economy began to reach the limits of merely reproducing the feudal economy. 197. In conceptualizing the prevailing economic aspects of pre-revolutionary French society, we are thus in agreement with Anatole Iadou that it is not enough simply to claim that feudal and capitalist relations, along with petty peasant production, coexisted in France on the eve of revolution. Rather, such relations were inextricably interlaced in the society of the old regime, forming a conflictual unity. 198 In the run-up to the revolution, a significant fraction of nobles had become involved, in different ways and degrees, in capitalist or proto-capitalist activities, while merchants had already begun to accumulate property and estate incomes based on a combination of feudal and capitalist relations. At the same time, larger farmers, wealthier peasants, and the great landowners constituted the primary forces driving capitalist development in the countryside. Hence, as Iadou concludes, mixed forms of property and hybrid social groups played an important role on the eve of the revolution. 199 This imbrication of feudal and capitalist interests explains the very different reform programs that developed over the course of the revolution. The fundamental conflicts driving and developing events over the course of the French Revolution cannot be reduced to either a clear-cut singular struggle between opponents, the rising bourgeoisie, and proponents, the entrenched nobility, of feudalism, or even less plausibly to an intra-ruling class struggle by two sides of the same unreformed feudal class, as George C. Comynal and other political Marxists argue. 200 Instead, the revolution was characterized by an intricate overlapping of conflicting interests between and within different classes, along with more hybrid social groups, derivative of France's contradictory, sociologically combined form of development. After the overthrow of the monarchy, this led to a variety of reform programs that were often in conflict with one another, but all more or less promising the radical destruction of the old order. 201 To these developments we now turn. The origins of the capitalist revolution in France. If political Marxists are mistaken in their characterizations of the French absolutist state as radically non-capitalist, they are on much more solid ground in foregrounding the causal role of international rivalries in precipitating the revolutionary crisis. It was through state-military competition that the backwardness of French productive relations was initially, and disastrously, demonstrated, Colin Muir's writes. The coercive force of England's more advanced system of social relations was experienced by France in a succession of military defeats and the ultimate bankruptcy of the absolutist state. 202 Indeed, it was the whip of external necessity, represented by the internationally mediated modernizing challenge of capitalist Britain, that occasioned the revolutionary crisis in France, particularly through the costs of the American War of Independence. In this sense, the British Revolution of the previous century had laid down the geosocial conditions for the French Revolution. Though French absolutism had been formed and strengthened in and through wars and military competition 203, the international terrain on which France had to compete in the 18th century was radically transformed by the social order inaugurated by the English Civil Wars and the Glorious Revolution of 1688. The differential developmental trajectories of Britain and France, uneven development, and their attendant geopolitical and social consequences, combined development, were therefore critical to the making of the French Revolution. Throughout the 18th century, British power had been steadily increasing, buoyed by the country's stronghold over American trade and markets. Those states that held colonies or at least had access to the Atlantic system were provided with significant economic cum military advantages. In this respect, the European balance of power of the 18th century was built on the pedestal of the Atlantic slave trade. As French Secretary of State between 1761 and 1766, César Gabriel de Choiseul, put it, "In the present state of Europe it is colonies, trade, and in consequence sea power, which must determine the balance of power upon the continent. The House of Austria, Russia, the King of Prussia are only powers of the second rank, as are all those which cannot go to war unless subsidized by the trading powers. 204. A central aim of French foreign policy was, then, as Foreign Minister Vergennes stated, to reduce England to a position of equality, to take from her a share of her strength, her monopoly of American trade and markets. 205. It was with this aim in mind that the French regime came to embroil itself in a series of costly colonial wars, particularly the 7 Years' War, 1754–63, and the American War of Independence, 1778–83, which ultimately led the regime to the brink of bankruptcy. 206. This geopolitically driven bankruptcy was the immediate trigger for the revolutionary crisis of 1787–88. Having borrowed until no more money was forthcoming, the new Controller General, Charles Alexander de Calonne, sought to implement a radical program of reform, taxes on all landowners irrespective of rank and the creation of new provincial assemblies, that provoked the political crisis leading to the monarchy's downfall. 207. The state's fiscal crisis not only came to increasingly loosen the ideological and political cohesion of the French ruling classes, but also translated into an unbearable 208 tax burden on the peasantry, fueling widespread social discontent and rebellion in the countryside. 209. The economic crisis affecting France at the time was, however, of a more general nature. Signs of economic troubles had emerged in several key economic sectors as early as the 1760s. According to some historians, the economic slowdown marked the exhaustion of further possibilities for accumulation within the system. 210. This was a structural crisis affecting the totality of the French economy in the second half of the 18th century. Foreign trade had begun to show signs of slowing down between 1760 and 1770, with its most dynamic element, colonial trade, wearing down around 1783. Maritime profits in Nantes and Bordeaux over the second half of the 18th century were in decline, while two large sectors of the manufacturing industry, ordinary textiles and linen and hemp textiles, leveled off after 1760. There was also a slowing down in total agricultural production between 1781 and 1790 compared with 1770–80, with a slight decrease in agricultural production per inhabitant. Despite these economic troubles, population continued to expand, further exacerbating the socio-economic situation, particularly by forcing food prices upwards. 211. Moreover, during this period further industrial development was blocked owing to a shortage of capital. Stagnation had become apparent in various branches of industries, reflecting insufficient demand at home at a time of growing protectionism. The agricultural economy was affected by severe grain shortages in 1788–89, and the state of French manufacturing was further weakened by the Treaty of Eden of 1786, which lowered tariffs between France and Britain. 212. The second half of the 18th century was also marked by a notable escalation in urban violence and peasant conflict. Nearly 3/4 of the 4,400 recorded collective protests in the years 1720 to 88 occurred after 1765, mostly in the form of food riots and anti-seigneurialism. 213 During this period, the burdens of taxes on common people were increasing because of persistent budget deficits, and rents on the peasantry were raised. The nobility were also further squeezing the peasantry by usurping communal rights and increasing other feudal charges on their tenants. 214 It is safe to say that the old regime was in crisis by the 1780s. Decisive in the immediate conjuncture of revolution, the causal role of the International in the long-term, structural, origins of the revolution was also significant, as France witnessed a series of geopolitically induced social transformations over the late 17th and 18th centuries. This prepared the socio-political conditions for the eventual collapse of the regime. Over this period, the French regime gradually shifted from a relatively defensive foreign policy posture vis-à-vis the Habsburgs to a more expansionist foreign policy on the continent and overseas, partially provoked by the rising power of capitalist England. The domestic effects of this transformation in France's foreign relations were decisive in laying the socio-economic and political conditions for the 1789 revolution. Bailey Stone lists the key developments emerging from this dynamic interplay between international and domestic forces as including the proliferation of venal offices, the deepening divisions within the army, the gradual reduction of social status-related tax exemptions, and the growing constitutional confrontation between the Crown and the tax-resisting parliaments of the realm. 215 These changes, wrought by the attempt to uphold French absolutism in a changing international context, increasingly came into contradiction with the social and ideological basis of the Ancien regime, upholding noble privilege and the monarchical state. In order to fund the Bourbon monarchy's belligerent foreign policy, the French state sold off enormous numbers of noble titles, and even more offices conferring nobility or at least enhanced social status. Scholars have estimated that as many as 10,000 people were ennobled over the century. Multiplied by 5 for the families who inherited noble status from their newly ennobled heads, this gives a minimum total of 32,500 or a maximum of 50,000 new nobles during the 18th century. 216 The purchase of ennobling offices acted as a key means of bourgeois infiltration into French society's elite ranks, into its central and provincial administration, its financial apparatus, its judiciary, and its armed forces. 217 The overall effect was to decisively increase the social weight of the bourgeois within France's political order, as the French government was driven by geostrategic and derivative fiscal necessity to encourage the assimilation of new civilian office-holding, or robe, nobility to older military, or sword, noblesse, and of wealthy bourgeoisie to recent robe nobility. In this sense, Stone notes, the Crown was indeed an agent of social evolution, more specifically, of the metamorphosis of exclusive nobility into more inclusive notability. 218 Yet despite the massive office sales to replenish the state's ailing finances, by the second half of the 18th century, if not earlier, it was actually becoming more difficult for the bourgeoisie to become nobles, as the increase in offices failed to keep pace with the dramatic expansion of the bourgeoisie over the century. 219 Intensified competition and increased office prices meant that a more aspirant bourgeoisie than ever was failing to purchase its way up the social ladder, fueling its resentment against the old order. 220 For the emergence of a more numerous and wealthier upper stratum of the bourgeoisie led to a much greater demand for ennoblements. Yet in order to preserve the ideo-political dominance of the established nobility, while safeguarding its dwindling fiscal resources, the ruling class and state managers refused to respond adequately to these demands. In either ending or relatively reducing access to fiefs, royal offices, and letters of nobility, noble, bourgeois-class relations were significantly aggravated. 221 The traditional means of social promotion for the bourgeoisie was then contracting in the final decades of the old regime. In these ways, the absolutist state set clear limits to the extent and character of bourgeois advancement. It was therefore hardly surprising that when the Estates General met in May and June 1789, the bourgeoisie of the Third Estate were overwhelmingly in favor of a single chamber that they would dominate. The ensuing revolution sparked by the geopolitically induced bankruptcy of the state saw the bourgeoisie acting as a chief leader of the revolutionary movement throughout its phases. Reviewing the social backgrounds of those who held office during the revolution, Lynn Hunt writes, "The revolutionary political class can be termed bourgeois both in terms of social position and of class consciousness. The revolutionary officials were the owners of the means of production, they were either merchants with capital, professionals with skills, artisans with their own shops, or more rarely, peasants with land. The consciousness of the revolutionary elite can be labeled bourgeois insofar as it was distinctly anti-feudal, anti-aristocratic, and anti-absolutist. The revolutionary elite was made up of new men dedicated to fashioning a new France. 222. In this sense, the capitalist revolution in France was exceptional for the leadership role that the bourgeois played in it, even if, as Hunt goes on to note, factions of the bourgeoisie could be found on both sides of the struggle. Yet the bourgeoisie had not originally sought to overthrow the ancien regime, but instead to merely reform the state. It was only under the pressure of counter-revolution from both within and without, and popular pressures from below, especially through the intervention of the peasantry, that drove the bourgeoisie, particularly under the Jacobins, to smash the old order. 223. The international effects of the French Revolution reverberated far and wide. In Europe, the 1789 revolution and subsequent Napoleonic Wars irrevocably transformed the conditions of the 19th century international system, and the form subsequent bourgeois revolutions would take. Regarding the former, Metternich's Concert of Europe system inaugurating the so-called 100 Years' Peace was conceived as a conscious reaction to the revolutionary conditions laid down by the French Revolution, as conservative European state managers sought to balance against other states in the international system and revolutionary social forces at home. 224 The radicalization of the French Revolution was also viewed by the ruling classes throughout Europe as a warning sign of things to come, inhibiting the bourgeoisie in future revolutions, as witnessed in 1848, from playing their assigned revolutionary roles lest the underclasses get out of hand. Subsequent revolutions in Europe and beyond therefore came to take the form of revolutions from above, or what Gramsci called passive revolutions. These were largely elite-driven affairs limiting the popular participation of the subaltern classes, as exemplified in the Italian, German, and Japanese experiences of the late 19th century, involving molecular processes of transformation, progressively modifying the pre-existing composition of forces in the ruling classes, gradual but continuous absorption of its antithesis, the proletariat. 225 The European ruling classes had learned the lessons of the French bourgeoisie, heeding Bismarck's advice of 1866 that if revolution there is to be, let us rather undertake it than undergo it. 226. In the transformed geosocial milieu handed down by the experience of 1789, passive revolutions became the primary means through which late developing states achieved their own capitalist revolutions. In these ways, passive revolutions can be conceived as organically emerging from the transfigured world historical conditions unleashed by the Great Transformation 227 and its political consequences. They heralded a particularly intense form of uneven and combined development generalized through the rise of a distinctly capitalist world economy. 228. There were also more positive international effects of the French Revolution. For just as the American revolutionaries had first injected the notion of popular sovereignty into contemporary international discourses, which the French revolutionaries drew on and further radicalized, the French Revolution inspired popular and often more radical revolts and revolutions in the New World, which eventually came to challenge both the slave system and royal power. In these ways and more, the revolts and popular rebellions of the Age of Revolution, American, French, Haitian and others, must be conceived, as Robin Blackburn suggests, as both interconnected and co-constitutive, with each helping to radicalize the next, and in the French and Haitian case, vice versa. 229. It was in fact only in the midst of the slave revolts in the French Caribbean colonies, and in particular the Haitian Revolution, that the French abolished slavery throughout their colonies, with the decree of 16 Plavocin II, February 4, 1794, at the National Convention. This ideologically completed the bourgeois revolution that had begun in 1789. In the United States it was only accomplished through the Second Bourgeois Revolution of the American Civil War of 1861 to 65.230. The events of the Haitian Revolution were, Laurent Dubois claims, the most concrete expression of the idea that the rights proclaimed in France's 1789 Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen were indeed universal. The slave insurrection led to the expansion of citizenship beyond racial barriers despite the massive political and economic investment in the slave system at that time. 231. The interconnected and combined effects of the French and Haitian revolutions represent a fundamental historical rupture from which more, formally, inclusive forms of bourgeois democracy developed, albeit much later. 232. As Dubois puts it, if we live in a world in which democracy is meant to exclude no one, it is in no small part because of the actions of those slaves in Saint-Domingue who insisted that human rights were theirs. 2.233. In these ways, we find yet another striking illustration of the mechanisms through which combined forms of development causally feed back into the very unevenness from which they emerged. For it was only through the interactive relations among a plurality of developmentally differentiated societies that these combinations first arose and then subsequently recombined at the level of the international system, transforming its structural dynamics and logics, while simultaneously generating new forms and instances of combined development which further reconstituted unevenness itself. Capitalist consequences of the French Revolution. Thus far, we have examined the driving international and domestic causes of the French Revolution along with the agents involved. The important question to ask now is, was the socio-political order established by the revolution conducive to capitalist development? A main argument against the idea of a bourgeois revolution occurring in France is that the post-revolutionary regime was actually adverse to capitalist modernization. If bourgeois revolutions are to be understood in terms of their outcomes, an anti-capitalist revolutionary settlement surely poses a problem. According to Kerem, the French Revolution did very little in the way of transforming the essential social relations of production. It did not produce capitalist society. Instead, the revolution further entrenched small-scale peasant production, and with it the extraction of agrarian surplus through rent, mortgages, etc., by redistributing church lands among the bourgeoisie and peasantry. 234. Kerem, like Theta Skocpol, further points to the growth of the bureaucratic state as an additional indication of the non-capitalist nature of the revolution. What are we to make of these arguments? First, to judge the character of the revolution we must look at its consequences in its temporal totality, 1789 to 1815. The issue is not whether capitalist conditions were immediately established, but whether the outcome of the revolution was conducive to capitalist development over this broader conjunctural period and perhaps even slightly beyond it, say, from 1815 to 48. As noted, revolutions are not simply events, confined to a single moment of their inception, but processes sometimes spanning many decades, as in the case of both the Dutch Revolt and War of Independence, 1566 to 1648, and the English Civil Wars and Glorious Revolution, 1640 to 88. From this more holistic perspective, it does seem that the 1789 revolution established the amendable socio-political conditions for capitalist development. As Albert Sobol notes, by wiping the slate clean of all feudal vestiges, by liberating the peasants of seigneurial rights and ecclesiastical tithes, and to a certain degree from community constraints, by destroying the trade monopolies and unifying the national market, the French Revolution marked a decisive stage on the path to capitalism. Suppressing feudal landed property, it even freed small direct producers, making possible the differentiation of the peasant mass and its polarization between capital and wage labor. This led to entirely new relations of production. Capital, once under feudal domination, was able to make the value of work mercenary. In this way, the autonomy of capitalist production was finally assured in the agricultural domain as well as the industrial sector. 235. Furthermore, in an early instance of what can be understood retrospectively as a state capitalist form of substitutionism, the Committee of Public Safety was vested with the control of all foreign commerce, nationalizing the existing armories and building a massive new armaments manufacturer in Paris, employing over 5,000 wage laborers, and more elsewhere. The majority of furnaces and forges, over 1,000, were confiscated from the ecclesiastics and nobles by the state, and rented out and operated by the so-called maîtres de forges, who were bourgeois in origin. Under the Directory and later Napoleon, these industries were then sold off to these same individuals, who came to rapidly centralize ownership and control over the 1789 to 1815 period. The stage was set for a future transformation of this industry, key to the development of 19th-century industrial capitalism, under the auspices of the maîtres de forges who now operated these means of production as their private property. 236. Second, the view that the agrarian settlement established by the revolution entrenched a small holding peasantry who supposedly retarded agricultural innovation has been forcefully challenged by a number of more recent studies. 237. Communals and others' conclusions regarding the detrimental effect of small-scale peasant production on capitalist development essentially assimilate the road taken by French agrarian capitalism to the large-scale capitalist tenant farming of the English model. Yet this merely reproduces the kinds of unilinear conception of socio-historical development characteristic of modernization theories, in which the raison d'etre of agrarian society should have been to increase productivity along English lines. 238. According to the path-breaking work of Anatoly Iadou, if the rapid development of agrarian capitalism was inhibited during the 19th century, it was an effect of the persistence of large property and the burden of rent, not small peasant property. Thus, according to Iadou, the popular revolution of the petty producers ought to be seen as an essential element of the capitalist dynamic characteristic of this upheaval. 239. Hence, as McPhee argues, the economic, social, and ultimately political changes in the French countryside in the 19th century are best understood as a slow extension of simple commodity production, that historical premise of capitalism, whose full capacity as the really revolutionizing path was limited by the retrograde effects of large property rented in small holding. 240. Although French agriculture lagged behind Britain throughout the 19th century, this does not translate into a denial of its essentially capitalist character. For the outcome of the revolution's agrarian settlement undoubtedly benefited the really existing capitalist class in France as opposed to some ideal construct derived from comparison with England. 241. Indeed, we would expect the path of French capitalist development taken during the 19th century to diverge from England's previous development, as the international conditions of its emergence had been dramatically transformed. For one of the key reasons why French industrialization, like much of the European continent, diverged from the British path was the much more serious threat of revolutionary upheavals from below. 242. Although it deviated from the British model, the consensus is that France was indeed relatively successful in its industrial drive, as French industry grew relatively rapidly in the period 1815 to 1850 when the era of war ended. 243. Estimates of annual industrial growth vary from 2.5 to 3.4% during this period, while agricultural growth was impressive at approximately 1.2% annually between 1820 and 1870. Overall, the average annual increase in per capita economic growth between 1815 and the First World War stood at 1.4%, and by 1914 French economic performance was broadly comparable with that of Britain on a per capita basis. Although British per capita income remained higher than France by approximately 20%, the gap between the two countries did not widen even at the height of British industrial dominance during the first half of the 19th century. Thus, Jeff Horn concludes, France enjoyed impressive long-term growth, both overall and per capita, particularly in light of its lower population expansion and less lucrative colonial opportunities. 244. Further, the more advanced nature of the French Revolution, which witnessed the intense mobilization of peasants and small producers, undeniably set certain limits to the extent of capitalist transformation. In no way, however, did such limits alter the fundamentally capitalist nature of the revolutionary settlement. In short, myths of a failed industrial revolution in France must be dispelled. Conclusion. As this chapter has shown, international relations have been causally decisive in the origins, dynamics, and outcomes of revolutions. In turn, revolutions have been essential features in the development and reproduction of geopolitical orders, instilling them with distinct social logics and purposes. International relations have not only been concerned with the problems of war and peace, but fundamentally tied to these, they have also been very much about the management of change in domestic political orders. 245 Only by grasping revolutions in these international dimensions can we begin to understand their world historical meanings. These basic points fundamentally challenge the persistent theoretical separation of domestic and international politics at the heart of mainstream IR. Capturing the fused linkages between revolutions and the international thus requires a fundamental rethinking of some of the core categories of IR theory itself, such as the balance of power and security dilemma, as their key empirical referents necessarily cut across and interconnect with both second and third level images of war and peace, scrambling their hitherto assumed meanings. This not only means dispensing with the national territorial totality 246 as the primary ontological unit of IR analysis, it also requires the development of theoretical concepts capable of capturing the multiple, interconnecting spatial fields of social constitution and organization. The multiple and differentiated forms of bourgeois revolution in the United Provinces, England, and France all functioned, in their varied ways, to facilitate the development and/or consolidation of capitalist social relations in their national domains. They did so, in particular, by clearing away or reconstituting the socio-political and ideological remnants of the pre-capitalist state apparatus, establishing in its place a state form that operated as a more or less autonomous vehicle of capital accumulation. In further teasing out the differentiated outcomes of these various instances of bourgeois revolution on the reconstruction of capitalist state forms, it is worth making a similar, though in no way identical, analogy with Marx's discussion of the distinct processes of subsumption through which capitalism can expand. 247. As you may recall, Marx saw subsumption as involving the possession, subordination, and subsequent transformation of the labor process into a form compatible with capital's tendency to self-valorization. The chief moments of this process, formal, hybrid, and real subsumption, refer to specific instances of capital's confrontation with extant labor processes. Formal subsumption denotes capital taking hold of pre-existing forms of production, leaving the material organization of them essentially intact, and extracting surplus from the labor process as it is given. Hybrid subsumption refers to transitional forms in which the valorization of capital is achieved without a prior freeing of labor, but is nonetheless not conditioned by relations of direct domination. Real subsumption, by contrast, refers to instances where pre-existing labor processes are either entirely transformed or destroyed, and created anew in the image of capital. In like fashion, we may conceptualize the differentiated effects of capitalist revolutions in the creation and development of distinctly capitalist states, as different forms and processes of capital subsuming the state. In the case of real state subsumption, the existing pre-capitalist state is entirely transformed or altogether destroyed, and political institutions and the state apparatus are reconstituted in specifically capitalist ways. Under the formal form of state subsumption, some elements of the pre-capitalist state are partially or completely retained, but others aspects are transformed in the service of optimized capital accumulation. By contrast, with hybrid state subsumption, the revolution leaves components of the pre-capitalist state intact but nonetheless marshals the state apparatus in the service of capital accumulation. From this perspective, the consequences of the bourgeois revolutions in the development of capitalist state forms in the United Provinces and England may be considered examples of real subsumption, the case of France, as well as later passive revolutions in late 19th century Germany and Italy, as forms of formal subsumption, and perhaps the cases of post-1861 Tsarist Russia and Meiji Japan can be considered examples of hybrid subsumption. The benefits of such a conceptualization are that it offers a historically sensitive and dynamic means of comparing different forms of bourgeois revolution and their resulting capitalist state forms. It dispenses with any kind of unilinear perspective that takes the Dutch or English examples as the normative model or benchmark, from which all other historical instances of capitalist revolution are then inevitably judged to be a failure or incomplete. 248. Chapter 7. Combined Encounters, Dutch colonization in Southeast Asia and the contradictions of free labor. I have shown how situation hath given Holland shipping, and how shipping hath given them in effect all other trade, and how foreign traffic must give them as much manufacture as they can manage themselves, and as for the overplus, make the rest of the world but as workmen to their shops. William Petty, 17,511. Introduction. In Chapter 3, we saw that a demographic crisis, precipitated by Mongolian expansion, created a balance of class forces that eventually proved conducive to the freeing of the direct producers from the bonds of serfdom. In Chapter 4, we then demonstrated that the geopolitical pressures of the Ottoman Empire on European development extended this process to enable the separation of the peasantry from their means of subsistence, by methods such as enclosures, and created a structural shift from the Mediterranean to the Atlantic. Each of these chapters indicated steps in the formation of capital as a social relation, the making of the capital, wage-labor relation. For many Marxists, this formation exhausts the processes of primitive accumulation, and the origins of the capitalist mode of production as such, the dispossession of the peasantry which, on the one hand, leaves peasants with no access to the means of production other than by the selling of their labor power and, on the other hand, a ruling class with exclusive ownership of the means of production. Here we immediately run into a very simple historical problem. As many world systems theorists, WST, insist too, it is possible to point to numerous instances in which the capital relation has been dominant prior to the modern epoch. Although these accounts typically emphasize accumulation based on merchant activity, such practices could, at times, make use of wage labor and the extraction of relative surplus value through the introduction of labor-saving technologies. In addition to the simple mercantile activity of buying cheap and selling dear, it is possible to find instances of commercial production based on market-dependent wage labor in what might typically be described as pre-capitalist social formations. For example, 16th-century diamond mines in Kollur, India employed up to 60,000 people, utilizing a complex hierarchy of managers and workers to regulate production and distribution. Governors were responsible for providing fixed capital in the form of tools while overseers regulated miners' output. 3 Similarly, in the Sung period, 960 to 1279, mining and metallurgical enterprises in Kiangsu employed up to around 3,000 wage laborers. 4 Across Italy from the 14th century onwards, serfdom had virtually disappeared and agrarian production was based on a variety of modern employment arrangements including, in some regions, wage labor, employed either permanently or as day laborers. In many cases, this was accompanied by the reinvestment of capital in labor-saving techniques such as irrigation and more efficient crops. 5 In short, whether we ascribe to a commercialization or social property relations perspective, it is possible to locate extensive evidence of capital before capitalism. 6. As we have seen, in Chapter 1, for WST, the identification of earlier forms of capital accumulation led to a theorization of capitalism that is essentially transhistorical. For political Marxists, the historical specificity of capitalism is retained, but at the expense of discarding historical evidence that might contradict their theoretical presuppositions. To both we ask, why did these prior instances not entail the wholesale reordering of social relations into a world system based on the capitalist mode of production? Why was it specifically the outbreak of capitalism in the 16th and 17th centuries in the northwestern European states, England and Holland, to follow both Brenner and Wallerstein, that marked a definitive epochal shift from the old mode of production to the new. In order to answer this question, it is worth taking our cue from Marx, since despite his unrelenting emphasis on the historical specificity of the capitalist mode of production, he was also attuned to the existence of what he called antediluvian form 7 or sporadic traces of capitalist production 8 in the pre-capitalist epoch. Marx was keen to emphasize that these antediluvian forms were central to understanding the historical dissolution of non-capitalist modes of production, and were therefore crucial to identifying concrete historical processes involved in the emergence of capitalism. 9. It is perhaps for this reason that Marx stated that commercial capital was a historical precondition for the development of the capitalist mode of production. 10. Nonetheless, he also insisted that these forms of capital were unable, on their own, to create a new, that is, capitalist, mode of production, a point not lost on those critical of the commercialization model. 11. If merchant or interest-bearing capital could not elicit an epochal shift from non-capitalist to capitalist mode of production, what could? 12. Marx addressed this question by confronting the implied circularity of the capital-wage-labor relation. If each side of this relation presupposed the other, the simple accumulation of one pole was insufficient as an explanation for the emergence of the other. 13. The hoarding of capital, for example, could not alone create the social conditions for the purchase of wage labor. The possibility of using capital to purchase labor power was instead premised on the existence of a class with nothing other than their labor power to sell, that is, the commodification of labor power itself, which implied a history beyond simply hoarding wealth. For many, primitive accumulation is nothing other than the commodification of labor power, a bloody and violent history in which the English peasantry were torn from their land, leaving them with nothing other than their labor power to sell. 14. However, a point often missed among those that emphasize such processes of accumulation by dispossession 15 is that the simple emergence of a class of propertyless workers was also, on its own, not enough to constitute capitalism as a mode of production. Consequently, Marx warned, insofar as primitive accumulation is not the direct transformation of slaves and serfs into wage laborers, and therefore a mere change of form, it only means the expropriation of the immediate producers, i.e. the dissolution of private property based on the labor of its owner. Private property, as the antithesis to social, collective property exists only where the means of labor and the external conditions of labor belong to private individuals. But according to whether these private individuals are workers or non-workers, private property has a different character. 16. Just as with merchant and interest-bearing capital, the expropriation of the immediate producers involves only the dissolution of extant social property relations. Once again, Marx insists that expropriation, while identifying perhaps the breakdown of an existing mode of production, does not account for why capital and labor come together and confront each other as a social relation. This suggests that there must be more to primitive accumulation as a historical process beyond the dissolving effects of interest-bearing and merchant capital, or the expropriation of the peasantry. Indeed, the prior existence of this confrontation between capital and wage labor is, as we have seen, a transmodal, if sporadic and isolated, feature of history. Primitive accumulation is therefore better understood as a broader process that not only separates direct producers from the means of subsistence and production, that is, expropriation, but involves the, often forcible, coming together or encounter of the possessors of capital and those who only have their labor power to sell. To understand this process better, we 17 suggest a useful distinction can be made between capital as a simple transmodal social relation and the historically specific capitalist mode of production. Or put more simply, a distinction must be made between capital and capitalism. While capital, as we have seen, refers to a social relation defined by the relation between capital and wage labor, capitalism refers to a broader configuration, or totality, of social relations oriented around the systematic reproduction of the capital relation, but irreducible, either historically or logically, to the capital relation itself. This broader configuration may feature social relations that are specific to the modern epoch, but also those that precede it. they would certainly involve the accumulation of differences, particularly, race, age, and gender, inequalities, hierarchies, divisions, which have alienated workers from each other and even from themselves 18 as well as institutional, social, formations such as nation-states, laws, financial and logistical instruments. It would, moreover, include coercive apparatuses such as militaries, police, armaments, but also consensual apparatus such as, specific, culture, ideologies, subjectivities, consciousness, psychologies, and conducts. These broader relations of power oriented around the systematic reproduction of the capital relation enable us to distinguish between antediluvian forms of capital from the historically specific epoch of capitalism. In antediluvian forms, the capital relation was reproduced within a broader configuration of relations that pertain to non-capitalist modes of production. As such, antediluvian capital was subordinated to the non-capitalist social relations within which it existed, and could not posit itself as the condition of its own reproduction, that is, as self-valorizing capital. The northern Italian city-states constitute an archetypal example of this. Between Venice and Genoa, we find formally capitalist institutions and social relations, including the extensive use of wage labor in agrarian and industrial production, as well as sophisticated financial and commercial operations. 19 Nonetheless, Venice was ultimately at the behest of the war-making tendencies of distinctly feudal or tributary states. Similarly, in terms of trade, Genoa's capital was only able to carve out and protect its commercial interests by piggybacking on the coercive capabilities of other feudal states. The Genoese heavily depended on the protection of the Iberian powers, most clearly evidenced in the Estado de India, for the facilitation of trade. In this manner, they remained subordinate partners in an alliance with an otherwise pre-capitalist imperial formation. 20 The end of Genoa's financial dominance in Europe was very much marked by their inability to control decision-making in this colonial alliance. In short, the extensive subordination of labor power to capital undertaken by Genoa and Venice and their colonial possessions were undergirded by the most naked forms of feudal power. More significantly, Genoese and Venetian capital was itself instrumental in the reproduction of the feudal ruling class, through the loans and provisionism implied in their financial and commercial power, respectively. We must therefore look at the broader configuration of social relations both within and between societies along with the modalities through which they, collectively, reproduce themselves in order to gauge the existence, or non-existence, of a distinct mode of production. Both Italian city-states were able to exist as antediluvian social formations based on capital because of their very subordination to the feudal mode of production operating at this intersocietal level. Without the transformation of this wider intersocietal environment 21 constituted by the feudal mode of production, any transition to capitalism in the Italian city-states remained necessarily partial and subject to systemic reversal. This also helps explain why these antediluvian forms of capital ultimately proved at once exemplary, but also localized, fleeting and unsustainable. In both the Genoese and Venetian cases, the immediate problem posed by feudalism was that broader configurations of power subordinated both capital and labor to their own internal requirements. By the same token, there were few incentives within feudal pockets of capital accumulation to transform social relations, as they had neither the desire nor the capabilities to undertake such transformative actions, for any attempt to shed or destroy such feudal practices would have constituted an attack on the conditions of their own reproduction. 22 This goes a long way to explaining why their ruling classes showed little interest in revolutionizing the mode of production. Consequently, for antediluvian forms of capital, limits based on a reliable and cheap supply of labor power were a constant source of crisis and decline. 23 Since feudal relations on land, being dominant, had the tendency to reassert themselves. On the one hand, workers had opportunities to return to non-waged forms of subsistence, through either family-oriented labor or subsistence farming. On the other hand, the feudal ruling class could swallow up huge amounts of capital and deploy it to reproduce feudal power rather than directing it toward productive investments. 24. An implication of this argument is that in order for capital to posit itself, to become self-reproducing, an array of strategies and techniques had to be, and continually have to be, deployed to reproduce the conditions of its own existence. Jason Red is therefore correct to highlight that the two essential results of primitive accumulation, workers with only their labor power to sell, and capital free to invest anywhere, are also effects of the capitalist mode of production's encounter with other modes and economies. Point 25 The origins of capitalism is then a history that not only creatively generates a new social relation between capital and labor, but also violently clears away, or appropriates, subsumes and subordinates other modes of power to the requirements of its own reproduction. Point 26 In Capital, Volume 3, Marx delineates this inherent multiplicity of capitalism's becoming as a mode of production. Capital as capital, therefore, appears first of all in the circulation process. In this circulation process, money develops into capital. It is in circulation that the product first develops as an exchange value, as commodity and money. Capital can be formed in the circulation process, and must be formed there, before it learns to master its extremes, the various spheres of production between which circulation mediates. When the circulation process becomes independent in this way, as a process in which the spheres of production are linked together by a third party, this expresses a double situation. On the one hand, that circulation has still not mastered production, but is related to it simply as its given precondition. On the other hand, that the production process has not yet absorbed circulation into it as a mere moment. In capitalist production, on the contrary, both these things are the case. The production process is completely based on circulation, and circulation is a mere moment and a transition phase of production, simply the realization of a product produced as a commodity and the replacement of its elements of production produced as commodities. Point 27. This suggests that there are two crucial moments in the transition to capitalism. First, capital via circulation masters the extremes of the various spheres of production, and, second, through this mastering, circulation becomes absorbed into production. Where the commercialization model emphasizes the first moment, the social property relations emphasizes the second. As the above quote indicates, however, these processes are not mutually exclusive or even distinct, but can and do form part of the same process. Hence, Marx writes, capitalism is clearly the result of a past historical development, the product of many economic revolutions, of the extinction of a whole series of older formations of social production. Point 28. Elsewhere, Marx's fleeting remarks on subsumption taxonomically identify three different kinds of encounter between capital and labor which may, or may not, be implied in the transition to capitalism: real, formal, and hybrid subsumption. Point 29 Each depends not only on the confrontation between capitalist and laborer, but also on variations in the control of the production process, subsumption of the means of production, and the character of exploitation, and therefore also the character of surplus appropriation, absolute/relative, and level of technological development, that is, an assortment of relations not governed exclusively by the capital, wage-labor relation itself. Finally, and perhaps most revealingly, in Marx's account of primitive accumulation we find a vast array of different levers, themselves irreducible to capital, that bring capital into an exploitative relation with labor: the expropriation of serfs, the freeing of labor, the creation of a global market, the appropriation of New World precious metals, the subjection of indigenous communities, slavery, plunder, the public debt, the credit system, taxation, and so on. Point 30. Without wishing to labor the point, we think it is clear that the subsumption of labor under capital reveals not the effects of a single strategy or aspects of a single process 31 but uneven and multiple histories. The multiple vectors of causation that fed into the origins of capitalism as a mode of production are therefore entirely disparate. 32 The unity or totality of capitalism as a mode of production in becoming can only be concretely, historically, traced by identifying these multiple vectors and their points of combination and articulation. An appreciation of this not only helps us to better understand capitalism, but also enables us to properly grasp the historical processes behind the coming together of capital and labor, and so the origins of capitalism as such. The point of this theoretical digression is this: if we recognize that capitalism is constituted by practices that are non-identical with, subordinate to, and yet constitutive of the capital-wage-labor relation, then an understanding of the origins of capitalism must trace these practices, and how they became related to the capital-wage-labor relation. When we understand the history of capitalism's origins in this broader sense, we are compelled to move away from any singular history, say the freeing of labor in the English countryside, to instead investigate those wider, often international, developments that were coeval with the emergence of capitalism and which may have influenced or determined its very emergence. We argue that once we acknowledge this, we are better able to address the historical puzzle posed at the start of this chapter: why Holland, or England, and not Venice or Genoa? Our argument in this chapter is that the making of capitalism as a mode of production was inseparable from the coeval processes of violent subordination that took place in Asia at the hands of the Europeans. In particular, we argue that colonization in Asia was central to the mobilization of capital and the subsumption of a dispersed mass of labor power. We argue that this history, a history of the violent coercion of unwaged labor, was crucial to embedding and systematically reproducing the wage-labor relation in Europe itself. Put differently, the reproduction of labor power and capital presupposes for its existence a vast unwaged sphere as one of the many configurations of power that mark capitalism's birth. 33 More specifically, the development of this coerced sphere of unwaged labor was crucial to producing forms of subordination, exploitation, and social stratification that were at the heart of alienating workers from their labor and from each other. In Chapter 5, we saw how the origins of plantation slavery as a specifically combined capitalist enterprise, and the creation of social hierarchies of race and gender, emerged as specific functions of capitalist accumulation. In this chapter we examine further processes of subjugation that took place across the Indian Ocean littoral. In the first section, we show that by the turn of the 17th century, the Dutch ruling class was suffering from a crisis in the relatively low supply of the single most important commodity in the capitalist mode of production, labor power. In the second section, we then examine how the Dutch ruling class, unlike the Venetians and Genoese who preceded them, were able to solve this crisis through the accumulation, subordination, and bringing together of a vast amount of capital and labor power on a global scale. This involved a combination of New World surpluses with coerced labor in Asia. It took place through the historically specific experience of Dutch colonialism as an encounter, a moment of combination, between the Dutch East India Company, (VOC), and various Asian societies in the Indian Ocean littoral. We argue that were it not for this moment of combination, and were it not for the Dutch drawing on an extensive, albeit dispersed, mass of labor power in Asia, Holland's capitalist development would have been unsustainable in the ways other antediluvian forms were. We then argue in the third section that the emergence of capitalism as a mode of production, as a wider set of practices that enable the reproduction of the capital-wage-labor relation, was necessarily dependent on, and built upon, the exploitation of unfree labor. In fact, the vast quantities of unfree or unwaged labor exploited in Asia were the foundations on which the freedom of waged labor in the Dutch Republic was built. The specificity and limits of Dutch capitalism. Dutch institutional innovations. Why the Dutch and not the Italian city-states? In his magisterial The Long 20th Century, Giovanni Arrighi argues that the Dutch represented a break from not only prior instances of capital, but also the feudal structure of power in Europe more broadly. According to Arrighi, the Dutch were the first to be presented with, and seize, the opportunity to transform the European system of rule to suit the requirements of the accumulation of capital on a world scale. 34 As such, they entered into conflict with feudal powers, and simultaneously came to be seen as champions of new dynastic rulers seeking to break from the hold of the Habsburg Empire and papacy. 35 Leading to a broader socio-political transformation of the European state system. For Arrighi, This transformation found its clearest expression in the 30 Years' War and the subsequent conclusion of hostilities with the 1648 Treaty of Westphalia. The concomitant treaties pertaining to the freedom of the seas, and therefore trade, further indicate the reordering of the European state system in line with the requirements of capital accumulation on an expanded scale of operation. In these ways, Dutch policies aimed at transforming the European geopolitical order in the service of extended capital accumulation over the 17th century represented the kind of hegemonic agency, albeit limited and partial, conceived by various neo-Gramscian scholars 36 as the dialectical fusion of coercion and consent. Arrighi suggests that the Dutch were able to undertake this transformation due to the strong affinities between capital accumulation and state-making, based on an alliance between Dutch merchants and the House of Orange. In contrast to the Venetians, who were two capitalists 37 and the Genoese, who effectively outsourced their territorialism to the Portuguese and Spanish, the Dutch were able to uniquely fuse the logics of territorialism and capitalism better than any preceding state. In particular, Arrighi identifies three activities that proved vital to the establishment of Dutch, and therefore capitalist, hegemony. The first was the emergence and reproduction of Amsterdam as the store or warehouse of Europe, an entrepot in which global commodity chains were concentrated to an unprecedented level. This enabled the Dutch to centralize the storage and exchange of what happened to be the most strategic supplies of European and world commerce at any given time. 38 The Dutch thus seized on the ability to regulate and exploit price differentials, as well as control the supply of commodities as wide-ranging as herrings and spices, English cloth and French wines, saltpetre from Poland or the East Indies, Swedish copper, tobacco from Maryland, cocoa from Venezuela, Russian furs and Spanish wool, hemp from the Baltic and silk from the Levant. 39. Second, the establishment of the Bourse as the first stock exchange in permanent session meant Amsterdam was able to act as a pivot 40 that financially tied together the various protagonists engaged in European interstate conflicts. 41 As we have seen, throughout the 16th and 17th centuries, wars were a near-permanent feature of early modern Europe. Alongside growing taxation, lending for war-making was one of the primary levers through which capital was accumulated. However, in contrast to the episodic and localized use of lenders and foreign credit, as with the Genoese and German creditors, that preceded it, sovereign credit practices grew as the Dutch were able to employ long-term credit planning and securities to widen the pool of investors. In these ways, the Bourse was able to act as a vacuum which sucked up capital from around Europe, whether idle or not. 42. Both the reliability of the Bourse and the scale of Amsterdam's warehousing were tied to the third key development identified by Arrighi, the formation of the joint stock company, the VOC. The VOC, by internal leasing of protection costs, became the primary institutional hinge through which the logics of territorialism and capitalism were united. According to Niels Steen's Geard, the VOC integrated the functions of a sovereign power with the functions of a business partnership. Political decisions and business decisions were made within the same hierarchy of company managers and officials, and failure or success was always in the last instance measured in terms of profit. 43. With the internalization of protection costs, the VOC was able to embark on a remarkable, unprecedented period of expansion into and subordination of Asian markets, without experiencing the sorts of monetary drainage that typified the Spanish and Portuguese imperial projects. 44 In the process, the VOC simultaneously acted as a remunerative outlet for capital investment and an agent capable of carving open new sources from which to procure investments. It was an instrument of global expansion and interconnection, the medium through which the Dutch capitalist class established direct links between the Amsterdam entrepot on the one side, and producers from all over the world on the other side. 45. The value of Arrighi's analysis resides in his emphasis on the distinguishing features between Dutch capital and that of the previously dominant Italian city-states. In doing so, he is able to bring out the importance of territorialism to capitalism, and with it, an appreciation for how the expansion of capitalism's spatial scales and sphere of operations was crucial to its supplanting of feudalism. Nonetheless, in this very emphasis, Arrighi is unable to avoid sliding into the problems typically associated with WST. By not properly distinguishing between capital and capitalism, he anachronistically presupposes but does not explain the operation of a capitalist mode of production before the Dutch generalization of that mode. As such, the Dutch experience represents not an epochal break from the feudal mode of production and an instantiation of the capitalist production mode, but simply capitalism's generalization on a continuum of already existing capital. To recall Brenner's critique of WST in Chapter 1, Arrighi's explanation is a quantitative one. Indeed, he explicitly states the transition that requires explanation is not that from feudalism to capitalism but from scattered to concentrated capitalist power. 46. As a consequence, his explanation for the emergence and preponderance of the Dutch, and through them capitalism, becomes concerned with an articulation of the institutional innovations that enabled the generalization of this already existing capitalism. 47 The whole process is largely seen from the perspective of the minimization of institutional blockages that might hinder capital accumulation. Institutions such as the Bourse lowered transaction costs, smoothing the investment opportunities of capital. 48 Similarly, the VOC internalized protection costs. 49 Enabling the functioning of capital free from the fetters of feudal territorialism. Displaying some uneasy affinities with neoclassical institutionalism, Arrighi therefore presupposes rather than explains the presence and functioning of the market. 50 Equally, the capital-labor relation, in either its formation or its generalization, is completely sidelined, and exploitation as a source of surplus is removed from the understanding of capitalism. 51. In contrast, we argue that such institutional levers are significant, but only inasmuch as they enable the initial and then systematic reproduction of the capital relation. That is to say, there is nothing to presuppose that any given institution or logistical arrangement is inherently capitalist by virtue of its very existence. The situation becomes all the more murky, according to political Marxists at least, when we consider that the institution at the heart of the process, the VOC, relied so heavily on extra-economic, non-market, monopoly means for surplus appropriation. As such, the capitalist character of such institutions can only be properly ascribed, if at all, when they are situated within a broader systemic logic of capital accumulation. The key then is to understand how Arrighi's three institutions, and in particular the VOC, functioned as levers for capital accumulation by looking at their connections with the reordering of specific social relations, and in particular the reproduction of capital as a social relation. It might perhaps then seem opportunistic for us to draw on a tradition we have been at pains to criticize, but insofar as these constitute limits in Arrighi's analysis, some understanding of social property relations would appear crucial. The limits of Dutch domestic capitalism. As we saw Chapter 6, come the 16th century, Holland was experiencing highly urbanized, proto-industrial development, with the concomitant expansion of wage labor in agrarian production and the widespread orientation of production towards market activities. 53 That is, it bore many of the hallmarks of capitalism, but one riddled with a number of contradictions and limits, which were bound up in its peculiar trajectory out of serfdom. This trajectory was marked by a program of land reclamation, which opened extensive tracts of land to peasant colonization. 54 Although driven mainly by the feudal ruling class, land reclamations provided a material basis that tended to favor the Dutch peasantry because of the limited jurisdictional authority of the Dutch nobility, for whom seigneurial rights were decoupled from large land ownership. The intersection of colonist land and the absence of large demesnes meant that the Dutch peasantry held exceptionally strong property rights. 55 Consequently, even after processes of commercialization and urbanization had been sped up in late medieval Holland, small peasant property proved to be very resilient. 56 In the mid-16th century, peasant ownership of arable land was remarkably high, around 50% on Peter Hoppenbrouwer's estimates. 57 At the same time, the concentration of land into large farms remained a slow and protracted process. 58 Strikingly, of land leases in 1500, 70% were smaller than 4.4 hectares, By 1600, this had risen to 79%. This suggests that despite strong indications of capitalist development through the emergence of wage labor and commercialized land, these on their own did not enable the expropriation of the peasantry and centralization of capital on a significantly large scale. 59. As such, capitalist development was marked, but rare in the 15th to early 16th centuries. 60 The strength of the peasantry constituted a block to the ruling class centralizing the means of production, and these same restrictions on the ruling class's ability to engross and enclose land ensured that peasants were not freed from their means of subsistence, which restricted the supply of waged labor power. Where peasant freedom was restricted, it was not by a typically feudal class, the landed nobility, but by urban capital, which was able to integrate surrounding rural areas through investments in production and short-term leasing of land on competitive terms. 61 This gave Dutch capital in the 16th century a distinctly proto-industrial character, based primarily on an elastic supply of wage labor, in which small-scale agriculture was combined with market-oriented waged work. 62 It was only after 1580 that this limited or constrictive form of capitalist development broke down and accumulation got its way. 63 Land was concentrated in the hands of the ruling class and rural producers were expropriated and separated from their means of subsistence. Small-scale proto-capitalist enterprises based on an elastic labor supply gave way to larger farms worked by hired waged labor. 64 It was in this same period that the United Provinces experienced a large-scale migration of propertyless peasants to urban areas and a subsequent enlargement, concentration, and proletarianization in the urban, textile, industries. 65 Eventually, through this process of primitive accumulation, the rural proletariat became an urban real proletariat no longer capable of self-reproduction outside of the sphere of wage labor. See also Chapter 6, point 66. Crucially, one outcome of this process was an increase in the demand for labor power concomitant with a reduction in its supply in the 17th century, as population growth could not keep pace with economic growth. This continual scarcity of flexible and ample labor power meant real wages in Holland increased in the first half of the 17th century. 67 This scarcity and the subsequent rise in wages dovetailed with a decline in productivity, as proto-industrialization in the countryside waned. The rise in wages and decline in productivity pointed to an upper limit of capitalist growth. Indeed, precisely such conditions contributed to the decline of antediluvian experiments in Renaissance Italy. 68 And yet these very conditions prefigured, of all things, the Dutch Golden Age. This suggests that the Dutch ruling class not only managed to survive this crisis of scarcity in labor power, but actually excelled and expanded under such conditions. Their expansion was all the more remarkable considering the general crisis that beset Europe in the 17th century. So how did they do it? For Brenner, high wages hardly spelled disaster, quite the contrary. Over the same period exports rose, attesting to the capacity of Van Zanden's merchant capitalism to raise productivity in keeping with rising labor costs. Rising wages must indeed have contributed rather significantly to the economy's growth, for so long as they were offset by rising productivity and were prevented from squeezing profits, and so long as the products that were produced could find sufficient demand, rising wages could provide the sort of dynamic domestic market available in few if any other locations in Europe in this period. In addition, rising wages must have spurred the substitution of capital for labor, the introduction of labor-saving technological changes that, in many instances, must have accelerated the growth of overall productivity. 69. However, Brenner's suggestion presupposes, but does not demonstrate, increases in Dutch productivity, the emergence of a domestic market and the introduction of labor-saving technology. More specifically, he overlooks the most striking and controversial feature of Dutch capitalism, that it did not bring about the sorts of rapid technological innovation in an industrial revolution that would later mark the experience of British capitalism. 70. So if the conditions Brenner outlines did not pertain, how were the Dutch able to confront this crisis in the scarcity of labor power? A clue can be found in Capital, Volume I, where Marx describes two ways through which value production is made possible by using mechanisms other than increasing relative surplus value. 71 Marx argued that by incorporating with itself the two primary creators of wealth, labor power and land, capital acquires a power of expansion that permits it to augment the elements of its accumulation beyond the limits apparently fixed by its own magnitude, or by the value and the mass of the means of production, already produced, in which it has its being. 72. This clue helps us understand how the Dutch were able to overcome the limits of their domestic capitalist development, namely the crisis in the supply of labor power. In the face of falling productivity and rising production costs, workers increasingly had to be recruited from elsewhere. 73 By incorporating labor power on a global scale, Dutch capital acquired a power of expansion it hitherto did not possess. We argue in the following sections that Dutch colonialism played a fundamental role in this recruitment strategy. 74 As we shall see, it not only offset labor scarcity, enabling the expansion of free wage labor at home, but was instrumental in the instantiation of capitalism as a mode of production taking an increasingly international form. The specificity of the Dutch encounter with these Asian states was marked by intersecting levels of unevenness. Advantages derived from the acquisition of New World precious metals and from naval capabilities meant that they were able to successfully integrate themselves into the Indian Ocean trading system. But because of the strength of extant commercial networks and fur market production, undergirded by relatively powerful local ruling classes, the Dutch had to insert themselves into already existing modes of production. This meant that the forms of integration varied depending on the specific society encountered by the Dutch. Therefore, before we go on to explicate these processes in more detail, a brief snapshot of the uneven and combined developmental characteristics of the Indian Ocean littoral is both necessary and revealing. For not only did this uneven and combined character prefigure further uneven and combined relations with the Dutch, it also constituted the very basis on which Dutch dominance in the region, and Dutch capitalism more broadly, was founded. Unevenness and combination in the pre-colonial Indian Ocean littoral. The intersocietal system of the Indian Ocean. Stretching from the South China Sea to East Africa, subsuming the Arabian Sea and the Bay of Bengal, the Indian Ocean littoral was inhabited by an immensely uneven constellation of social formations. 75 Such was the variation of South Asia that some strands in recent historiography have rejected the idea of treating the Indian Ocean, or more broadly still South Asia, as a coherent unit of analysis, or reducing these radical differences between different societies to a single taxonomic type. 76. At the same time, the opposite tendency to discuss history in this part of the world in terms of microsociologies and or histories is encumbered with the opposite issue, that these different parts of the Indian Ocean, or again, South Asia, were not disconnected or disarticulated social formations existing hermetically side by side. Rather, they were part of an interactive multiplicity, and as such were fundamentally bound together in terms of their own modalities of social reproduction. Despite the unevenness of the Indian Ocean littoral, it was also a loosely combined intersocietal system, both sophisticated and complex in its integration. 77 Hence, the diversity of Southeast Asia and its openness to outside influences were amongst its defining characteristics. Every state in the region was built on cultural trade-offs both internal and external. 78 These variations, and the interconnections between them, meant the Indian Ocean was a world of dizzying multiplicity, interaction, and hybridity, with various overlapping layers of authority, power, culture, and social relations. 79 Malacca, or Malacca, in the English spelling, was a particularly striking instance of this. According to a, perhaps exaggerated, account by Tome Pires, in a single day people there were heard speaking 84 different tongues. 80 Malacca's social norms were, moreover, strikingly tolerant and cosmopolitan. Intermarriages across different religions and ethnic groupings were allowed, different faiths were taxed equally, and Hindu traditions permeated and coexisted with Muslim ones. 81 There were clear material reasons for this, as the central node of trade linking the South China Sea and Indonesian archipelago to the Bengal coast, it was a flourishing port of trade in which traders from across Eurasia intersected. These combinations were inscribed in the administrative makeup of the port. Resident Asian merchants consisted of four groups: the Gujaratis, other Indian and Burmese merchants, merchants from Southeast Asia, and merchants from East Asia including Chinese, Japanese, and Okinawans. Each of these four groups was allowed to have a shabandar, a harbor master who managed the affairs of that particular merchant group autonomously of the local authorities in return for receiving merchants from their own country of origin. Shabandar performed an administrative function for the local rulers, while acting as brokers and intermediaries between their merchant counterparts and the local population. 82. Such practices were not specific to Malacca alone, but were instead prevalent throughout the region. In various periods, Kalaings and Chinese acted as shabandar in Banten. In Ayutthaya, Chinese traders were responsible for captaining trading ships in the mid-17th century. 83 King Nere of Ayutthaya also employed a Persian merchant, Aka Muhammad, and later a Greek, Constantine Phocon, as Okya Phraklang, head of the royal guard. In the reign of King Boramakot, 1732–58, Phocon's grandson became supervisor of Christian merchants and an overseer at the royal storehouses. 84 In Ayutthaya, money changing and accounting was typically assigned to Gujaratis, Sinds and Coromandel. The chief accountant of Ayutthaya was Persian, and his subordinates Chinese. 85 The Chinese also came to prominence in the Ayutthayan state in the 1690s, with the Chinese merchant obtaining the title of Okya Umara, Chief Justice. Intermarriage between members of different communities often played a crucial role in mediating such ethno-religious combinations. The Teokayu merchant, Chen Yung, obtained a gambling monopoly in Ayutthaya, subsequently settled there and married a Siamese woman. Their child, Taksin, subsequently became governor and later ruler at the new capital Thonburi, opposite modern Bangkok, after Ayutthaya's fall in 1767. It was also common for Vok officials in Batavia to marry Indonesian women, many of whom became responsible for their private trade. Others would use intermarriage as a way of accessing positions of local power. 87 De Brochabouard, a Frenchman, traveled to Siam with the Vok, and in 1659 he married a local woman there. This enabled him to subsequently enter the service of the King Nere in Ayutthaya as his personal physician. Still under Vok employment, he acted as mediator between the king and the Vok in commercial relations. His son and grandson followed in his footsteps. 88 Similarly, a Portuguese mestizo, Jan Domingos de Mato, served King Sanfit VIII as an envoy to the English East India Company in Madras. 89 South Asia beyond the Eurocentric gaze. In short, across South Asia, many rulers officially and actively promoted the settlement and intermarriage of foreign individuals, and their incorporation into state administration. Not only was their know-how of markets and political conditions and customs in their own countries valuable, they could also elicit trust among their compatriots. This served an especially significant economic function, since operations such as long-distance orders, deferred payments, and commenda, entrusting capital, could not be carried out without a basis of mutual confidence and a common code of moral values, if not a common system of law. 90 Hence, the use of non-indigenous administrators extended beyond technical know-how and commercial benefits to the political reproduction of the local ruling class. As G. A. Malar Kotharithambi Wells explains, as long as they retained their separate identity, foreign merchants posed less of a threat to the ruler than their influential counterparts from among the indigenous elite, who had manpower and factional loyalties at their command. 91 Equally, the segmentation of different autonomous merchant groups served as a mechanism through which the rulers could effectively check the power of individuals with exceptional access to commercial wealth. 92 We thus find within Ayutthaya and Malacca the juridical and geographical separation. 93 And administrative autonomy of different trading communities as a fundamental component of local, indigenous ruling class strategies of reproduction. A grasp of this particular feature of the Indian Ocean helps us understand the conditions under which the European-Asian encounter of the 16th and 17th centuries took place. As Ulbi Bosma and Remco Rabin argue, in light of the long history in Asia of ethnic, cultural, and legal pluralism, we may conclude that a flexible integration of European immigrants was the norm rather than exception. 94 Moreover, this alerts us to the specificity of such integration, one rooted in the peculiarity of the uneven relations between Europeans and these Asian societies. In contrast to the prevalent Eurocentric view of Asian commerce as mere peddling, pre-colonial merchants were instead integrated into sophisticated political and economic networks that were often deployed in order to accumulate extraordinary amounts of wealth and power. 95 Pre-colonial commercial activities involved considerably more than buying cheap and selling dear, with Asian merchants using favorable positions within, or relations with, local states to intervene in processes of both production and surplus extraction. 96 At other times, the intersection of merchant and state interests meant state power could be deployed to compete commercially with Europeans should otherwise friendly relations sour. The Portuguese and later Dutch and English found that local rulers were capable of producing and deploying military capabilities that could, on occasion, match them. 97. Considering the vibrancy, complexity, and strength of these networks, it would be a mistake to equate the European arrival in South Asia with the concomitant dominance of the region. Faced by large, powerful, and wealthy Asian states, Europeans' ability to act autonomously, let alone dictate terms to Asian rulers, was extremely limited. 98 Unlike the New World, these were lands containing large, dense native populations with old and complex military, political, economic, and cultural institutions over which the new European conquerors claimed suzerainty. 99 The sort of colonialism exercised in the New World was not an option here, which in part helps explain some of the problems faced by Iberian states seeking to settle and develop agrarian forms of surplus extraction in Asia as they had done in the Americas. Unlike the near total control and plunder of American resources, South Asia presented a very different challenge to the early Europeans who entered the region. Where Europeans were able to gain a foothold, it was either through integration into existing networks and social relations of surplus appropriation obtained through careful negotiation with existing power holders, or failing that, through brute force. 100 As Prakash puts it, the Europeans, both the companies as well as the individual traders, had no option but to operate within the given organizational structure of procurement and trade. 101 Hence, European domination in South Asia was initially marked by dispersal through shifting and opportunistically motivated combinations with local power holders. 1024, as Janet Abu-Lughod argues, the rise of the West was facilitated by the pre-existing world economy that it restructured. 103 Taking the examples of Dutch activities in the Indonesian archipelago and the subcontinent in turn, we now delineate the manifold techniques used by the Dutch to integrate otherwise disparate arenas of production into an integrated logic of accumulation. The Dutch encounter, a policy of combination. The specificities and success of Dutch strategies of integration and domination in Southeast Asia. The success of the Dutch, and subsequently British, in contrast to the Portuguese should be understood in terms of the strategies of integration delineated above. In particular, the Vox amalgamation of disparate regions of Asian trade into a self-sustaining and expanding intra-regional network helps us understand the success of Dutch colonialism. In contrast, the failed hegemony of the Portuguese was marked by an inability to adapt sufficiently to the local context they entered. Despite achieving some regional integration, centered on the trading networks of Malacca, Portuguese activity was based and dependent on the assistance of Tamil merchants operating in the port city. 104 Eschewing commercial expansion, the activities of the Estado de India Oriental were primarily directed at the unbridled expropriation of late medieval Eurocentric territorialism into judicially alien space. 105. Two policies in particular marked out Portuguese activities. First, they concentrated largely on redistributive or tributary activities. The Cartes's system of maritime licenses and tolls and the juridically prescribed practice of kufla, convoy transport, flowed from the quintessential feudal institution of mare clausum. Throughout the Indian Ocean economy the Portuguese ruthlessly superimposed closed seas upon the indigenous system of mare liberum. 106. Second, the experience of Iberian success in colonizing the New World was combined with an emphasis on coercive extraction, which led the Portuguese to pursue a territorialist form of administration based on the Fortaleza Feudarea 107 fortress system and Forreiro property rights. 108 The impulse for this territorialist turn was itself geopolitical, circumscribed first by Commander Afonso de Albuquerque's aims of displacing the Venetian spice trade 109 and crusading against Islam, and second by the subsequent conflict with the Ottoman Empire over access to the Indian Ocean, 1538–57. Culminating in a series of sieges of the Portuguese-held city of Diu, 1538, 1541, 1546, 1549, the Ottoman threat to Christendom now manifested itself in the east, thus intersecting with commercial concerns over spice markets. 110. The Portuguese knew that for expansion to be sustained in this region they would require some form of material support, which was achieved by granting land and privileges to those who participated in military campaigns, a practice originating in colonial Brazil in the 1530s. Crucially, this necessitated a policy of settlement in agricultural areas, which subsequently instigated the tendency for land adventurism and geopolitical accumulation among the Portuguese in South Asia. 111 Otherwise, the Portuguese sought to obtain from local rulers the rights to revenue collection in the form of customs and taxes. 112. The territorialist turn had two important consequences. First, the Estado became dependent on what proved to be an unsustainable land-based form of surplus extraction via taxation. According to Eric Michael Wilson, this ultimately precluded the Fidalgos from commercially exploiting the ultra-lucrative inter-Asian country trade. 113 Second, surpluses were typically funneled into maintaining these specifically coercive or redistributive enterprises, as well as seigneurial consumption, rather than productive investments. 114 Hence, the pursuit for monopolies on spices was eventually abandoned in favor of imposing duties and freight charges. 115 And commercial activity did not survive the individual merchant undertaking the enterprise. 116 In short, there was no permanence to, or expansion in, Portuguese commercial operations. In contrast, the Dutch took the very different approach of pursuing a large-scale and systematic participation in intra-Asian trade. 117 This began with the spice-producing islands in the Indonesian archipelago, where the Dutch managed to monopolize nutmeg, mace, and cloves. Pepper proved considerably more difficult to monopolize, due to its ubiquity in Asian trade. 118 It was produced in multiple regions and was prevalent in wider networks of Euro-Asian trade that traversed not only the Indian Ocean, but also the inner Asian land routes. Competition among Europeans over pepper intersected with a variety of Asian merchant communities also dependent on the commodity. For many pepper-producing areas, rice, and especially textiles, rather than bullion, were the primary medium of exchange. For this reason, the procurement of Indian textiles became central to the Vox operations, and it inserted them into networks of trade centered on the subcontinent. This region, due its own local specificities, presented new challenges to the Dutch. In particular, the trade in textiles depended on capital advances and exchange with precious metals. With limits to how regular bullion could be shipped from European stores bursting with New World silver, the company was compelled to further integrate Asian commercial networks. 119 Hence, the VOC established a colonial presence in Hiradu, Japan, for silver and in Taiwan for silks and gold. With access to these commodities, the Dutch were able to obtain Indian textiles on the Coromandel coast. Similarly, the VOC established trading rights in Persia, accessing silver mines there. Through this process, the Dutch established a network of trade that connected Japan to Persia via the Indian coast and the Indonesian archipelago. How were the Dutch able to do this? The answer is very much rooted in an appreciation of the uneven and combined interactions between the Dutch and Iberian states. The Dutch were latecomers to the colonial game. While Iberian states had experience of territorialist expansion in the Americas, the Dutch were relatively peripheral to such activity. This meant that the Portuguese were more committed to feudal territorialist forms of surplus extraction based on meerklausum, while, by contrast, the Dutch explored the potential of sustaining and exploiting the already existing South Asian system of mare liberum. Moreover, the Dutch saw an aggressive commercial policy in Asia as a mechanism through which they could undermine Iberian power and aid the efforts of liberation from Habsburg Spain back in Europe. 120 The striking passage from Grotius's De Indies illustrates these considerations at the heart of the Vox operations. The Spanish will be obliged to turn from their attacks upon others in defense of themselves, keeping innumerable ships for their protection in East Indian waters, strengthening their colonies with fortifications, and, most troublesome of all, maintaining a suspicious vigil over all things at one and the same time. The numerous and heavy expenses thus to be incurred will drain away not only all the private profits of the Portuguese, but also the whole of the East Indian revenue accruing to their state itself, the unwavering enemy of Dutch liberty. Accordingly, if all the produce and revenue from Philip's East Indian possessions can be encumbered with a burden of expense equal to that already laid upon certain European possessions of his, it must surely follow that the future management of the war will prove much easier for us. If, then, Spanish revenues fail, and with them, the credit necessary to procure additional funds, what outcome is to be expected other than a military insurrection leading to a great revolution? 121. In line with their privileges of backwardness, the Dutch sought to dismantle the nascent forms of Portuguese colonialism, not by replicating the feudal territorialism of the Portuguese, but by circumventing them altogether and integrating and appropriating Asian practices. Further, the Dutch realized that in order to supplant the Portuguese, they needed to control all the main sources of supply. 122 They reasserted the extant principles of mare liberum, leaving existing circulation practices largely intact, and focused more resolutely on integrating and controlling production. 123. The resultant intra-Asian network proved central to Dutch domination of the region, for it provided a way to squeeze Spanish Habsburg revenues, facilitating the Dutch rebellion back in Europe. Moreover, and we can only speculate whether this was an unintentional byproduct of an otherwise geopolitical motive, it helped establish what Banerjee calls the permanent and expanding circulation of capital. Only here, in the early 17th century, was there a conscious attempt to build a permanent circulating capital, that is, generate sufficient reserves for further expansion of the business. By permanent circulating capital, Kohn meant the permanent and expanded circulation of capital mainly in the form of commodities extracted from one end of Asia to the other and circulating between the different Asian markets where the VOC had factories. 124. Contrary to dominant wisdom, this was not the simple operation of mercantile capital buying cheap and selling dear, or even just the establishment of monopoly privileges in the region. Nor was it, as Steens Geaard suggests, simply the institutional innovation 125 of the joint stock company in oceanic governance 126 that placed profit over power in Dutch considerations. Insisting on the exploitation of labor power as the basis for capital accumulation, we argue that the integration of intra-Asian trade facilitated capital accumulation beyond simply oiling the wheels of commerce. That is, the establishment of permanent circulating capital was instead rooted in transformations in the social relations of production across South Asia. Ultimately, Dutch preponderance rested on intervening and eventually establishing control over production and thus also labor power. The integration of intra-Asian trade, therefore, facilitated for the first time the organization of a hierarchy of capitals connecting a dispersed mass of labor power 127 on a global scale. However, it would be a mistake to suggest that this connection of intra-Asian trade was the product of some inherent entrepreneurial or capitalist spirit in the Dutch. 128 Rather, O.M. Prakash argues that the impulse to develop these links was specifically devised in Batavia in relation to the realities of Asian trade. 129 By 1612, Hendrik Brouwer, who would later become Governor-General of the East Indies, noted, "The Coromandel coast is the left arm of the Moluccas, because we have noticed that without the textiles of Coromandel, commerce is dead in the Molucca. 130. The compulsion to bring these different sections of Asian trade together did not come from some internal capitalist essence at the heart of the VOC, or an entrepreneurial spirit among Dutch merchants, but was rather the outcome of a series of aleatory encounters with the various social formations of South Asia, and the respective external challenges each posed to the viability of VOC operations. 131 It was, in short, an uneven and combined development. In the process, the VOC fostered a form of colonial control over a dispersed mass of largely unfree labor power. 132 Enabling it to accumulate capital despite the absence of a robust market of labor power domestically. We now trace the sequence of encounters, beginning with the spice trade in the Indonesian archipelago, and then turning to textile production in the subcontinent, Coromandel and Bengal in particular. Finally, we discuss how the integration of these different nodes affected the development of capitalism with specific reference to its relation to free labor in Europe. The Moluccas. Drawn to the highly profitable spice trade, the VOC initially and predominantly centered its operations around the Indonesian archipelago. It managed to negotiate agreements with the rulers of Ambon, 1605, and Ternate, 1609, granting exclusive access to clove production. Similar agreements were obtained for mace and nutmeg from the Banda Islands in 1605, and were renewed by conquest in 1621. From Banten, the Dutch conquered Jakarta in 1619, renaming it Batavia, and established the VOC's Asian headquarters there. Batavia subsequently acted as the base for VOC operations in the region, and in particular its campaign to monopolize spice trades in the surrounding islands. 133. The VOC's attempts were in every instance framed by and refracted through the social formations it encountered in the region. The kingdoms of Malacca, Ternate, Tidore, Bacan and Ayutthaya followed many of the features of a classical tributary structure, building relations with neighboring communities, who would typically pay tribute in kind to the emperor. 134 Nonetheless, two features separated these kingdoms from archetypal tributary states such as the Ottomans, Mughals and Chinese. First, some, such as Malacca, paid tribute to the Chinese Empire, and were therefore incorporated into wider tributary relations as peripheral rather than central agents. Second, the control exercised by these kingdoms over neighboring communities was never complete or total. Many vied for independence, and acted autonomously through piracy, establishing colonies of foreign merchants, and competing either geopolitically, culturally, or commercially with larger kingdoms, such as Siak, Kampar, and Pahang. 135 As Anthony Reid argues, no state incorporated such dependence fully, they remained a stateless penumbra of the state. 136 Due to this relative autonomy, the surrounding collection of islands that made up the Indonesian archipelago was marked by further relations of unevenness. Geographically, the region was resistant to large land-based empires, instead consisting of a multiplicity of political forms interlinked by the ease of waterborne transport. 137 The specificity of the spice-producing islands thus informed the way in which the VOC sought to integrate into it. Figure 7.1 Dutch East India Company Trade Network, 17th century. Source: http://people.hofstra.edu/geo-trans/eng/gallery/map_voc_trade_network.pdf, accessed November 25, 2014. The Middle Moluccas were relatively park-elist, with village communities ruled by a small feudal elite, the Orang Kaya. Local arrangements meant the peasantry were subordinated and ruled via corvée-type modalities of surplus extraction. 138 Which bound them to the land, imposing labor dues such as cultivating clove trees and other services. In this context, the VOC's acquisition of cloves, or the award of monopoly rights on cloves produced, was mediated not by local brokers, usurers, or merchants, but through the Orang Kaya, who were best placed to not only maintain, or increase, peasant cultivation of cloves, but also deliver products to the VOC, for which they received a commission. 139 However, due to local arrangements on the land, the population of the Middle Moluccas were able to reproduce themselves through means outside of the revenue earned from clove production, specifically through fishing, hunting, and subsistence farming on common land. 140 In the Middle Moluccas then, the reproduction of labor power in subsistence agriculture was completely separated from the production of cloves. The surplus labor was supplied almost gratuitously to the volk and the local elite. 141. Although the Dutch were able to tap into this gratuitous supply of surplus labor, this also meant that some degree of control over labor power tended to escape them. The Dutch responded to this challenge by making use of local methods of levying tribute through violence to protect their monopoly and coerce labor. They organized annual hongi, naval expeditions mobilized by Moluccan rulers to extract tribute from other islands. The volk adopted this practice to extract tribute, but also modified it for the additional purpose of attacking villages with smugglers and destroying clove production in areas outside of its immediate control. 142 By using these extant but modified techniques, the Dutch were able to control production, and in particular prevent overproduction, while maintaining monopoly privileges. 143. Other similar combined geopolitical methods were used elsewhere. In 1605, the volk conquered the Portuguese fort of Ambon, and subsequently undertook a long-term project to concentrate clove production on the islands around it by eliminating other production areas such as the North Moluccas. They did so, in the first instance, by making arrangements with local rulers in the northern Moluccan kingdoms to destroy clove trees on their islands, concentrating clove production in the Middle Moluccas. 144 In other cases, they destroyed coconut and sago, two important means of subsistence, to punish any clove-producing peasants who sold spices to smugglers. 145. Unsurprisingly, such actions were met with local resistance. In 1641 and again in 1646, Hutu elites rebelled against Dutch incursions, and then in 1651 another conflict emerged with the ruler of Ternate. Such rebellions were fiercely and bloodily crushed by the Dutch, which subsequently led to the wholesale destruction of the Homol Peninsula. On the one hand, this enabled the Dutch to annihilate the production of cloves in the North Moluccas and concentrate production in the Middle Moluccas in volk hands. On the other hand, as a result of hostilities between 1653 and 1658, the peninsula's population was decimated, while survivors were brought to Ambon to supplement the population, which had declined as a result of the guerrilla war. 146 In these ways, the Dutch were able to subsume and control land and labor power, those two primary creators of wealth that imbues capital with a power of expansion beyond its own limits. The Bunda Islands. Confronted by very different relations of production in the Bunda Islands, the volk had to employ altogether different techniques to obtain the mace and nutmeg produced there. The Bunda Islands were more decentralized than the Moluccas, and marked by the absence of any higher tributary or dynastic authority standing above and mediating between them. 147 The Orang Kaya, although still present to some degree, exercised considerably less power and autonomy in the Bunda Islands than in the Middle Moluccas. Instead, the small city-states, Ngoraj, that composed the Bunda Islands were relatively autonomous from each other, and the free citizens in each wielded or influenced political power through the medium of village meetings. 148 Nutmeg and mace produced in this region were central to obtaining rice and textiles from elsewhere, and local producers were unable, largely because of geographical constraints, to rely on subsistence farming. As a result, each village tended to be more dependent on trade for its social reproduction than the communities found in the Middle Moluccas. This context made it considerably more challenging for the Dutch to impose a monopoly. The forms of gratuitous labor of the Middle Moluccas were unsustainable in the context of a population heavily dependent on the market for their subsistence. In addition, the decentralization of power and weakness of the Orang Kaya meant there was no autonomous and sufficiently powerful ruling class capable of exercising control over the bulk of the population. Consequently, nascent attempts by the Dutch to assert authority in the region were met with resistance from the local population. This took the form, for example, of guerrilla wars against Dutch attempts to build forts on the islands. 149 In other cases, Local workers went on strike by sabotaging production 150 or refusing to pick spices by migrating to the high hills. 151 And although the Dutch set up a monopoly agreement with the local Orankaya in return for protection from the Portuguese and English, smugglers were regularly able to circumvent this agreement and the English were able to establish a fort of their own. 152. Spurred by the resistance of the local population, and competition of other European companies and Asian merchants alike, the whip of external necessity, the VOC resorted to violent means in order to assert its control over nutmeg and mace production. 153 Acting on the pretext that the Banadanese were breaching monopoly agreements, the VOC instigated a remarkably brutal military conflict, killing the majority of the Bandanese population by 1621. Only a few hundred of a population that had numbered around 15,000 survived. Many of those that did survive were set to work on nutmeg production or sent to Batavia as slave laborers. 154. The genocide of the Bandanese necessitated a rebuilding of the social relations of production in line with VOC interests. The Dutch, confronted with a cultivable but unpopulated land, did not, however, turn to the sort of settler colonialism exercised in other contexts, in particular because of the prohibitively high costs of free labor. 155 Instead, they established one of the first modern plantation economies based on slave labor. 156 Each plantation produced almost exclusively nutmeg and mace, and was divided into 68 parcels called perkin. Perkiniers were recruited from the VOC, and assigned to each perkin to manage production by purchasing slaves from the VOC at a fixed price, who then worked each parcel of land. 157 Through their contractual agreements with perkiniers, the VOC was able to set a low price for the spices and ensure that products were delivered exclusively to its agents. 158. In the form common to modern plantation slavery, the rate of exploitation was exceptionally high. Deaths were common and slaves were unable to reliably reproduce themselves. According to Van Zanden, 200 slaves were imported annually to maintain a permanent slave population of around 4,000 on the island. 159 Although the VOC was plugged into already existing forms of exploitation and production, its appropriation of these techniques created considerably more exploitative practices than what had preceded it. This was not just due to a quantitative increase in the rate of exploitation, but also a qualitative transformation of the role of slavery in the reproduction of the ruling class. Where before, slavery was primarily used by the native ruling class in a personalized social hierarchy, the VOC was the first to make slaveholding impersonal and institutionalist, a system in which a corporation, not an individual, held persons in perpetuity. 160 The variant levels of exploitation between the two are evidenced in demographic figures. The percentage of children in the domestic Asian slave population was 8 to 9%, while for those owned by the VOC, the figure was 20 to 25. Per cent. 161. Owing to the exceptional rate of exploitation and death in the plantations, the reproduction of labor power took place outside of the VOC's operations. Slaves were largely obtained as abductees from what Marcus Vinck calls segmented microstates and stateless societies. 162 In peripheral areas of the region, who were brought to market by local slave traders and bought by the VOC. 163 Among these groups were hunter-gatherer bands, shifting cultivators, pastoral nomads, and wet rice farmers. 164 In many instances, booms of slave trade were directly connected to the dispossession of these communities, through famines, revolts or wars in surrounding states. 165 Through this process of combined development, the VOC melded together the hunter-gathering mode of production with plantation slavery via the mechanisms and exigencies of merchant capital. Labor power that was reproduced in the hunter-gatherer mode of production was deployed and exploited in the plantation. Since the costs of reproducing slaves were far outstripped by the labor performed, the VOC was able to appropriate an exceptionally large quantity of surplus labor. By pushing down the costs of production, the VOC established both the social relations and techniques of exploitation necessary to extract super profits from the colonies. These were realized through the sale of spices in the European core, where gross profits on spices could exceed 1,000 per cent. 166 Beyond this quantitative benefit, This form of exploitation further developed techniques and structures of exploitation and accumulation that would, by the 18th century, be used in the thriving slave trade and plantation production in the New World. 167. Indian textiles. An additional mechanism used by the Dutch to ensure monopoly over the spice trade was cornering the Indian textile industry, since textiles were the dominant medium of exchange through which spices were obtained in the region. Rather than pursuing textiles at the point of exchange, the Dutch intervened at the point of production, setting up a permanent presence in the form of factories on the Coromandel coast from 1606 and in Gujarat from 1618.168. This put them in contact with the land-based Mughal Empire, which dominated the subcontinent, constituting a pivot around which much of the Indian Ocean trading network was centered. The empire was, by any standards of the age, highly advanced, with a standard of living above that of Europe and a population of over 100 million in 1600, which would expand over the course of the next 2 centuries. 169 Its mode of production was tributary, with a land-holding patrimonial ruling class, the zamindars, distributed throughout the empire and formally subordinated to the emperor, see Chapter 8. The zamindars were responsible for extracting land revenue from the peasantry and passing it on to the center. 170 Although this form dominated, there were some instances, especially in port towns, where merchants or usurers acted as mediators by transferring surpluses to the center. As we have seen, in many instances merchants, especially foreign ones, played a preponderant political and economic role, sometimes even in an administrative capacity. Equally, the tributary ruling class often used their political privileges to participate in commercial activities, and mediate between rural production and coastal shipping. 171 In this respect, mercantile activity and tributary relationships were symbiotic and at times inseparable. 172. Production in the Mughal Empire took place primarily in villages. 173 By direct producers who had formal control over the production process, means of production and their own labor. 174 In textile production, the individual weaver was the basic unit of production, and typically tended to devote all of their labor power to production for the market. 175 The weaver manufactured cloths for the market at a set quantity, price, and date of delivery agreed with merchants. These agreements were structured around payments advanced by merchants, who offered a large part of the final value of the contract to enable the weaver to pay for raw materials as well as the costs of reproduction for them and their family. The weaver retained formal control over the production process. Nonetheless, this was ultimately an exploitative relation, since debt obligations often rendered the artisans subject to coercive control by the merchants. 176 Countryside, and also the competitive wealth and knowledge of local merchants, the VOC and other European companies, was compelled to integrate into these pre-existing social relations of production. Hence, direct producers were tied to the VOC through a hierarchy of advance payments mediated by an array of local merchants and money lenders. Typically, Asian merchants were responsible for ensuring advances reached weavers at a steady. Such a structure necessitated a significant quantity of readily available capital, which was facilitated by the exigencies of the tributary mode. The reproduction of the Mughal state depended on a reliable system of transferring wealth from periphery to center, and then from the center back to the periphery, primarily for the costs of local administration and warfare. The needs of this tributary circulation were often met through a sophisticated network of credit and money markets, organized and administered by sarifs across a complex and broad-reaching network of money clearing houses, often temples flush with religious endowments, throughout the South Asian countryside. 177. Confronted by the vast strength of the Mughal state in the unreliable rate, they did so by employing clerks on a monthly salary who ensured weaver production remained steady. 178 Such was the symbiotic character of these relations that European companies at times made use of sarifs and merchants to obtain capital for advances. 179. As Banerjee argues, when this strategy was situated in the context of South Asia, the self-expansion of capital went well beyond simply buying cheap and selling dear. Under the competitive pressures of Asian merchants and other chartered companies, it required some measure of control over production. 180 By inserting its agents into local practices and social relations, the VOC was able to oversee an increasing subordination of rural producers to production for the market. 181 In fact, such strategies of subordination became especially pronounced when they were met with local resistance. The VOC found that the advanced system could be exploited by either intermediaries or direct producers trying to cut costs and keep a greater proportion of the value of the product for themselves. Such resistance became manifest through the dual problem of bad debts 182 and the production of poorer quality textiles. In response, the VOC felt compelled to intervene more directly in production, and exert greater control over the production process. One of the ways it did so was by setting up factories that dealt with production, storage, and distribution in port cities along the Indian Ocean littoral. One example of this was a center for silk reeling installed in the VOC factory at Qasim Bazar in Bengal in 1653. It initially employed over 3,000 reelers before being reconstructed in 1715 to accommodate over 4,000 workers. Initially, the VOC recruited master reelers who were paid in advance against a specified amount of reeled silk, while also providing them with equipment, working space, and raw materials. In 1674, the VOC sought to impose even greater control over the production process by demoting the master reeler and assuming all the risks of capital investment. 183 We then see the VOC going beyond activity in the circulation process and intervening directly in production, assuming both ownership and control of the direct production process. Such factories demonstrated the possibility of forms of hybrid subsumption giving way to something resembling the formal subsumption of labor under capital in the colonies. Conclusion. If we were to reformulate the above historical overview from the theoretical perspective of uneven and combined development, it would appear that the combination of VOC attempts at monopolization with pre-existing Asian social relations of production enabled the Dutch to construct an integrated colonial apparatus that established expanding, self-reproducing, permanently circulating capital. Central to this was the integration and subsumption of a dispersed mass of labor through the combination of a multiplicity of uneven forms, advances, debt peonage, corvées, plantations, and wage labor under a single enterprise, the VOC. In these ways, the Dutch went beyond the limits of circulation and invaded the arena of production in the process of establishing colonial economies. 184 This not only guaranteed for itself the production of goods in the world market, but formed the basis from which superprofits based on cheap production costs could readily be exploited. 185 In turn, these returns on colonial trade propelled and underwrote the financial preponderance of Dutch financial institutions, and Amsterdam's role as the entrepot of Europe. 186 As a result, the success of the institutional innovations emphasized by the likes of Steens Gerrard and Arrighi can only be properly understood when they are situated in an understanding of the globalist subordination of labor power elucidated in this chapter. This combined form of primitive accumulation proved central to Dutch economic preponderance, for it effectively overcame the limits of Dutch domestic capitalism, in particular the lack of readily available labor power. This helps us understand why the peculiar form of social relations of production found in the United Provinces proved ultimately sustainable, despite all the odds of success seemingly stacked against it. A scarcity of labor power and high wages proved no impediment to further capitalist development, for there was a ready store of cheap labor power available elsewhere. When the European experience is tied to these vectors of colonial exploitation, it becomes apparent that the high wages of European workers proved central to the realization of superprofits derived from the sale of colonial commodities back in Europe, see Chapter 5. Moreover, the sort of internal market created by high wages only proved sustainable insofar as a ready supply of commodities for the reproduction of wage labor was made available. Before the Industrial Revolution, this supply could only reliably come from the colonies. Silvia Federici, in comments that focus on capitalist patriarchy and slavery in the New World, but that are equally applicable here, succinctly summarizes this interrelation. On one side, a global assembly line was created that cut the cost of the commodities necessary to produce labor power in Europe. On the other side, the metropolitan wage became the vehicle by which the goods produced by enslaved workers went to the market, and the value of the products of enslaved labor was realized. 187. Hence, the simple presence of production based on free wage labor in the United Provinces is only one side of the story that enables us to understand its capitalist development. This is not to say that the Dutch embarked on their colonial path in search of a surplus population capable of bringing down wages. What we are after here is not an explanation of how capitalism tends towards colonialism. We argue the reverse, that in part, colonialism explains the emergence of capitalism as a mode of production. In this respect, our argument differs from WST. Rather than treating South Asian societies as passive agents in this process, we have demonstrated the ways in which they were actively, both oppositionally and collaboratively, involved in the formation of this process, as constitutive agents in the making of capitalism as a global mode of production. Moreover, we argue that the specificity of this agency, and the Dutch encounter with it, can only be properly explicated, in contrast to WST, by disclosing the multiple vectors of uneven and combined development witnessed in this co-constitutive process. Chapter 8. Origins of the Great Divergence over the Long Durée, Rethinking the Rise of the West. There are no miracles in nature or history, but every abrupt turn in history presents such a wealth of content, unfolds such unexpected and specific combinations of forms of struggle and alignment of forces of the contestants, that to the lay mind there is much that must appear miraculous. V. I. Lenin, 19171. Force is nothing apart from its effect, its being consists entirely in this coming to be and passing away. If the substance of things is force, their mode of existence turns out to be appearance. For, a being exists only as vanishing, one that is per se straightaway non-being, we call, a semblance shine. Herbert Marcuse, 19412. Introduction. How in the space of some 300 years did the leading edge in global economic and military power pass from east to west? What processes led to the breakthrough to capitalism in Western Europe and its subsequent ascendancy to global domination? However formulated, questions concerning the origins of the rise of the West have been at the forefront of social scientific debates since their inception. The topic was central to the works of Max Weber and figured prominently, if implicitly, in Marx's studies and within Marxism ever since. Whether focusing on Europe's unique cultural and institutional inheritance, Greek philosophy and science, Roman law, representative forms of governance, citizenship ideals, politically decentralist forms of governance and sovereignty, the rationalizing effects of a Protestant spirit and so on, its distinctively inherent restless rationalism, or its advantageous ecological system, temperate climates, deep soils, navigable rivers, and large coastlines, abundant and diversified resource endowments. Traditional explanations of Europe's rise to global supremacy locate its origins as imminent to Europe itself. 3. The European miracle is conceived as one of self-generation emerging from the unique if not peculiar attributes of a singular culturally and geographically defined socio-historical experience. The miracle of massive economic development, Michael Mann writes, occurred spontaneously in Europe, and nowhere else. 4. Similarly, Ricardo Duchesne has insisted on the uniqueness of the West, emphasizing its higher intellectual and artistic creativity and its exceptional development of reason and freedom. 5. Accordingly, from such perspectives, there was, and perhaps still is, something inherently exceptional about the West that distinguished it from the rest. Such self-aggrandizing narratives of Western exceptionalism have come under heavy criticism from an array of different scholars and disciplinary fields. 6. While diverging in their analyses and conclusions, these critics share a common theme of problematizing any notion of a uniquely self-propelling rise of the West. They have instead focused on the purely conjunctural, often accidental, and sometimes downright lucky factors that they argue explain Europe's rise. These revisionist or decentered historical perspectives have offered a significant challenge to traditional, Eurocentric historical narratives. We share with these perspectives a concern with the intersocietal conditions and determinations shaping Europe's developmental trajectory to global dominance. As our argument has so far shown, the revisionists are correct in arguing that there was nothing endogenous about Europe's cultural, socio-economic, and political development that necessarily led it on the path to global preeminence. We nonetheless take issue with and challenge the revisionists' predominantly conjunctural mode of analysis in explaining Europe's late breakthrough, along with their tendency to deny substantive developmental differences between West and East, as well as within Europe itself. In this chapter, we begin by demonstrating the myriad theoretical and methodological difficulties the revisionist historiography runs into when explaining the rise of the West. We then provide an alternative structural and conjunctural explanation by drawing on uneven and combined development. First, however, it is important to note how much of the debate concerning the rise of the West has centered on explaining why it was Europe, and particularly Britain, that industrialized first, and why other non-European states did not follow its lead. While this is certainly a significant part of the puzzle, it nonetheless fails to engage with the earlier history of European colonialism, which was in fact a key precondition to Europe's later rise to global preeminence. For it was this earlier period of British colonialism that really laid the foundations for its subsequent global primacy, with India in particular providing the material inputs for Britain's industrialization. The capturing of India also afforded the British Empire crucial strategic advantages. In addition to occupying a territorialist dominion in the very heart of Asia, Britain obtained a substantial and relatively cheap military force, which it could then use to open up other markets throughout the world. Therefore, if there is a single conjunctural factor or moment explaining Britain's, and later Europe's, rise to global supremacy, it was Britain's colonization of India. Before examining this world historical event in the third section of this chapter, we must first understand why and how Britain was capable of militarily conquering the Mughal Empire in India. We do so in the second section, where we assess one significant structural factor evoked in the neo-Weberian literature on the rise of Europe over the longue durée, the unusually competitive and war-prone character of the European feudal state system. But before doing so, we first turn to critically examining the key claims of the revisionist historiography. Rethinking the rise of the West, advances and impasses in the revisionist challenge. Points of agreement, European backwardness and the role of the colonies. Before examining our differences with the revisionist histories of the rise of the West, we must first point out our areas of agreement. For when explaining the rise of the West, revisionists emphasize a key factor that we too have been highlighting throughout this book: the privilege of backwardness afforded to later developing European societies and the concomitant penalties of progressiveness eventually encountered by the more advanced tributary empires in Asia. For André Gunder Frank, the sorts of commercial expansion experienced from 1400 onwards were initially more keenly felt by Asian powers than other regions, as exemplified by the tributary Ottoman formation, see also Chapter 4. At a certain point, however, these advantages of progressiveness turned into strategic liabilities and a growing absolute and relative disadvantage for one Asian region after another in the late 18th century. The very preconditions for growth in Asia led to crisis, as growing population and income, and also their economic and social polarization, exerted pressure on resources, constrained effective demand at the bottom, and increased the availability of cheap labor in Asia more than elsewhere in the world. Less developed societies, Europe, and later North America, subsequently reaped a privilege of backwardness, taking advantage of these crisis conditions in the 19th and 20th centuries, developmentally catching up and overtaking Asia in the international system. This leads Gunder Frank to conclude that between 1400 and at least 1700, as well as earlier, there was nothing exceptional about Europe, unless it was Europe's exceptionally marginal, far-off peninsular position on the map and its correspondingly minor role in the world economy. That may have afforded it some advantage of backwardness. Point 7. In this sense, the qualitative unevenness of socio-historical development, exhibited by the asynchronic simultaneity of an interactive multiplicity of different societies, afforded latecomers particular advantages in their development. This was neither an automatic nor a predestined process, but one where both conjunctural and structural factors, specifically, particular constellations of geopolitical relations, and the role of agency were key. It is precisely this privilege of backwardness afforded to European societies that provides one of the clues to how the West ascended to global supremacy over the longue durée. However, this factor alone is surely not enough for an explanation of its rise, as the opportunities opened up to later developing states to adopt the most cutting-edge technologies, organizational forms and state practices from leading states in no way explain how and why they adopted such foreign materials, nor to what uses they were put. Another factor often identified in the revisionist literature is the colonies, and particularly the American discoveries. Again, to quote Frank, "So how did the West rise?" The answer, literally in a word, is that the Europeans bought themselves a seat, and then even a whole railway car, on the Asian train. How so? The most important answer is that Europeans obtained the money from the gold and silver mines they found in the Americas. 8. Putting aside the Smithian trappings of Frank's analysis, it was not so much the rise of bullion flows from the New World in itself that was particularly significant, but the differential uses to which they were put. And these different uses of bullion were, in the first instance, influenced by the differential forms of developments already taking place across Europe. Hence, those countries where proto-capitalist relations were emerging or had already emerged, Holland and England, made much more productive use of the bullion than did Spain, which was set on a course of empire-expanding geopolitical accumulation congruent with its feudal relations of production, see Chapter 5. Late and Lucky, Contingents, the Eurasian homogeneity thesis, and the Great Divergence. So on these two critical points, the privileges of backwardness and the role of the New World discoveries in explaining the rise of the West, we are in agreement with the revisionists. However, we disagree with the revisionist account insofar as it denies substantive socio-economic and political differences between the West and East, as well as in Europe itself prior to the rise of the West. For example, Jack Goldstone argues that the conditions in Europe were no different from those in the advanced regions of Asia until, c. 1800, and that the divergence between the two was the result of chance events rather than long-standing prior differences. 9. He suggests, more radically still, that the major states of Europe, China, India, and the Ottoman Empire were all experiencing a similar course of advanced organic development. 10. Similarly, Jack Goody cautions against drawing too sharp a contrast between East and West in those features of social organization that could relate to the onset of capitalism, modernization, and industrialization. For, as Goody further notes, economically the distinct qualitative difference between East and West came only with industrialization. 11. Kenneth Pomeranz too writes of the variety of early modern core regions with roughly comparable levels and trends of development in their everyday economies. 12. In attempting to downplay Eurocentric claims regarding the uniqueness of the European experience, revisionist scholars wash away important differences between the European and non-Western social structures in explaining the advent of capitalism and modernity. As laudable as such attempts are in seeking to displace narratives of European exceptionalism, the methodological and theoretical drawbacks are immense, to say nothing of the empirical difficulties of sustaining such arguments. 13. Ontologically flattening the myriad social structures making up the early modern world makes it very difficult, if not impossible, to explain the striking divergences in their developmental trajectories. As Joseph Bryant puts it, the conundrum is inescapable: a world flattened of determinant social differences makes the local emergence of any historical novelty structurally inexplicable, and restricts explanatory options to conjectures aleatory or incidental. 14. The tendency to deny the forms and sources of differential patterns of development between East and West also leads the revisionists to ignore and often blur the distinctions between industrial and merchant capital, resulting in a precarious engagement with the emergence of capitalism as a historical mode of production. 15. Holding to a neo-Smithian interpretation of capitalism as reducible to the market or levels of commercialization, such approaches fall into a somewhat different, though No less problematic tempocentric ahistoricism that John M. Hobson criticizes realist international relations theory for, a world where the market economy of the Sung era of the 11th and 12th centuries becomes indistinguishable from that of modern industrial capitalism. 16 Here again we see the significance of differentiating between antediluvian capital and capitalism as a mode of production, as elaborated in Chapter 7, for conflating commerce and markets with capitalism results in a transhistorical extension, and thus a naturalization of capitalism's existence. None of this is to argue for a reinstatement of the kind of essentialist understanding of the European experience as somehow exceptional, marking it off from the rest. Rather, we call for a recognition of how the interactively generated socio-economic and political differences between Europe and other societies played a part in the former's eventual rise to global preeminence. For, as noted in Chapter 4 and further examined below, the very backwardness of the European feudal economies, in particular the decentralist and conflictually fragmented nature of their corresponding political structures, facilitated the propitious conditions from which capitalist social relations could emerge. And crucially, this was structurally conditioned by feudal Europe's near-constant interaction with the more advanced tributary Ottoman formation, which persistently acted as a whip of external necessity on European development. This Ottoman whip ultimately offered the structural geopolitical space from which both the Netherlands and England could emerge and consolidate themselves as capitalist states, see Chapters 4 and 6. Here again we see how the asynchronic simultaneity of a plurality of coexisting societies, unevenness, came to interact in ways that generated further substantive sociological differences, geopolitical and sociological combination, in turn leading to sharp divergences in their developmental trajectories. This is in fact a hallmark of any intersocietal system. They are generatively differentiating through the very interactive plurality of their units. Moreover, once the initial breakthroughs in capitalist relations were made in the Netherlands and England, this led to increasing material disparities, a widening of the competitive gulf between these societies and others. Bryant is thus indeed correct when writing that the protracted and forcible dominion of the West over the rest cannot logically be accounted for on the basis of fundamental similarities between conqueror and conquered, oppressor and oppressed, but must, in the very nature of so inequitable an outcome, register the relational consequences of differences and disparities, political, military, economic, technological, cultural, ecological, as these played out in a coercive contest for land, resources, mastery. 17. It is precisely through the framework of uneven and combined development that we may seek to comprehend these relational consequences of differences and disparities. For while unevenness incorporates difference into its very premise, it involves a conception of difference that is not neutral with respect to the power, and hence the inequality, of its subjects of difference. 18 The substantive socio-political and economic differences emerging between northwestern Europe and other societies in the early modern epoch also signified differences in material power capabilities which would come to prove crucial in the former's subsequent rise to global domination. Without recourse to some form of structural explanation of these diverging paths of development over the longue durée, the revisionists are left to account for the rise of the West in terms of pure contingencies and world historical accidents. In the words of Hobson, in one sense the rise of the West could indeed be explained almost wholly through contingency. 19 Similarly, Goldstone describes the conjunctural factors leading to Britain's transformation into a modern, industrialist state as the most freakish of accidents. 20 For Pomeranz, the contingent combination of coal and colonies provided Europe with the necessary resources to launch itself into self-sustaining economic growth, escaping the labor-intensive path of development. 21 Without any substantive conception of interactive, differentiated socio-political multiplicity, revisionist accounts can only provide an episodic and atomistic view of social change, wherein determinant efficacy is vested not with ongoing trajectories and systemic institutional configurations, but with the autonomous play of variables and the reroutings occasioned by extraneous contingencies. 22. This is then a historical sociological approach that erases the historical and sociological from analyses, as socio-historical developments are conceived in radically discontinuous terms and sharp breaks in which antecedent conditions from which developments usually unfold are entirely displaced. This is not to deny that contingent or fortuitous factors may have aided the process of catch-up and overtake development that occurred in northwestern Europe during particular conjunctures. Nonetheless, something much deeper, more structural, was also clearly at work in the process, as we examine below. While marking some important advances over conventional explanations of the rise of the West, conceived in wholly endogenous terms of causal factors at play within Europe, the revisionist challenge nonetheless fails in offering a viable alternative. It remains beset by the problems of analytical indeterminacies, empirical shortcomings, and a reliance on a purely conjunctural mode of explanation that forgoes a theorization of the socio-historical processes at work for the play of free-floating contingencies. In the absence of any such alternative theorization, the revisionist approach is unable to fully overturn or dislodge the prevailing rise of the West paradigm. As Bryant concludes, we need neither a new sociology nor a new history, all that is required is a fully integrative and encompassing historical sociology. Point 23. As we hope to demonstrate, this is exactly what the theory of uneven and combined development can provide, a more integrative and encompassing international historical sociology. Structure and conjuncture in the rise of the West. The geopolitical competition model and its limits. Such an international historical sociology is precisely what neo-Weberians have claimed to offer in their explanations of the genesis of the modern state system and the rise of the West. Point 24. The basic premise of the neo-Weberian model is that geopolitical competition was the fundamental determination driving processes of state formation and their variations, where in the European context it engendered the modern system of territorialist sovereign states. As Mann puts it, the growth of the modern state, as measured by finances, is explained primarily not in domestic terms but in terms of geopolitical relations of violence. Point 25. In some accounts, these systemic pressures of contending European states are also conceived as a fundamental determinant in the rise of capitalism. Point 26. Benno Teschke schematically explicates the causal sequence at work here: international systemic competition, war cost increases, increased resource extraction, new modes of taxation and fiscally military technological innovation, state monopolization of the means of violence, state centralization and rationalization. Point 27. The eventual upshot of this causal sequence was the emergence of a more proficient system of territorialist sovereign states, which gave Europeans a decisive comparative advantage in the means of violence over the rest of the world, laying the foundations for their subsequent rise to global dominance. However, there are two key shortcomings of the geopolitical competition model as it specifically relates to explaining the rise of the West. The first regards the implicit syllogism underlying the model's causal sequencing, that is, political multiplicity, anarchy, competition. In other words, the significant socio-economic and political effects that the neo-Weberians derive from the whip of geopolitical competition in spawning technological and organizational innovations in European state-building practices takes for granted precisely what needs to be explained: why was the European state system so competitive and war-prone? Indeed, it is not at all clear why and how political multiplicity itself generates a condition of competitive anarchy, or that it can say anything meaningful about the frequency or changing forms of geopolitical competition and their effects. Point 28. To move from political multiplicity to competition requires the dubious realist assumption that societies necessarily threaten each other. Point 29. Yet the syllogism political multiplicity, anarchy, competition only works with the addition of a further intermediary variable, existential threat. This is surely the insight, albeit divorced from a political economy of interstate competition, provided by social constructivists and the Copenhagen School. Point 30. Hence, neo-Weberians smuggle in the highly problematic, neo-realist assumption that any anarchic system of multiple polities will automatically induce geopolitical competition, rivalry, and war. 31. Yet the mere geographical contiguity of polities cannot in itself explain why late medieval and early modern interstate relations were bellicose, writes Teschke, unless we assume the anthropologically questionable idea of man as a natural power maximizer or a psychologizing rational choice model, where risk minimization creates an inherent security dilemma. 32. Moreover, in emphasizing the undifferentiated effects of military rivalry on European state formation processes, there is a partial convergence between neo-Weberians and neorealists over the role of geopolitical competition as a kind of Darwinian selection mechanism sorting the weak from the strong. According to this approach, the competitive logic of the state system will, by its very nature, reduce the variety of states. Certain kinds of state will, often forcefully, be proven unviable. The military and political rivalries inherent to the Europe state system in the late medieval and early modern period led to what Charles Tilly calls a ruthless competition, in which most contenders lost. 33 It is in the sense that Kenneth Waltz speaks of geopolitical competition producing a tendency towards the sameness of the competitors. 34 For inscribed in the very logic of the state system is the tendency for political units to become more homogeneous. Unfit forms of state are eliminated, while those remaining become more like each other through the process of competition. This isomorphic logic of geopolitical survival 35 is largely accepted by the neo-Weberians. 36 In this respect, the origins of the modern state system, and thus the rise of the West, is very much a flat story of how the world became populated with formally equal sovereign states. The upshot of all this is that the neo-Weberians incorporate a realist conception of the international, reproducing the same reified, ahistorical understanding of geopolitical relations as a supersocial entity detached from any conception of historical social structures. This has in fact been a persistent criticism of the historical sociological literature, that the international remains powerfully acknowledged but analytically unpenetrated, leading to the continual charges of attaching an essentialized, realist conception of the international onto historical sociology. 37 For the neo-Weberian model, the problem is particularly debilitating, as the central factor they posit, geopolitical competition, in accounting for Europe's global ascendancy is simply assumed but not explained. Moreover, the different European states' responses to the universal problem of war facing them in the late medieval and early modern epochs were strikingly different. As Teschke notes, different states' responses to military pressures cannot be deduced from geopolitical factors, but have to be explained with reference to specific domestic class constellations and the timing of intensified military exposure. As a rule, the pure logic of international rivalry not only fails to cover the differential development of non-monarchical state forms, it is equally unable to account for developmental variations in the dominant Western monarchies, France, Spain, and England. 38. What we need, in other words, is a theory that organically embraces both sociological and geopolitical factors in a unified conception of socio-historical development. And again, this is what the theory of uneven and combined development offers, as the historically specific sources, dynamics, and scales of unevenness and combination must be continually related back to their foundations in historically distinct social structures. So what then explains the particularly war-prone nature of the European state system, and were its effects beneficial to processes of state modernization, particularly by affording certain European states a comparative advantage in the means of violence? Feudalism, merchants, and the European state system in the transition to capitalism. The answer lies in Europe's feudal relations of production. At first sight, this answer might seem like an illicit return to the kind of Eurocentric theorizing we have been at pains to avoid. Yet, when widening the analysis beyond Europe, it is important to recognize that while feudal social relations and the geopolitical system emerging with them were unique to Europe, their technological, military and ideological components all bore a distinctly intersocietal origin. According to Perry Anderson, the rise of feudalism in Europe was a consequence of the catastrophic collision of two dissolving anterior ancient and primitive modes of production, namely, the decomposing slave mode of production on whose foundations the whole enormous edifice of the Roman Empire had once been constructed, and the distended and deformed primitive modes of production of the Germanic invaders which survived in their new homelands after the conquests. 39 The developmental trajectory of Europe's Germanic forest tribes thereby converged with the remnants of the ancient Roman Empire, producing an entirely novel, Synthesized form of sedentary society hitherto unknown in human history, feudalism. Moreover, the recombination of the disintegrated elements of these two anterior modes of production, the Romano-Germanic synthesis 40, into feudalism proper was itself a product of the constant and eventually unbearable pressure of the nomadic Huns on the Germanic world of the Teutonic tribes. 41. Hence, the genesis of feudalism in Europe was determined by the systemic syncretism of nomadic sedentary interactions emanating from within and outside of Europe. We also saw in Chapter 3 how the nomadic sedentary interactions generated by the Mongol Empire's expansion into Europe, and the accompanying spread of the Black Death, fundamentally impinged upon and directed the trajectory and nature of European development over the late medieval period. However, the extra-European, intersocietal dimensions of feudalism's development reached far beyond these initial nomadic sedentary interactions. For not only was the feudal system the result of new technologies, notably, the stirrup, diffusing from Asia to Europe, but the ideological and normative underpinnings of the system, Christendom, were in constant interaction with and continually evolving in response to the geopolitical and ideological Islamic threat emanating from the Ottomans. As Hobson notes, Christendom was imagined and invented as Catholic Christian in contradistinction to the Islamic Middle East. 42. What is more, it was only through the combination of the Euro-Ottoman conflict and the Euro-Amerindian colonial encounter that Christendom was destroyed as a defining normative order, clearing the way for an emergent quasi-secular identity of Europe, see chapters 4 and 5. As a result, it would be fundamentally mistaken to conceive of feudalism and its crisis as solely European developments. 43. But we must now return to the original question we had set out to address: how did feudalism generate such a competitive and war-prone geopolitical system? In the absence of the kind of unprecedented economic dynamism afforded by capitalist social relations, war was an expedient mode of expanding surpluses available to the ruling classes under feudalism. 44. As explained in Chapter 6, feudal productive relations in Europe gave few incentives to either peasant or lord to continuously and systematically introduce more productive technological methods, particularly as peasants had direct access to their means of production and subsistence. 45. Consequently, the lordly interest lay in extracting more surplus by directly coercive means. This could be done by pushing the peasants to the limit of their subsistence or by seizing the demesnes of other lords. The latter course resulted in a process of geopolitical accumulation amongst the lords themselves, a war-driven process of state formation. 46. This condition meant that the aristocratic ruling class required the political, ideological, and military means to exploit the peasantry and extract a surplus for the purpose of lordly consumption. 47. However, unlike in the Ottoman Empire, these means were not controlled by, or concentrated in, a centralized and unified state, but were instead dispersed across the nobility. 48. This dispersion of coercive capabilities meant that political authority in Europe was fragmented, parcellist, and therefore also highly competitive, with heightened intra-lordly struggles taking place over territories both within and outside of feudal states. 49. In short, military competition and war were more pronounced in Europe than they were in the tributary societies such as the Ottoman, Mughal and Chinese empires. Consequently, one of the primary reasons that geopolitical conflict and war in this period was so persistent was not simply due to the structure of feudalism, but also because the process of ruling class reproduction was itself under serious threat. Not only had the feudal system virtually exhausted all possibilities for further internal expansion, but this also precipitated a sharp fall in seigneurial revenues, which was further exacerbated by the plague-induced demographic crisis spread from the Mongol expansion into Europe, leading to a dramatic rise in peasant revolts and processes of class struggle more generally. 50. Moreover, this perilous situation was continually exacerbated and overdetermined by the persistent geopolitical ideological threat emanating from the Ottoman Empire, see Chapter 4. Under such conditions, a near-continuous state of war, including both intra-ruling class struggles and the incessant efforts to crush peasant rebellions, was a sociological necessity. And since European states did not have the resources of an agrarian empire in cheap manpower, they were therefore unable to substitute quantity for quality. 51 By the early modern period, this led to an unprecedented dynamism in the military sector in European states, which could maintain productivity growth for centuries, a feat virtually unknown elsewhere in pre-industrial economies. 52 The lords left standing at the end of the process of geopolitical accumulation formed the basis for the absolutist state. Representing a redeployed and recharged apparatus of feudal domination. 53 The absolutism of early modern Europe remained driven by the systemic imperatives of geopolitical accumulation. The uneven and combined development of feudal absolutist Europe was rooted in this territorially expansionist dynamic of geopolitical accumulation. The resultant endemic state of warfare entailed a deep systemic pressure, whip of external necessity, for European states to continually innovate upon their means of violence. Over time, this had the unintended effect of generating military and armament industries pioneering distinctly capitalist methods and relations of production. Chapter 1, point 54. The dynamic of geopolitical accumulation in Europe is, however, not enough to explain the forces at work behind states' technological and organizational innovations, particularly in the military sphere, which are so heavily emphasized by the neo-Weberians. For the effects of warfare were extremely uneven within Europe itself, and as examined in Chapter 4, the tributary Ottoman Empire was also driven by the imperatives of geopolitical accumulation. However, as we have argued, the systemic demands of the tributary mode drove the Ottomans towards territorial expansion based on an exceptionally robust agro-military complex, which effectively curtailed merchant autonomy and political influence. By contrast, in Mughal India, state managers exhibited an attitude of indifferent neutrality towards merchants' maritime activities. 55 There was very little oppression of merchant activities in India, but neither was there much support. In Europe, however, states were explicitly focused on bringing under direct conquest and political control lucrative overseas territories for specifically commercial purposes. The reason was the relative backwardness of European feudal rules of reproduction, which were dependent on the wealth drawn from merchants and financiers either to fund geopolitical accumulation, in the case of Habsburg Spain and Austria, or for the direct reproduction of the ruling class itself, as with city-states such as Genoa and Venice. 56 A byproduct of European feudal war-making was therefore an attendant rise in the political autonomy, power, and influence of merchants, with increasing degrees of representation in the decision-making structures of states. 57 Consequently, feudal cum absolutist states were particularly sensitive to, or at the behest of, merchant interests, wherein state resources, especially military, were deployed in order to obtain, and maintain, commercial advantage. 58. The key difference between the functioning and socio-political position of merchants in the feudal absolutist, and later capitalist, states in Europe, and those within the tributary societies such as the Ottoman Empire, Mughal India, and Imperial China, was therefore the structural dependence of the former states on merchants for war financing and social reproduction, which gave the merchants a relatively strong position of social and juridical autonomy. In Europe, governments often provided merchants with considerable resources and state backing. This was most dramatically exemplified in the case of the rising capitalist Dutch Republic, where the Volk represented the institutional fusion of political and mercantile interests. 59 As the often quoted 1614 letter of Volk Governor-General Jan Peeters Zoon Koon to his directors well demonstrates. You gentlemen ought to know from experience that trade in Asia should be conducted and maintained under the protection and with the aid of your own weapons, and that those weapons must be wielded with the profits gained by the trade. So trade cannot be maintained without war, nor war without trade. 60. The overseas orientation of imperial expansionism in the pursuit of commercial advantage among the European states in turn led to a number of significant military innovations, particularly in the naval field. Over time, this would provide them with a decisive competitive edge in the means of naval violence in the Indian Ocean over the primarily land-based tributary empires in the east, such as the Mughals and the Ottomans. We may therefore partly agree with Ronald Findley's assessment that it was the long history of naval rivalry in the North Sea and the Atlantic that developed the sailing ship as a floating gun platform, a combination of the two technologies that later enabled the Portuguese, Dutch, and British to dominate the Indian Ocean and South Pacific. 61 It was these latter two burgeoning Dutch and British merchant capitalist empires that would come to attain a critical military advantage on the seas. Mediterranean naval techniques and conceptions, where the Ottomans were dominant, would prove ineffective in competing with the new, Atlantic-based sea powers of Holland and England. The consequent transfer of supremacy at sea to northwestern Europe, William H. McNeill W. writes, had much to do with the general decline of the Mediterranean lands that became manifest in the first decades of the 17th century. In effect, the roar of Dutch and English naval guns closed off the last avenue of escape from the economic and ecological impasse confronting the Mediterranean populations. 62. There was therefore something to Walter Raleigh's often cited maxim that whoever commands the sea commands the trade, whoever commands the trade of the world commands the riches of the world and consequently the world itself. 63. A further difference between Europe and the tributary empires of Asia was the particular nature of the external enemies facing them, which also dictated that very different military strategies and technologies be developed and used. Hence, in contrast to Hobson's essentialist claims that China's inward turn and abdication of overseas imperialism was a consequence of its defensive identity. 64 It seems more likely that the nomadic threat was key to Chinese imperial managers' focus on territorial consolidation. Given this nomadic threat from the northern land frontier, Mann writes, China concentrated its resources and its trade there, and not in the sea lanes. Its military posture on its northern frontier was defensive, geared to containing mobile, dispersed enemy forces. It had less incentive than Europeans to intensify aggressive firepower against concentrated forces, since it did not face them. But this meant that in the long run the Chinese Empire would disintegrate in face of the firepower of European ships and marine. 65. Unevenness combined, North-South interactions in the rise of the West. These points go some way in turning on its head the typical Eurocentric conceptions of the more backward and stagnant imperial empires of Asia, since it was the less developed nature of European feudal societies, their very reproductive weaknesses, that made them more susceptible to potential capitalist breakthroughs. 66 However, in order to fully subvert Eurocentric accounts of the rise of the West, we must move beyond a simple comparative historical sociological analysis of the differences between the feudal and tributary systems, and examine how their interactive developmental dynamics produced the structural and conjunctural conditions enabling European society's transition to capitalism, and thus their eventual global ascendancy. And in so doing, we see again the operation of uneven development, as demonstrated by the privilege of backwardness granted to feudal Europe by the penalty of progressiveness characterizing the tributary empires of Asia. In the geopolitical interactions between feudal and tributary societies, it was the latter that presented the whip of external necessity to the former. In turn, the various state-backed forms of commercial expansion noted above were dependent on the geopolitical conditions generated by Europe's constant interaction with non-European societies. In Chapter 3, we saw how the Pax Mongolica lowered commercial protection and transaction costs along Asian overland trade routes, providing European merchants with an opening to take over the pre-existing trade and exchange links of the world system. In Chapter 4, we then demonstrated how the capitulations given to particular European states by the Ottomans and the concomitant economic blockade they imposed upon Europe resulted in a structural shift away from the geopolitical and commercial centrality of Mediterranean towards the Atlantic. Moreover, the Ottoman buffer provided the propitious geopolitical conditions, isolation, enabling the modern state-building activities and processes of primitive accumulation in England over the long 16th century. In Chapter 5, we explicated the hugely significant effects of the Atlantic discoveries on trade and production in Europe, and the emergent forms of territorial sovereignty created in the Americas which in turn fed back into the geopolitical structure of Europe. These territorial sovereign states were subsequently taken over and reconstituted by the capitalist revolutions that stretched from the 16th to the 18th centuries, as we saw in Chapter 6. Finally, through the colonial activities of merchant companies, we demonstrated in Chapters 5 and 7 how a globally dispersed mass of labor power was subsumed under the reproductive requirements of capital. In all these ways, we have seen how Europe's unique developmental trajectory out of feudalism and into capitalism, leading to its subsequent rise to global preeminence, was fundamentally rooted in and conditioned by extra-European structural determinations and agents. It was then the combination of these multiple spatio-temporal vectors of uneven development that explains the so-called European miracle. Moreover, why some states and not others were able to make the kind of socio-economic and institutional innovations leading to a condition of sustained, self-reinforcing military and productive dynamic must be explained by the particular geopolitical conditions facing such states. For some states, notably Imperial Spain, the geopolitical costs of quickly raising taxes and centralizing the fiscal system were perhaps too high, as the Habsburg monarchy was simultaneously and continually engaged in a two-front struggle against the more advanced tributary Ottoman Empire and the breakaway Dutch Republic. And this Habsburg-Ottoman struggle in turn meant that other states, specifically the Dutch and English, were afforded the structural geopolitical space from which they could pursue rapid processes of developmental catch-up and overtaking. In these ways, the overall conditions of uneven and combined development emanating from both within and without Europe created the propitious geosocial environment in which specific countries could emerge and consolidate themselves as capitalist states, territorialist sovereign centers of capital accumulation, a particular form of sovereign territoriality that had first been forged and proven utile in the Atlantic colonial theater before radiating back to the European imperial metropole, see Chapters 3 to 6. As we have seen, the methods and means of geosocial reproduction for Europe and the tributary empires were strikingly different, producing divergent forms and trajectories of geopolitical accumulation which, over the course of Europe's development in the early modern period, came to interact and fuse with the emerging logic of capital accumulation accompanying those states making the transition to capitalism, notably the Netherlands, England, and later France. These differential geosocial conditions and rules of reproduction in Europe, and those in the Asia, in turn required varied types of military capabilities. At the same time, the external threat environments prevailing in the two regions were characterized by significant differences lending themselves to different systemic incentives and pressures for developing certain military techniques and technologies over others. In these ways, both ostensibly internal, sociological, and external, geopolitical, structural factors and conditions interacted and entwined in setting certain European states on the path to acquire what would become a decisive comparative advantage in the means of violence, particularly once these means were buttressed by and harnessed to dynamically capitalist social structures. This, we argue, is what largely explains Europe's eventual ascendancy to global preeminence. For, as Jeffrey Parker notes, while the advent of industrialization helps to explain how the Europeans extended their control over the total land area of the globe from 35% in 1800 to 84% in 1914, it cannot explain how they managed to acquire that initial 35%. What is more, that initial 35% was in fact crucial for conquering much of the other 84% as exemplified by the Indian case examined below. We may therefore conclude with Philip T. Hoffman that one area in which Western Europe possessed an undeniable comparative advantage well before 1800 seems to have been overlooked, namely, violence. The states of Western Europe were simply better at making and using artillery, firearms, fortifications, and armed ships than other advanced parts of the world, and they had developed the fiscal and organizational systems that armies and navies equipped with this technology required. The Europeans had this advantage long before 1800. By then, they had conquered some 35% of the globe, and they controlled lucrative trade routes as far away as Asia. 68. To put all of this in more theoretical terms, we can see how unevenness, in terms of both the differential development between a feudal-cum-capitalist West and tributary East and the differential forms of their geopolitical systems, and combination, operating at the level of geopolitical interactions and competition facilitating military and organizational innovations, were both crucial explanatory factors in the rise of the West. While neo-Weberians are correct to single out geopolitical competition as significant, their inability to root this factor in a strong historical conception of social structures, and thus examine the differential forms and effects that military competition had, leaves them in the well-worn realist cul-de-sac of reification and unit homogenization. By contrast, the theory of uneven and combined development, continually rooted in a mode of production-centered framework, solves both these problems. It offers a theoretical explanation of geopolitical competition and its effects that remains sensitive to substantive differences in historical social structures, in this instance, between the feudal and tributary modes of production, while also incorporating a distinctly geopolitical causal component into its very conception of development, thereby eliding any form of reification. But to fully understand how the West would come to rule, we must look at the causes of the Mughal Empire's collapse and its colonization by the British. The conjunctural moment of overtaking, Britain's colonization of India. The significance of India's colonization to the rise of the West. The place of Britain's colonization of India in the mid-18th century has been generally underappreciated in debates surrounding the rise of the West. 69 As noted, these debates have largely centered around the origins of industrialization in Europe, and in particular on the question of why Britain was first to industrialize. Conceived as such, the earlier history of British colonization is relegated to a secondary status in explaining the rise of the West, if it is examined at all. Yet not only was Mughal India the first of the tributary empires in the Asia to fall at the hands of the Europeans, it also arguably provided the greatest material and strategic benefits of all the colonist states. For not only did India offer Britain the material inputs, notably, textiles and cotton, and capital crucial to the start of its industrialization drive, but, after its colonization, it provided the empire with a relatively cheap and sizable military force that assisted the British in forcibly opening other markets around the world. Hence even the more restrictive question of the causes of Britain's industrialization have been both temporally and spatially misplaced within the debates on the rise of the West. They are temporally misplaced in the sense that in order to explain Britain's industrial ascent we must first look at the preceding era of British colonialism in both the Atlantic and India, and this in turn means that our spatial optic must be substantially widened to include an analysis of these extra-European regions' contributions to Britain's subsequent industrialization. As we saw in Chapter 5, the Atlantic colonies and India provided Britain with the raw materials, mass consumption commodities, capital and external markets crucial to its industrial success. Moreover, the Indian economy was critical to the formation and consolidation of a UK-centered system of accumulation, particularly through India's role in providing a continual balance of payments surplus for the Empire. 70 It was the huge annual surpluses from the Empire's transactions with India, and through it, China, that allowed Britain to gain mastery of world finance and sustain substantial deficits with the United States, Germany, and its White Dominion states. 71 Since the beginning of the 19th century, the East India Company had relied on opium exports from Bengal to Canton to finance the growing deficits generated by its expensive military operations on the subcontinent and elsewhere. As Mike Davis explains, by forcibly enlarging the Chinese demand for the narcotic and, thus, the taxes collected on its export, the Opium Wars, 1839–42, 1856–8, and the Punitive Treaty of Tianjin, 1858, revolutionized the revenue base of British India. The extraordinary trade between India and China, Indian exports made up 35% of Chinese imports, and Chinese exports made up 1% of Indian imports, that Britain orchestrated also subsidies the import of U.S. cottons, which fueled the Industrial Revolution in Lancashire. Hence, England's systematic exploitation of India depended in large part upon India's commercial exploitation of China. 72. In 1750, India produced approximately 25% of the world's manufacturing output. By 1800 India's share had already dropped to less than a fifth, by 1860 to less than a tenth, and by 1880 to under 3%. 73 It is therefore no stretch of the imagination to claim that Britain's industrial ascent was to a large degree predicated on India's forced deindustrialization. 74 And if so, it is then no mere coincidence that Britain's colonization of India preceded the start of Britain's industrialization by some 20 years. The contribution of the British Indian Army to Britain's overall strategic position has also been largely overlooked in the debates on the rise of the West. The British Indian Army numbered approximately 160,000 in 1900 and later reached a strength of nearly 2 million persons during the Second World War, making a substantial contribution to Britain's war efforts of the period. Consequently, as Tariq Barkawi notes, the British Indian Army was not a small part of Britain's overall military power. The Indian Army was the leading British strategic reserve on land. 75 Moreover, according to David Washbrook, the British Indian Army was of great significance not only to the rise of the West, but for the development of capitalism as a global system. 76 The Indian contingent not only opened markets for British manufactures, but subordinated a previously dispersed mass of labourers to the machinations of British capital. The Indian Army was in a real sense the major coercive force behind the internationalization of industrial capitalism. Paradoxically, or not, the martialization of North Indian society and, in many ways, the feudalization of its agrarian relations, were direct corollaries of the development of capitalism on a world scale during the 19th century. 77 Similarly, Geoffrey Parker writes of how the military resources of India, once under European control, were to prove decisive for the further rise of the West. For the Europeans now possessed the means to challenge even their most powerful opponents. The Western armies that invaded China in 1839–42, 1859–60, and 1900 all included important Indian contingents. Immediately after the Boxer Rising, even the traffic of Peking was directed by Sikhs. In the words of the distinguished sinologist Louis d'Hermigny, it was as if the British had subjugated the Indian peninsula simply in order to use its resources against China. 78 For these reasons and more, the causes of the decline of the Mughal Empire and its colonization are central to the story of how the West managed to ascend to a position of global supremacy. Examining these causes is the primary aim of the following section. The Mughal Empire and the tributary mode of production. Like the Ottoman Empire, Mughal India was characterized by the tributary mode of production. 79 In contrast to feudal Europe, where lords directly intervened into the production process in order to coercively extract rent surpluses from the peasants. 80 The Mughal tributary formation was defined by a state bureaucracy taxing the peasants. Throughout most of the Mughal Empire, the emperor transferred the rights to land revenue and other taxes within particular territorial limits to specific subjects on a temporary basis, usually between 3 to 4 years. These areas were called Jagirs, and the assignees, known as Jagirdars, were predominantly Mansabdars, subjects holding ranks, Mansabs, bestowed to them by the emperor, making them high-ranking state officials. The primary obligation of the Mansabdars was the maintenance of standing armies, and particularly cavalry contingents, which the emperor could call upon for the imperial army in times of war. 81 In their assigned Jagirs, it was the Jagirdars who then collected land revenues and other taxes from the peasantry, who were nominally free, cultivating the land on behalf of the emperor, who was allotted a set share of such revenues. Over the 16th and 17th centuries, approximately half the agricultural product was extracted from the peasantry in the form of this imperial land revenue. 82 The Jagirdars were therefore not equivalent to feudal lords exercising direct personal control over cultivators working and living on the lord's lands. Rather, they approximated more of a state class, dispersed throughout the empire by a centralized political apparatus to extract surpluses, as tax or outputs, from a peasantry they did not personally control. In such ways, these two different modalities of surplus extraction, feudal and tributary, entailed very distinct dynamics of social production. A key difference between the ruling classes of these two systems was, then, their proximity to the production process, the relative separation of the former and the near total separation of the latter from the production process. Hence, the tributary state did not need to control the economic and social lives of its subjects, but instead simply required the funding that enables it to pursue its chosen objectives. 83. So, in the feudal mode, the process of exploitation was much more fragmented and decentralized. Lords sought to uphold and extend the military and juridical powers necessary to control the peasants' lives while safeguarding a steady stream of revenue. At the same time, a comparatively weaker state sought to gain access to income and the means of coercion. By contrast, under the tributary mode, the exploiting class's interests centered on expanding its tax base and tax-extracting apparatus, through the use of the state's coercive functions. 84. The particularly centralist nature of the tributary state, along with its ability to effectively monopolize the means of violence in comparison with the fragmented and parcellist character of feudal political relations, made for a more cohesive and unified ruling class. 85. Nonetheless, intra-ruling class tensions still remained. In particular, the potential for conflict between local state officials, private landowners, and the centralist imperial state was a central contradiction of tributary rules of reproduction. Moreover, in the tributary mode, we can discern a tendency for the state's local agents to develop into feudal-like lords with their own landed estates and armed contingents, or for wealthy landowners to emerge with significant independent economic and political powers. 86. Both tendencies could ultimately result in the development of feudalistic power relations emerging from the tributary mode's own laws of motion. In Mughal India, the imperial state sought to counter the former tendency of state officials to transform themselves into feudal-like lords by divorcing the jagirdars, as far as possible, from any permanent rights to the land, while constantly transferring them to different territorial assignments after short periods of time, usually between 3 or 4 years. 87. While this transfer system generally worked in countering any potential for jagirdars to develop into feudal lords, in the long term, the system tended to subvert agricultural productivity and growth, as examined further below. In the case of the Mughal Empire, then, it appears that the latter tendency of a landed aristocracy emerging with considerable independent economic and political powers was the most problematic for intra-ruling class relations, as demonstrated by the recurring conflicts between the zamindars, landowners, and imperial authority. The zamindars were a distinct class of potentates with varying claims to the shares in the produce of land and / or part of the land revenue. They shared a number of common attributes, particularly, that their rights to the land did not, with some exceptions, originate from imperial grants. Command over armed retainers was usually a complement of this right, and they were frequently leaders of a caste group. The key point of potential conflict between the imperial authorities and the zamindars was, then, the size of the latter's share in the land revenue or surplus produce. The struggle between the imperial administration and the zamindars, breaking out frequently into armed conflict, Ifran Habib writes, was thus an important feature of the political situation. 88. The most significant of these armed conflicts between the zamindars and the imperial authorities was the zamindar-led Maratha revolt of the late 17th century. 89. As a result of the Maratha revolt, there emerged a distinct class of feudal-like lords, now separate and autonomous from the Mughals, wielding significant economic and political powers over their subjects in occupied lands. Unlike the Mughal jagirdars, Hiroshi Fukazawa writes, the big assignees in the Deccan Muslim kingdoms exercised wide administrative powers in their assigned territories, which tended to become hereditary, unchecked by the central authority. 90. This was then a case by which certain features characteristic of one mode of production, feudalism, emerged from and combined with the existing dominant mode of production, tributary. In this sense, The Mughal Empire of the late 17th and early 18th centuries represented a kind of organic mode of sociological combination in which two differentiated modes of production coexisted and causally interacted in contradictory and crisis-prone ways. 91. The importance of the rise of the Marathas challenging the Mughal Empire cannot be overstated, as it constituted the greatest single force responsible for the downfall of the Mughal Empire. 92. In particular, the Mughal Wars in the Deccan, 1681 to 1707, against the Marathas were a major drain on imperial institutions and resources, eventually destabilizing Mughal rule throughout its territories. 93. As the imperial demand for revenue increased, so too did the exploitative pressures on the peasantry. As the wars drew key resources out of the agricultural economy while leading to a considerable destruction of existing capital. 94. To understand how this translated into widespread peasant unrest and flight, we must first examine the contradictions of the Jagir system in a little more detail. The imperial revenue system and agricultural decline in the Mughal Empire. The land revenue system created by the Mughal Empire was unequaled by any of its contemporaries. It far surpassed any of the revenue structures in Europe in both its scale of operation, in the total land area, population, and resources controlled, and its organizational sophistication and cohesion, the use of paid officials and formal administrative mechanisms. In contrast to the French kings of the Ancien regime, for example, the Mughal imperial authorities did not generally have to resort to private capital, short-term loans, and intermediary financiers to fund their war efforts, except in the case of the wars against the Marathas, examined below. 95. Nonetheless, despite its organizational scale and sophistication, the revenue system developed over time a number of problems that came to hinder the overall functioning of the Mughal economy. Particularly, the tendency to increasingly overexploit the peasantry. Figure 8.1 Map of the Maratha Kingdom, 1664 to 1760. As noted, since the time of Akbar, 1568, a practice was established in which Jagirdars, who held no permanent rights to the land, were transferred to new territorial assignments every 3 to 4 years. This kept in check any tendency for them to develop into feudal-like lords. However, it also had a number of unintentional negative consequences, increasing over time, for the agrarian economy as a whole. For as the Jagirdars were being continually transferred to different territorial assignment every few years, their short-term interest was not necessarily in increasing or even maintaining agricultural growth and productivity, but rather in maximizing the exploitation of the peasantry in their assigned territorial domain. This subverted the long-term objectives of the imperial authority. As Habib explains, the imperial administration, which could contemplate the long-term interests of the empire and ruling class, did, probably, strive to set a limit to the revenue demand. But there was an element of contradiction between interests of the imperial administration and the individual Jagirdars. A Jagidar, whose assignment was liable to be transferred any moment and who never held the same Jagir for more than 3 or 4 years at the most, could have no interest in following a far-sighted policy of agricultural development. On the other hand, his personal interest would sanction any act of oppression that conferred an immediate benefit upon him, even if it ruined the peasantry and so destroyed the revenue-paying capacity of that area for a long time. 96. Inherent in the Mughal revenue system was therefore a tendency towards the absolute maximization of exploitation to the point of limiting and potentially destabilizing the entire agrarian economy. 97. Moreover, as military contingents were maintained by the Mansabdars out of the revenues of the Jagirs, the imperial authorities tended to set the revenue demand at a high enough level to secure the greatest amount of military strength for the empire. However, if the revenue rate was set too high, it would leave peasants without enough subsistence to survive. Consequently, revenue collection could soon fall in absolute terms. Thus, the revenue demand set by the imperial authorities was designed ideally to approximate to the surplus produced, leaving the peasant just the barest minimum needed for subsistence. 98. Yet, with the costly wars with the Marathas straining imperial revenues in the late 17th and early 18th centuries, increased revenue demands came to press harder still on the lower peasantry. For unlike earlier periods when the Mughal Empire had expanded into wealthy regions, making up the costs of their conquests, the Deccan campaigns were a very different story. There, Mughal military expenditures consistently outpaced revenues and office holders saw their incomes decline. The Mughal state thus sought to step up its revenue demands, which in turn stirred up resentment in large parts of the empire that, when coupled with religious and political rivalries, manifested itself in the emergence of popular movements such as the Sikhs in the Punjab or the Marathas in central India. 99. State revenue demand had in fact more than doubled between the eras of Akbar, 1556 to 1605, and Aurangzeb, 1658 to 1707. 100. Moreover, as Central East Mughal authority began to crack under the continuing geopolitical pressures from the Marathas, the state increasingly resorted to tax farming, which became ever more widespread in its successor states. 101. This had the effect of raising the effective rent share of the state to 50% or higher, greater than the 40% that the Mughals had previously extracted. With revenue assessment geared to 50% or more, in contrast to China's 5 to 6%, the Indian peasant had little incentive to invest labor or capital. 102. This massive fiscal pressure that the Mughal state brought to bear on the peasantry in turn led to increasing indebtedness in the villages, causing peasant flight and rebellions. As oppression increased, the number of absconding peasants grew, cultivation declined, and peasants took to arms, giving birth to rural uprisings of varying intensity. Consequently, the empire fell prey to the wrath of an impoverished peasantry. 103. Some scholars have located a generalist agricultural crisis manifesting itself throughout the Mughal Empire in the late 17th and early 18th centuries, for which the Jagir system and its associated high taxation, land desertion, and peasant unrest, coupled with the increasing costs of war, were primarily to blame. 104. The apparatus of the empire, which was responsible for initiating an endless process of raising revenue demand, writes R. P. Rana, was the first to feel the tremor of its diminishing income. The disturbed peasant economy at the root of the Mughals' political crisis would eventually ruin the empire. 105. Indeed, peasant unrest and rebellion were generally increasing over the late 17th and early 18th centuries, politically destabilizing many Mughal territories. 106. At the same time, the political fragmentation and warfare accompanying the Marathas' revolt further acted to disrupt India's major internal trade routes, tending to increase transportation costs and insurance rates. As most long-distance transport was by bullock, the scarcity of bullocks resulting from warfare also increased transport costs. 107. In the end, Satish Chandra notes, the available social surplus in the empire was insufficient to defray the cost of administration, pay for wars of one type or another, and to give the ruling class a standard of living in keeping with its expectations. 108. Curiously enough, Washbrook has suggested that the very vibrancy and strong economic growth of the Mughal Empire over the 16th and early 17th centuries may well have been a cause of its later troubles, as economic growth started to nurture the political ambitions, and the regional and community forces, which eventually undermined it. Here then is another expression of the penalties of progressiveness besetting the Indian economy. 109. European trade and colonial conquest, towards 1757. There were, moreover, a number of distinctly international factors further exacerbating the Mughal Empire's economic woes during this period. For over the course of the 17th and early 18th centuries, the world economic and geopolitical environment in which the Mughal Empire was embedded was dramatically transformed, as the Portuguese, Dutch, English, and later French made their excursions into the Indian Ocean. First, the Mughal-Maratha Wars, 1680 to 1707, were themselves overdetermined by an array of uneven causal chains generated by a geopolitical environment fundamentally transformed by the entry of the Europeans. Occupying key coastal areas in the commercial shipping lanes of the Indian Ocean, the Marathas experienced extensive geopolitical contacts with Europeans from the 16th century onwards. This was a relation of contained warfare, with belligerence and collaboration employed in near equal measure. On the one hand, the Marathas developed a powerful naval force that was able to repel European ships if and when they so desired. 110 On land, a large and sophisticated network of fortresses formed the backbone of Maratha military might. 111 Both land and sea capabilities were often mobilized in response to European penetration into the region. On the other hand, the Marathas also sought to reap the privileges of backwardness in any areas in which Europeans held a comparative advantage, particularly the use of firearms and modern military strategy. From the Portuguese and French came the main supplies of firearms. Gunpowder, cannonballs, and lead were all purchased and entered into use in the Maratha army. 112 Such was the integration of the Euro-Maratha military commercial complex that the Marathas allowed the French to build a factory at Rajapur in 1679, and employed Portuguese agents to purchase artillery from them. 113 But the integration of Europeans extended beyond exchange in military goods. As early as 1692, the French governor Martin was providing tactical assistance to the Marathas at the time of their war with the Mughals. 114 A number of European adventurers of Portuguese, French, Dutch, and English origin were employed as mercenaries and commanders, responsible for training and organizing armies and assisting Maratha chiefs in battles. The expansion of European trained battalions and the purchase of European expertise and weaponry proved costly, incentivizing processes of geopolitical accumulation. 115 The Maratha confrontation with the Mughals was arguably a direct, if partial, outcome of the need to finance the hybridization of Euro-Maratha military operations. This military combination proved remarkably efficient, and up to that point, historically exceptional in challenging the hitherto preponderant Mughal Empire. Meanwhile, the increasing Dutch and English penetration into Asian markets over the course of the 17th and 18th centuries caused serious disturbances in the Mughal economy, and intensified the financial difficulties of the ruling classes. As the costs of luxury goods consumed by the ruling class increased with their diversion from their traditional markets by the Europeans, this meant that revenue demands had to also be increased. Consequently, the Indian ruling class's income previously obtained no longer sufficed. Here was a factor for an attempt at greater agrarian exploitation, and when that failed, or proved counterproductive, for reckless factional activities for individual gain, leading to interminable civil wars. 116. The economic difficulties of the Mughal Empire seem to have been quite widespread. K. N. Chaudhary observes, for example, that the 1730s were a bad time for southern India and that the great Anglo-French wars of the mid-18th century further dislocated trade that was already in serious difficulties. 117 Around the same time, in Jugdia, the most important Bengali cotton-producing region, matters were coming to a crisis in the production sphere. For by the middle of the 18th century there were already some signs of deindustrialization under the impact of strong foreign economic competition and weaker local mercantile organizations. 118. More generally, Indian merchant groups throughout the empire suffered from the presence of European traders. With the exception of the wealthy, experienced, and tightly organized mercantile houses of Gujarat, J. F. Richards writes, most indigenous traders in each exporting region assumed a position subordinate to the servants of the East India Companies. 119 What is more, under the competitive pressures of European trade, the early 18th century witnessed the collapse of one of the empire's hitherto greatest commercial marines in Gujarat, arguably the most important developments in the trade of the Indian Ocean during the period. 120 Similarly, the substantial commerce of the Coromandel coast was dramatically hindered by the intrusion of Dutch merchants over the 17th century, which, as Sinapa Erasaratnam tells us, cut deep into the trade that had been traditionally carried out in the region, interrupting the ancient links between Coromandel and Southeast Asia, which had been, in many ways, the lifeline of Coromandel's commerce. As Erasaratnam goes on, it was this commercial artery that was punctured violently in the course of the 17th century. In a series of military and naval actions, these ports and markets were shut off from competitive trading. It meant the denial of a lucrative export trade in spices to Coromandel. And it meant the denial of minerals, gold and tin, which had formed a profitable import to India. It must be emphasized that all these were achieved by brute force and not by superior commercial expertise. Point 121. The last sentence of this quote is particularly important. It was not the superior commercial expertise of the Dutch merchants that made them so competitive and disruptive, but rather their comparative advantage in the means of violence, and particularly their naval superiority. Point 122. Indeed, both the Dutch and English had attained a position of relative naval superiority over the Mughal Empire during the 17th century. Point 123. Given their continuing inability to outcompete Indian merchants on the open market, the Dutch and English continually used or threatened violence to back up their commercial activities. In the end, this superiority in the means of violence would prove crucial in the final fall of the Mughal Empire to the British, dramatized by the Battle of Plassey in Bengal on June 23, 1757. The immediate motivations behind Major General Robert Clive's coup of 1757 seem to have arisen from Britain's increasing preoccupation with intensified French competition and a desire to protect British trading interests in Bengal against the perceived depredations of local rulers. Point 124. In these ways, the competitive pressures of European capitalist states, transmitted both economically and geopolitically, overdetermined and redirected the pattern and dynamics of India's development. Again we see how the uneven and combined nature of India's development in relation to the European powers came to play a causally decisive role in the Mughal Empire's eventual collapse. The contemporaneous existence of a multiplicity of societies, all exhibiting varying forms of development, unevenness, thereby came to causally interact, geopolitical combination, in ways that produced further axes and layers of sociologically differentiated patterns of development, sociological combinations, in turn leading to sharp divergences in their developmental trajectories. It is important to reiterate, however, that the Mughal Empire was already suffering from innumerable economic and political difficulties stemming from the competitive pressures European traders had already brought to bear on the empire during the preceding century, well before the time of Britain's formal colonization of the country over the second half of the 18th century. Point 125. Moreover, the British were critically assisted in the process of conquest by various indigenous merchant and financial groups, whose political and economic power had been steadily growing since the late 17th century as centralist state power began to break down. Point 126. In this rather perverse sense, Eastern agency was then a significant part in how the British succeeded in their colonization efforts. With the capture of Bengal, arguably the wealthiest province of Mughal India, the East India Company and its servants achieved an enormous advantage in dealing with all other states and economies in the subcontinent, further aiding subsequent British conquests as they came to bring the entirety of the Mughal Empire under their dominion. Point 127. And with the colonization of the entire Indian landmass completed by the early 19th century, the British state came to accrue significant strategic and material advantages in further expanding and buttressing its burgeoning global empire as it sought to open all the markets of the world to its industrial products. In these ways, the decline of the East and the rise of the West were mutually conditioning and co-constitutive processes, where one state's gain turned into another's loss. Conclusion. If we were to choose a single symbolic moment of the beginning of the West's systemic overtaking of the East in its rise to global dominance, the years between the British taking of Bengal in 1757 and the signing of the Treaty of Paris in 1763 would likely suffice. For it was during these 7 world-transforming years that the first of the great tributary empires in Asia fell at the hands of the Europeans, while the final external systemic threat to the development of British, and thus world, capitalism, the French monarchy, was extinguished in a string of spectacular military victories ending the 7 Years' War. After the defeat of France and Spain in this conflict, Britain acquired dominion over a large portion of 3 continents under the terms of the Treaty of 1763. This further meant that the white settlers in North America no longer needed protection by British forces. 128 The decisive defeat of the French in 1759 both paved the way for the establishment of the Raj in India, and made the emergence of North America possible. Thus, Frank Macklin is correct to claim that this was the year that marked the beginning of Britain's, and subsequently Europe's, dominance of the world, as the entire history of the world would have been different but for the events of 1759. If the French had prevailed in North America, there would have been no United States, at least in the form we know it, and if France had won in India, the global hegemony of the English language could never have happened. 129 In short, Macklin concludes, the consequences of 1759 really were momentous, it really was a hinge on which all of world history turned. 130 The end of the war and signing of the peace treaty in 1763 not only reconfirmed British command of the seas, but also, Emanuel Wallerstein writes, marked Britain's definitive achievement of superiority in the 100 years struggle with France. 131 Britain's pivotal defeat of France was also significant as it marked a global turning point or moment of irreversibility for the emergence of the capitalist system as a whole. 132 While anti-capitalist and colonial struggles would continually and forcefully challenge capitalism's global hegemony, the capitalist world system was by this time now firmly entrenched and resting on solid, geo-political foundations, notably, the British Empire. From the second half of the 18th century to the early 20th century, the world witnessed the steady growth and domination of capitalist social relations, spread by force or otherwise. The process of Western domination culminated in the imposition of unequal trade treaties on China and Japan in the mid to late 19th century. By the beginning of the 20th century, the sublime dictatorship of capital over the world had been largely completed. In the process, the global south came to be subjugated in a tangled web of economic, geo-political and racialist hierarchies, with the Europeans and subsequently the United States sitting at the top. The West's dominance continues to this day, even if in a somewhat more hobbled form. We are thus still living in the world made between 1757 and 1763, we have yet to awake from the nightmare of capitalist history that this dominance was built upon. 133 In an age of impending ecological catastrophe, socio-economic crises, and continued imperial wars, it is worth recalling Adorno's admonition that no universal history leads from savagery to humanitarianism, but there is one that leads from the slingshot to the atom bomb. 134 We must therefore come face to face with the distinct possibility that no matter how great and wide the collective rage and struggles against the existing order may reach, no matter how grave the situation may get, no matter how barbaric the system may become, the sign on the wall might just one day read in bright blinding red colors, this is not an exit. 135 It is for this reason that we conclude in the next chapter with a discussion of the implications of our historical analysis for some possible exit strategies from capitalism. Conclusion. Once interconnection has been revealed, all theoretical belief in the perpetual necessity of the existing conditions collapses, even before the collapse takes place in practice. Karl Marx, 18,681. There's no need to fear or hope, but only to look for new weapons. Gilles Deleuze, 19,922. Try again. Fail again. Fail better. Samuel Beckett, 19,833. The time has come to combine or draw together the separate steps of the preceding argument. Beginning with the Eurasian steppe in the long 13th century, we saw how the Mongolian Empire was fundamental to the formation of a number of geopolitical and economic linkages across the Eurasian landmass. This had the effect of plugging European actors into an interconnected world system of intersocietal relations. The immediate consequence of European engagements in the Pax Mongolica was an increased exposure to the technical developments and ideas pioneered in the more scientifically advanced Asia. While these contributed to an array of developments in Europe, the Pax Mongolica also proved to be a transmitter not of only social relations and technologies but also disease. The Black Death, and the subsequent demographic reordering which brought feudalism in Europe into crisis, directly stemmed from this widened sphere of intersocietal interaction. We then demonstrated in Chapter 4 that the subsequent divergences that occurred within Europe in this context were a product of the superpower rivalry between the Ottoman and Habsburg empires. Through military pressure, the Ottomans further undermined existing centers of feudal ruling class power, the papacy, Habsburg Empire, and Italian city-states, and supported or encouraged new counter-hegemonic forces, the Protestants, French, and Dutch. They acted as a geopolitical center of gravity, which attracted the Habsburg military to the Mediterranean and Central East Europe. As a result, northwestern European states were afforded the geopolitical space that proved crucial to their development along capitalist lines. In particular, the Ottomans unintentionally created for the English a condition of geopolitical isolation, which directly contributed to the homogeneity of the English ruling class and in turn its success in enclosing and engrossing land. Primitive accumulation and the emergence of capitalist social relations in the English countryside were therefore directly tied to the geopolitical threat of the Ottoman Empire. At the same time, Ottoman territorial dominance of the Mediterranean and land routes to Asia served to push northwestern European states onto an altogether novel global sphere of activity, the Atlantic. In Chapter 5, we then focused on this Atlantic theater, where we examined the manifold impact of the New World discoveries on the development of Europe. We first saw how the intersocietal interactions, conflicts, and struggles between Europeans and Amerindians that took place in the Americas were crucial to the emergence of modern conceptions of territorial sovereignty and the development of Eurocentrism, scientific racism and the modern institution of patriarchy. We then demonstrated that the subsequent plunder of American precious metals by Europeans further exacerbated an already nascent divergence between the feudalism of the Iberian states and the incipient capitalisms of Northwest Europeans. Moreover, we argued that the development of capitalism in England was itself dependent on the widened sphere of activity offered by the Atlantic. In particular, we saw that through the sociological combination of American land, African slave labor and English capital, the limits of English agrarian capitalism were overcome. Not only did the widened sphere of circulation implied by the transatlantic triangular trade offer numerous opportunities to British capitalists to expand their domain of activities, but the combination of different labor processes across the Atlantic enabled the recomposition of labor in Britain through the Industrial Revolution. The development of the productive forces, and the real subsumption of labor under capital as such, was thus built on the exploitation of a transatlantic subaltern class made up of Amerindians, African slaves, and Europeans. It was through and out of these crucial preconditions of capitalist development that the foundations were laid for the bourgeois revolutions in Europe. These revolutions had the effect of establishing and consolidating territorially demarcated sovereign centers of capital accumulation first in Holland, then England, and finally France. Moreover, we showed that international determinations, spurred by the sequential character of these revolutions, with each impacting on the next, were crucial to their development. In Chapter 7, we examined in more detail the proto-development of capitalism in the Low Countries and its attendant limits based on a relatively low supply of labor. This threatened to choke off the United Provinces' incipient form of capitalism, which was only overcome by tapping into a vast well of labor elsewhere. In Asia, the VOC was responsible for creating a commercial network that combined uneven labor processes spanning the spice-producing islands in Indonesia, precious metal production in Japan and China, and textile workers in India into a single integrated network of global production. Crucially, this took place in response to the variegated challenges, of resistance and accommodation, posed by Southeast Asian communities in response to Dutch activities in the region. It was in and through these intersocietal interactions with communities across the Indian Ocean littoral, and ultimately through their subordination, subjugation, and subsumption, that the Dutch were able to integrate a disparate yet large mass of labor power into their own operations. The development and ultimate survival of institutional innovations central to the development of Dutch capitalism, the Bourse, Amsterdam Entrepot, and VOC, were all based on this subjugated and exploited mass of unfree Asian labor power. These multiple determinations emanating from various non-European origins were then combined in order to produce a conjunctural analysis of the so-called rise of the West in Chapter 8. We demonstrated that the multiple geopolitical advantages that thrust Europe to global ascendancy were based on prior influences of more powerful non-European societies. In particular, European exceptionalism, insofar as it existed at all, was rooted in the exceptional accrual and deployment of the means of violence against these non-European societies. The combinations of these advantages were instrumental in the British colonization of India, which marked the historical conjuncture at which the West came to begin its climb to global rule. In presenting this history, we have argued that uneven and combined development provides a potent theoretical weapon capable of identifying and articulating these many variegated yet integrated social relations of power and exploitation that make up the capitalist mode of production. Throughout the book, we have shown how uneven and combined development, ontologically, methodologically, and theoretically, provides an illuminating framework, through which we can decenter or provincialize Europe as the privileged or sole author of history. This reorientation has highlighted that many of the categories and theories of social development have been built on a problematically singular abstraction of the European experience. In doing so, we have called into question the use of ideal types derived from or in comparison with this experience: capitalism, modernity, feudalism, nomadism, tributary, and so on. Equally, we have sought to complicate and overcome any ideal type conception of Europe or the West, and their corollaries, the East or the Rest, as dichotomously opposed essentializations. We have demonstrated that the study of interactive multiplicity, the intersocietal unevenness and combination, was central to overcoming the ontological singularity that lies at the heart of these problems of Eurocentrism. We have further argued that ontologically singular abstractions of this sort are best understood as vantage points or windows that unveil a necessarily partial glimpse into the contradictory and complex concentration of many determinations five making up social reality, and subsequently frame our understanding of it. Because the view of this complex historical reality from one limited angle, one viewpoint or window will tend to be one-sided, the use of multiple vantage points, differentiated but brought together, is required in order to gain a fuller picture and grasp of the many determinations that make concrete reality what it is. In this regard, taking a panoramic view of the multiform historical processes from the vantage point of the international is especially instructive, for it reveals the spatial multiplicity of determinations that tend to be missed when focusing on society in the singular. We have argued that this is precisely how uneven and combined development as an analytical framework operates, and what gives it a distinct theoretical depth and breadth in contrast to the more one-sided approaches considered in this book. Utilizing this international vantage point, our approach has identified a multiplicity of interacting causal chains emanating from different uneven spatio-temporal vectors of development that combined in the various conjunctures examined in this book. We then sought to bring out the relations between these determinations, their points of interactivity, their combination, at the heart of this broader and more complex conception of socio-historical development. In this way, we have endeavored to demonstrate that uneven and combined development is capable of bringing together, not only theoretically, but concretely, historical processes understood from multiple vantage points into an interactive totality of social relations. We hope an appreciation for these wider sets of historical processes generates a sustained engagement in the retheorization of capitalism as a mode of production, for which we have offered some preliminary, if admittedly incomplete, ideas. How might the unevenness and combination of productive forces on an international scale, as discussed in chapters 2, 5, and 7, alter our understandings of the reproduction of capitalism, not least in the context of globalization? How do social relations and processes outside of the formal exploitation of wage labor assist in the reproduction and development of capitalism as a mode of production, as discussed in chapters 5 and 7? Can we bring actors, such as tributary states, nomadic empires, and peasant populations of non-European lands, previously considered outside of or behind the history of capitalist modernity, more resolutely into the history of its formation, as discussed in chapters 3 and 4? How might a method that places an emphasis on tracing the multiple vectors of uneven sociological development and their various combinations augment conjunctural analyses of other historical developments, such as wars and revolutions, as discussed in chapters 6 and 8? We have only begun to answer these questions through the relatively limited historical time frame of capitalism's origins, A more extensive temporal extension of these problematics, one covering the 19th to 21st centuries, is both desirable and necessary. So too is a further spatial extension, incorporating the histories of other, indeed other, societies and actors, more vectors of uneven and combined development, into the origins of capitalism. To highlight a few notable gaps, not enough attention has been paid to a geopolitical giant of the early modern age, China. Similarly, our inclusion of the African continent is unfortunately marginal, and perhaps falls prey to the typically Eurocentric tendency of studying African history under the rubric of slavery. As such, we recognize that there are numerous histories that have been overlooked or underexplored. We hope, however, that uneven and combined development offers an explanatory framework through which future research can incorporate, and further expand upon, the historical sociological research program offered here. That is, we hope the gaps made evident in this study will push readers to address, research and fill out such gaps, as there remains a great deal more to say. Nonetheless, the argument presented in this book necessitates, in our view, a rethinking of what historically and theoretically constitutes capitalism. We have shown that insofar as the spatial scope of capitalism's history is limited to ontologically singular analyses, so too is the theoretical reach of capitalism as an analytical category. An exclusive focus on the English countryside tends to privilege the formation of the capital, wage-labor relation in agrarian capitalism. In contrast, we have argued that although this waged sphere is indeed fundamental, it is itself dependent on a variety of different social relations that are irreducible to that sphere alone. Vast assemblages of non-waged labor regimes, from debt peonage to plantation slavery, from Bunda to Barbados, formed the foundational basis on which the production of wage labor and capital in London and Amsterdam was built. And at the heart of these non-European processes were histories of violence, terror, subjugation and coercive exploitation meted out by ruling classes to populations across the globe. More often than not, states or state-backed institutions were central to these processes. The variability of the capitalist mode of production to subsume, exploit, and integrate, combine, such an array of spatially differentiated production processes, unevenness, is central to its history and logic. This should alert us to the ways in which capitalism utilizes exploitation and oppression, beyond the formally free exchange of labor power for wages, as sources for its reproduction. The violence that inheres in forms of exploitation such as slavery, debt peonage, and domestic labor, practices such as state coercion, just wars and territorial divisions, and structures of racism and patriarchy is not external to capitalism as a mode of production, but constitutive of its very ontology. When tied to the critique of Eurocentrism, we should thus be wary of any account of the origins of capitalism that posits Europeans or Westerners as harbingers of a normatively and developmentally privileged civilization, an exceptionally enlightened group that dragged the world out of savagery. The history of violence upon which the social relations of capitalism were built should lead us to question the idealized self-image of capitalism as a world of expanding fulfillment and freedom, achieved through the abstract mechanisms of exchange. The invisible hand of the market has always been undergirded by the iron fist of the state, and an array of systemic separations between the subjugated and exploited, patriarchy, race, class, and so on. The conquest, ecological ruin, slavery, state terrorism, patriarchal subjugation, racism, mass exploitation, and immiseration upon which capitalism was built continue unabated today. The violent past explicated in this book was therefore not merely a historical contingency, external to the pure operation of capital, or a phase of incompleteness out of which capitalism has emerged or will emerge. Rather, these practices and processes are constitutive in the sense that they remain crucial to capitalism's ongoing reproduction as a historical social structure. This should remind us that capitalism is neither natural nor eternal, it has been historically constructed by annihilating or subsuming other, non-capitalist, ways of life. But, moreover, these pointers should alert us to the possibility of ridding ourselves of a mode of production that continually, produces such histories of violence, oppression, and exploitation. As such, we believe the arguments presented in this book raise a key issue that must be placed at the heart of any transformative emancipatory politics, the issue of political or societal multiplicity. 6 Far from being a matter of purely scholastic concern, this missing international theory has a number of political implications. We would therefore argue that this issue is anything but an abstract one, since, as we have argued, the interjection of the intersocietal is a permanent condition of the way in which states, communities, and individuals shape their lives politically. And indeed, political challenges to capitalism have often identified the universality or totality of capitalism as the basis on which it should be challenged and overcome. This serves as an important warning against any endeavor to build socialism in one country. Anti-capitalism can only be global in scope. We agree with this, and an obvious implication of our calls for an internationalist counter-history of capitalism is that an internationalist politics of anti-capitalism is a necessity. However, the content of this internationalism is not self-evident, and requires working out, and, of course, not through theory alone but also through struggle. Insofar as the international was central to the emergence and reproduction of capitalism, we should be critical of political positions that treat this internationality, the system of multiple nation-states, as an empty vessel that simply needs to be filled with communist or socialist content. Indeed, the very internationality of capitalism might well prove fundamentally antithetical to communist politics under certain circumstances. For if the forgotten history of the social sciences, and, in particular, the discipline of international relations, has been crucially implicated in confronting the dilemmas of social disorder and revolution wrought by the international spread of capitalist social relations and empire, the subaltern history of 20th-century revolutionary politics has been imbricated with the manifold constraints imposed by the interstateness of capitalism on the potentials for emancipatory projects for social transformation. That capitalism emerged in conjunction with, and in fact perpetuates, a world divided into a multiplicity of interactive, heterogeneous states has held enormous significance for revolutionary politics. For in the process of attempting to build socialism by taking state power and harnessing it to this end, Marxist-inspired revolutions have all too often been transformed into their very negation. Rather than constructing the emancipated society of the future, in which the political state dissolves into a free association of self-governing producers, the trajectories of self-proclaimed socialist societies witnessed the intensive perfection of the oppressive state apparatus they had originally sought to destroy. Hence, the creation and consolidation of revolutionary states perhaps best dramatizes the centrality of interstate relations and war to modern development. 7. The myriad dilemmas arising from the interstateness of capitalism, this international dimension inscribed in all forms of development, confronting any revolution was clearly recognized, if not properly addressed, by Lenin. As he commented to fellow Bolsheviks in March 1919, "We are living not merely in a state, but in a system of states, and it is inconceivable for the Soviet Republic to exist alongside the imperialist states for any length of time. One or the other must triumph in the end." 8 In the field of IR, the apparent fact that revolutionary states quickly adopted the methods of traditional diplomacy and great power politics has been viewed as a striking vindication of the timeless wisdom of political realism, a conclusion we clearly reject. 9 But while it would be hopelessly naive, if not intellectually disingenuous, to subsume an explanation of the multitude of forces behind any socialist revolution's degeneration, revolutionaries travel at their peril without recognition of the socially transformational power of power politics. And this international dimension of development has much broader implications to revolutionary politics more generally. Take, for example, our argument that the multiple labor processes in different parts of the world were crucial to the formation and subsequent reproduction of capitalism. In the period of the Industrial Revolution, coerced forms of surplus extraction in the Americas and Asia enabled capitalists in Britain to increase rates of exploitation and subordinate labor to the mechanics of the factory. Here the combination of uneven forms of exploitation was constitutive of capitalism's expanded reproduction, and the real subsumption of labor. In the contemporary period, the divesting machinations of capitalism have continued and expanded into a global system of geopolitical violence and integrated production processes which afford it coercive and disciplinary capabilities with an unprecedented international reach. The fluidities of finance capital, just-in-time production, and logistics have only sharpened this sociological multiplicity, the international, into a machine of tyranny. Today, as always, wage repression, deteriorating work conditions and anti-strike practices are actively determined by variegated labor processes in different societies across the globe. In these ways, unevenness and combination act as disciplining features that maintains the capital relation as the basis of social existence. So when considering the challenge of political multiplicity, we must not only consider the level of many societies, but also many oppressions, many powers, many struggles, many actors and so on. Historically, socio-political differences born of many oppressions or many struggles have been understood as something for the left, and in particular the party, to negate and sublate into the unity and singularity of revolutionary thought and practice. Point 10. In this tradition, the program has been presented as the higher ideological/strategic unity, and the party the organizational form, in which political differences are ironed out, unity among disparate parts realized, and a homogeneous political perspective pursued. In turn, the perspectives constructed by the leadership of parties and organizations are presented as the historical prime mover, the royal road, which simply needs to replicate it everywhere for capitalism to be overthrown. This negation of political difference sought by programmatic organizations generates a form of political autocentrism, an ontological singularity, where any given party or program is posited as the sole and sovereign author of historical change. In this programmatic approach, difference is something not to be articulated, but destroyed, something to be redirected onto the true path or, where it cannot be redirected, exiled as a bourgeois deviation. Drawing on our preceding analysis, we would argue that any politics that takes a singular, historically and geographically specific, experience and generalizes beyond its own spatio-temporal conditions and limitations, is inherently limited, problematic, and potentially dangerous. It is so precisely because it imposes a false universality on the uneven, multiform social experiences of proletarians. Point 11. Insofar as capitalism has been built on the subjugation and marginalization of multiplicity, both historically and historiographically, any anti-capitalist politics that reproduces the subjugation and marginalization is not worthy of the name. In contrast, the theoretical and historical observations made in this book offer, in our view, a way of integrating into the critique of capitalism an array of social relations that have too often been dismissed as externalities: non-waged work, forced work, illegal work, state coercion, patriarchy, racism, and so on. Any prevailing orthodoxy in the labor movement, broadly conceived, that relegates the multiplicity of these oppressions to a mere ideological or superstructural epiphenomenon that is contingent to the reproduction of capitalism is empirically and theoretically unsustainable. Any attempt to reduce these forms of oppression to the singular relation embodied in wage labor, or set up a political normative hierarchy of struggles, with those around wage labor taking absolute priority, is to attribute a false, homogeneous universality onto the many, variegated struggles against oppression. Point 12. To be clear, we remain committed to the view that the abolition of wage labor is central to any anti-capitalist politics, and that proletarians are the only class capable of carrying out this abolition. However, we insist that proletarian here does not denote a homogeneous category itself derived from the Western experience. Indeed, as our preceding historical narrative has shown, the sources and structural interconnections between different forms of oppression, class, racial, national, gender, sexual, cultural and so on, are not reducible to a singular relation, that is, a historically particular form of exploitation. The forms of oppression mobilized by the capitalist mode of production have been, from capitalism's very origins, intersectional. We therefore consider uneven and combined development to be a potentially useful framework for uncovering the ways in which the multiple social relations of oppression and exploitation, each originating from a variety of different vectors of socio-historical development, historically combine and intersect with each other. This would render, for example, an understanding of the historical constitution of racism and patriarchy as tied to, constitutive of, but not reducible to, the emergence of capitalism. In the same way, it would avoid treating struggles that seek to destroy patriarchy and racism as somehow external from, or mere supplements to, the cardinal aim of destroying capitalism. Might it be time to rethink the privileged revolutionary subject, the proletariat, in broader terms than its traditional, singular association with waged labor? Might this then require a decent ring or pluralization of this revolutionary subject in terms denoting a series of exploitations, oppressions, and abjections which subsume individuals in varied, uneven, but intersecting and combined ways? With this in mind, the very abolition of wage labor as a category would require that we take the plurality of political experiences seriously. It would consider how unevenness and combination might be effectively weaponized against capitalism. By acknowledging the differentiated and uneven sociologies of different social movements, the politics of revolution must be understood not in terms of a singular strategy. Rather, we must be cognizant of the necessity for many strategies, each irreducible to each other and specific to the particular challenges faced in the course of struggle. And in the spurt of combined development, this would also involve considering how such multiple strategies can be learned from, adopted and modified, or if necessary discarded and skipped over. That is to say, insofar as unevenness and combination can be understood as limits and challenges to revolutionary politics, they can also be repurposed, reconfigured, reassembled and ultimately weaponized for political measures geared towards abolishing capitalism. It is perhaps the failure to grasp this possibility that has hitherto constrained communist horizons and revolutionary potentialities in concrete insurrectionary movements. It is this challenge, the search for a multiplicity of new weapons among the oppressed and exploited, that we pose as our immediate task.